this forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Ooh, make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating slow. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow. Coming at you live, real, real wild. Here to light it up, set the world on fire. Gonna break the rules and hearts in twos, 'cause that's what the baddest do. Never going back, nah, nah, that. Diamonds on drip, 'cause I came to make a splash. Gonna break the rules and hearts in twos, 'cause that's what the baddest do.
I switch it, I'll let your face off, disappear, I'm your eraser. Aim the cut just like a razor, murk up in this world, my blazer. I got all the boys on me, I got all the lines on ring. Knocking dead, turning heads, I got all the eyes on me. Pretty face, cut out to the wire, 유행 선두자. 원하지만 못하잖아, 애가 타잖아. You like roll, 달리 you도 gold. 난 알지, I know. 준비해, cause I like the ball, 멈추지 않아. 말할래, 그게 like a bag, 그거 말고 bye. 믿어봐, 그만큼 크게 어깨 펴고 high. 100% 덤비지 못해, 죽여주잖아. 나는 boss, 간지 with the sauce. 원하면 줄게.
I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. 모든 날 따라해, 난 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane.
Coming at you live, real, real wild. Here to light it up, set the world on fire. Gonna break the rules and hearts in twos, 'cause that's what the baddest do. Never going back, nah, nah, that. Diamonds on drip, 'cause I came to make a splash. Gonna break the rules and hearts in twos, 'cause that's what the baddest do.
Sorry for the bad news, sorry I'm so bad. Only took a minute for me to get what you had. Sorry for the bad news, know it makes you sad. There for a minute, baby, you should pack your bags.
Way that I look should be breaking the law. If I don't got it, I take what I want. My circle small like a round of applause. You know that I love the sound of applause. You know I mean everything that I say. When you see me coming, get out of the way. Back in the sleigh, back and I'm better and ready to stay.
I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. 모든 날 따라해, 난 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane. It's crazy.
Sorry, not sorry for being the best. 언제든지 내가 쇼맨. Look at the gold, all on my chest. Look at the gold, call it a flex.
I don't know how I ended up here, but I'm tryna get lit, yeah. I feel rich, so I'm getting more drinks, so I'm tryna get licked, oh no.
So loose, not a shoelace.
Crap, I got a squad on my right.
Running in for backup.
Yo, Ron, he's right there in front of you.
Sorry guys, it happened again.
Damn, that's the 10th one today.
All right, I'm back.
Someone cover me.
You got him. Yo, that's sweet.
Yeah, it is. We about to win this.
I can get used to this.
HyperX Alloy. Built strong because it has to be.
Hey everyone, and welcome to the EU Masters, where we pit the very best ERL teams against one another while showcasing up-and-coming European talent. 12 regions will compete to decide who will reign supreme over Europe, so be the first to scout and the first to cheer. Let's get right into it. EU Masters begins with the play-in group stage, where all regions will have at least one team represented, with a total of 16 teams divided into 4 groups. Here, each team will play against other teams in their group twice, with the top 2 seeds moving on to the play-in knockout stage. The winners here will move on to the group stage, where 12 teams have already pre-qualified. This group stage is where the teams will compete in a double round robin, with the top 2 teams advancing to the knockout stage. From September 15th to 16th, like before, top seeds will play against the second-seeded teams from other groups in a best-of-3, with winners moving on to the semi-finals. Here, the final 4 teams will play a best-of-3 and fight for their spot in the finals, where it'll be a best-of-5 to determine the next EU Masters champion. Each season, fresh talent explodes onto the Rift. The likes of Nemesis, Kazi, Selfmade and Humanoid all rose up through the EU Masters. But who will be this year's champion? Who will be the next breakout player to make it into the LEC? Join the ride, tag along, and witness history in the making. Bye for now.
I'm feeling loose, true same when I'm in the mood. I'll be sipping on gin and juice. I'm so calm and I'm ducking this goose. I'm feeling loose, true same when I'm in the mood. I'll be sipping on gin and juice. I'm so calm and I'm ducking this goose. Yeah, I'm feeling loose, true same when I'm in the mood. I'll be sipping on gin and juice. I'm so calm and I'm ducking this goose. Yeah, I'm feeling loose, true same when I'm in the mood. I'll be sipping on gin and juice. I'm so calm and I'm ducking this goose. Yeah. Ooh la la, said I'm tryna get richy. Ooh mama, I know you tryna get iffy. On my line, now she tryna get with me. No time because I'm tryna make a milli by today. One is cookie and the other man is. I know she know me, but she asking for my name. Bring my ooze out, man, we tryna celebrate. My boy a who are and he ain't afraid to aim. Shorty wanna catch me in the heat of the moment. Telling me she got a crazy plan, I'm all for it. Says she got a man, but you know I might ignore it. Fuck all the chat, man, I'm tryna get boring. Snoring, sleeping on you niggas so boring. And we ain't gonna stop until the morning. So what you thinking you can come and just join in? I'm feeling loose, true same when I'm in the mood. I'll be sipping on gin and juice. I'm so calm and I'm ducking this goose. Yeah, I'm feeling loose, true same when I'm in the mood. I'll be sipping on gin and juice. I'm so calm and I'm ducking this goose. Yeah. I don't know how I ended up here, but I'm tryna get lit, yeah. I feel rich, so I'm getting more drinks, so I'm tryna get licked, oh no.
So loose, not a shoelace. Grey goose, I do with the ace. Let the people know from the sparklers. Yeah, my team is ballin' like we tacklers. Man like crazy, need a whole movie. Man is hazy, drinking that Louis. Cognac ting, if they wanna burn it, then burn that thing. Long list if they wanted to be me. Long wrist for the rollers and PPs. Long. I don't wanna talk too much, but I'm a winner and a better man to be. I'm
feeling loose, true same when I'm in the mood. I'll be sipping on gin and juice. I'm so calm and I'm ducking this goose. Yeah, I'm feeling loose, true same when I'm in the mood. I'll be sipping on gin and juice. I'm so calm and I'm
welcome everyone to the second day of quarterfinals here at the European Masters. My name is Maurits Chronicler Meus and I'm joined by multi-talent Mark Cadrell Lamont. You're both a caster and a jungler, right? That already qualifies as multi-talent for
True.
me.
I'm talented.
Yeah, take the compliment.
I'm super
Take
talented.
the compliment. We're going to be looking at the quarterfinals here today. It's the second day, but first, group stage has concluded, and there's a lot of teams that I felt like, okay, they look good, you know, they look good enough to maybe go all the way, and then it turns out they didn't. I think Movistar Riders is a big one, but Fnatic Rising also is one that for the NLC, it's kind of got to hurt.
Yeah, I mean, Movistar, Schalke, Fnatic, these are all arguably really strong teams, but yeah, they're obviously knocked out. Gamer Legion kind of came in, they knocked out all the seeds from the Superliga Orange.
Yep.
Yeah, they're just dominating the Spanish teams. I don't know what's going on.
Every single one, both in play-ins and 2 in the groups. And of course, Vodafone Giants have been knocked out. Gamer Legion now going to take on the semi-final against LDLC. But we are here today for the lower side of the bracket. It will be a Go Rogue taking on Misfits Premier, and then afterwards Mouse Sports taking on Kick Neosurf. And Misfits Premier, they're the #1 seed from the LFL, and they have some very, very clear strengths, but also weaknesses.
Yeah, their comps are very different. They either go for the 1-3-1 with like a Renekton or Kali, something like this, or they go for some team fight, but Aggressivo on this Renekton looks really strong. I would expect it to be maybe perhaps banned out by the side of Rogue. I mean, Sisgenda's also kind of been having a different champion pool as well, the Mordekaiser, the Camille. Things like this have been working for him, but I think the biggest difference between these two teams is Rogue really like to draft for team fights. They don't mind if they lose lane, they don't mind if they fall behind a little bit in some lanes, like bot lane, for example, you see the Rakan. But just team fights in general, they look so strong, and Camille, Mordekaiser, these are kind of split push champs, but they're working really well for Sisgenda when it comes to team fights.
And that's something that we're also going to be looking at today, because both these two teams look incredibly strong. Misfits, of course, from the LFL. We have an Ultraliga versus LFL matchup here tonight. And of course, that is a bit of a hot topic, as last EU Masters Finals it was LDLC who took on Kick and then got a very, very clean 3-0 victory. But the Ultraliga, they're not going to be happy with anything but a win here. Yep. Whereas the LFL, yes, Gamers Origin has already been knocked out, but it's by another LFL team. So you'll forgive them for that, but they are looking currently like one of, if not the strongest region. And the Ultraliga, I think, really needs the win here to show that it's really 2020, no longer the year of the LFL. It's going to be about the Ultraliga.
Yeah, we could see an LFL final if Misfits make it all the way and LDLC do as well. But both of the Ultraliga teams are on the bottom side of the bracket, so that means only one of them make it to the final. But the region is looking strong, although Pompa did get knocked out. I think as a region as a whole, they're really strong. So it's kind of France versus Poland here, and it's really important match, I think.
Let's take a close look at both of these two teams. First of all, Misfits, because in the LFL, until the qualification tournament, where they were able to secure a first seed, they didn't look that hot.
Yeah, definitely. There's some stats on the screen here I just want to look at. You can see the goal difference of 15, just lanes, jungle, everything in general was kind of falling apart for them. Now, this kind of spells two different truths. Either the LFL is incredibly strong, or Misfits maybe had an arguably easy group. But I think that in general, Misfits were struggling in the LFL, but if you look at their stats in EU Masters, it's a complete different side of the table. Like, they've got a 3,000 goal difference of 15, 67% first tower blood. Like, they've been smurfing in groups, and they've definitely adapted to the meta well. LFL is definitely a really strong region. Misfits are coming out as a first seed looking strong.
So to summarize, it's really, yes, the stats look kind of but it just means how good the LFL really is. If Misfits to still grab that is pretty impressive. Now, for a Go Rogue, they have been, I think, one of the cleanest teams that we've seen at EU Masters. You already mentioned they're really focused on the team fights, but how do they set themselves up to get into a situation where you don't fall behind, which I think is something we often see with team fight drafts?
Yeah, you look at Zanzara, I think he's kind of like their bridge from early to mid game. He always picks the set, he always picks champions that can get them to the early game. Volibear, Trundle, some of these champions have kind of fallen off, but his laners are really strong in Checolan and Sisgenda. I think the solo lanes are super strong. They draft really good team fight comps, and Zanzara kind of sacrifices himself to get his laners ahead.
So basically, Misfits, it's more about them as a whole. It's about the clutch potential. It's about the 1-3-1. And it's about the jungler, Kirai, which is from the Netherlands. So I'm a big fan no matter what.
Yeah.
Versus Zanzara.
Yeah, so as you saw this on the screen, we're straight into draft anyway. But yeah, like you said, the jungle matchup, Kirai likes the farm, he likes Hecarim, he likes the Kindred, stuff like this, whereas Zanzara really defaults to things like the set, the Volibear. So I wouldn't be surprised if Misfits ban away the set. And Rogue, I think another kind of contested pick for both these teams is Gangplank. That could be either banned away or picked, but blue side's normally target bans, so things like the Renekton, like we said in the pre-game, is going to come out. So a Renekton ban's really good. So Mordekaiser, Camille still up for the side of Rogue for Sisgenda. Caitlyn ban's very obvious. So it depends if they want to trade out the Ashe and the Senna, because Woolite's been looking really strong on Ezreal.
Now, We already talked a little bit about the teams, but Rogue, very much a teamfight team. Misfits, more of a kind of 1v1 style, reliant on the jungler. What priorities, outside of the bans that we've already seen, do you expect here in draft? You already mentioned the set. So for Rogue, it's strong solo lanes and a facilitating jungler. And for Misfits, maybe trying to get Kira ahead?
Yeah, Hecarim. I was going to say Hecarim would be a really good pick for Misfits, but they've banned that away. The Shen ban is a good ban, I think. The Shen Skarner, I think the Shen is kind of like a flex for Rogue. I think Zanzara's have had some games in the past on Shen. They've banned away the Shen for both Sizagenda and him, so I don't think it's a champ that Aggressiva really liked. So there's a first pick Akali coming out here, which is kind of surprising. I think that could be a flex between the Rogue solo lanes, perhaps. That's why they go for the first pick. So Ashe, a very good pick to pick here. You could pick your support. You could even pick something like the Kindred, or you could match mid. So Misfits have a lot of options here when you blind the solo laner like that. But the Hecarim's banned out, which I would expect to be the 1-2 on the jungle role. But the Ashe can be picked up. I think Woolite will match that with an Ezreal. It's something he's really enjoyed. I'm not sure if he's going to pick the Senna, and I don't think he's going to pick Kalista either.
No, especially in the Ashes,
Yeah.
generally feels not great if you can't hop around. So talk to me a little bit more about this Akali pick, because this is really interesting, because Akali, I think, is more something that we'd expect from a team like Misfits, who pick up the Lilia here. And I see you, and you're looking at it, and you're like,
Okay. I mean,
Okay.
I didn't expect the Lilia.
Okay.
It's a carry jungle. It's called high tempo. It's really good champ. I think Rogue could pull out something like the set here, which they've done in the past, and just match AD like a Senna or an Ezreal. So they're sitting pretty happily in the draft right now. They do go for the set. I wouldn't be surprised to see an AD pick here as well, just to keep the flex of Akali live. And Akali in general, it is a good flex if both your solo laners can play it to a high level. I mean, you see teams like G2, Wunder is a really good Akali, so they can flex it very, very well. I think they're trying to keep the flex alive just so they can't give a counter pick on mid here, but Misfits could pick up a support here like the Nautilus, Leona, ban away 2, or they could just go for something like the Orianna, play it safe, LeBlanc, and then just ban away 2 as well. But they're going to go for... Is that a Pantheon support? Okay.
Hello.
Pantheon support, I like it.
So Pantheon support, I think, has been a little bit on the rise. We've, of course, seen Beryl of Damwon Gaming play it with great efficiency. It's been kind of rising in priority. But it is something that I feel like has a very clear window in which it works well. And if you don't hit that window, you have a bit of a problem.
Yeah, obviously the champion builds lethality, so, and it does go Conqueror PTA, so it's very squishy. It's very aggressive in the early, helps Ashe get the push, and the way that Ashe Pantheon works together so well is you get the push, you can set up for dives by poking them out with the Pantheon Spear and Ashe's Volley, and you also have globals, right? So Ashe has her Hawk Shot to find enemy jungle, she has her Arrow, she has the Pantheon ult, so they have so many global tools to help their team from bot lane, rather than just sitting there farming in the early game, right? So they ban away the Thresh, they're banning away these hook champions, defensive champs, maybe a Tamkench ban wouldn't hurt them too much, Leona ban is also not too bad, Nautilus is also there. I think melee supports in general are just kind of the strongest champs right now, but they are going to ban away the Syndra, so they do think the Akali is a flex.
Chocolate, of course, also played a lot of Orianna, which is something that he's really adapted on and has honestly shown consistently great performance. Now, coming into this draft, we kind of expected the set is something you already mentioned. The fact that Woolite goes for the Senna here as opposed to the Ezreal is a little bit of a curveball, but it's not coming out of nowhere. But for Misfits here, it does feel like with the early prioritization on the Lilia, they are again trying to kind of put their eggs in the Kira basket.
That's an Insta-lock Tristana mid. I respect it. I think with the Galio ban, they think they're going to put the Kali mid here. I think they should pick up something like a Mordekaiser here. The Camille ban, I think that you should go for something like a Mordekaiser maybe, or an Ornn, something to fit in team fights, because Tristana, you need some CC now. I mean, they have Tristana mid, she's going to have Halo Blades, she's going to maybe run Ignite or something, she's going to push in. She's got really big kill potential, and they're running this AD AP jungle mid combo, which I think is really smart. The Braum pickup is actually incredibly smart as well if they go for Braum here, because you can block lots of Tristana's damage. They're playing 3 range champs with the Pantheon, so their engage is basically coming from the Ashe and the Pantheon. But like we said, Misfits 1-3-1. I wouldn't be surprised if Aggressivo goes for a split pushing top here, because you have Tristana, she's going to take towers so fast on side lane, and RGO needs some response. You either go for something that can match it, like the Mordekaiser, or you go for something teamfight like the Ornn, so you can force mid onto this Ashe so the Tristana can't keep pushing. Sion works too, I think,
Yeah, so in the end, although we kind of got there in a roundabout way, we do see here for Rogue yet again a composition that can play that more teamfight-oriented style. We see Zanzara on this facilitated pick, kind of what we wanted to see. Now from Misfits, again, in kind of a roundabout way, and I think this will be really interesting because it will kind of shy away from what we've seen from Misfits so far. Are you happy to see this, yes or no?
Yeah, I love me some Maokais.
Yeah, straight up tank top lane.
I love me some tank tops. I mean, they had the option to counter pick top there, maybe something like a Fiora or something over for a 1-3-1, but it doesn't really suit their comp too much. Their comp as a 4 without the Maokai just lacks a little bit of frontline, a little bit of engage, a little bit of CC. So Misfits, I think they've identified Rogue's a good teamfight team. I think they can one-up them in this teamfight. They've drafted a really good split pusher in the Tristana. She has 2 globals to help her, including a TP as well. So It's going to be like a 4-1 here from Misfits, side laning, taking towers. I think their comp's really strong, but on the side of Rogue, you have Set. He needs to get his laners ahead, but it's going to be quite difficult. Top's a tank matchup, bot lane mid's probably going to be where Zanzara needs to focus, and Kyrie needs to shut him down.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I also feel like the row comp, if you fall behind, you might be lacking in terms of damage. Because yes, there's a lot of squishies, but if I look at the row comp, yes, early game Zanzara on the set is going to be able to utilize his base damage as well. But as we get further and further, Rogue really can't afford to fall behind here.
When you're running something like an Akali, something like a Senna and a Sion, you don't really have DPS. You have burst, so you have the Sion ult, the Q, you have the Akali jumping in the backline, the Set also has a little bit of burst, but you don't have that consistent damage factor like an Orianna or an Azir, right? Or even a Tristana at times like this. So Misfits definitely have a better front-to-back comp in that sense, but if Chocolate can get on the backline, take out Jezu, then it's all on Ronaldo to finish these fights off. And Kirei, we've seen some tank Lily as an LCK. Perhaps like a Deadman's, things like this would be really good items for him. Just to kind of get in the fights and get them started, because I don't think he's going to be able to do much damage.
It is the first game here of the second day of quarterfinals. A Go Rogue versus Misfits Premier. Misfits Premier, of course, the number 1 seed from the LFL, which currently seems like one of, if not the strongest region, also home to the defending champion LDLC, whereas A Go Rogue, second lead of the Ultraliga, and both of the two top Ultraliga seeds, Kick and Rogue, have been looking absolutely incredible, as neither of the two teams is opting into a lot of aggression here. Now, we talked about Zanzara. His stats don't look amazing, but that has a really good reason. He focuses a lot on getting his laners ahead. In this situation, where do you think he is going to look, and who does he want to get ahead?
Well, he could look for a level 2 gank mid here. Kirei swept a ward out on the top side river, so that means Ronaldo and Agresivo got a little bit of experience, meaning they'll get level 2 on the first wave, so Misfits should have some push here. Kirei, maybe he's trying to match the level 2 gank, maybe he thinks it's going to happen. He's either going for some kind of push here.
There's already a rocket in your forward.
He's running to the enemy Raptors here. So Lilia is really good at invading Raptors level 1, but Zanzara has played it smart here. He went red to Raptors instantly, so Kirei, there's going to be not much to pick up here. He's going to have to go back to his bot side and clear up again, which is not the end of the world. When you have a Pantheon support, you kind of want to be playing to that lane when top's just 2 tanks. So Zanzara, they're going to know where he is. This is essentially like a split map in a sense. Kirei's red buff is still up, so he's going to have to get back to that somehow. But both junglers kind of know where each other are for the rest of the game. For the rest of the sort of next 2 to 3 minutes, they both know Kirei's going to be bot side, Zanzara's going to be top side.
Is there a window here for Zanzara to go for that red buff and find a triple, as we see Woolite and Trimby just pushed underneath the turret here?
I wonder if Ronaldo's going to look for an early TP bot or Agresivo here. Kirei is poising on bot side, but he's just going to take the Krugs. Looks like he's going to probably try to run back through mid to top side to defend his red, perhaps. He has got good mid push. And Agresivo has put a ward in top try wish.
And Zanzara goes back here as well, which to me is also a signal they respect the fact that Ronaldo is incredibly strong early, respect the fact that Kira was pathing toward bot side. And in the end, it's a lot of walking around the map, it's a lot of action, but it's not a lot of actual trading, a lot of actual value going on here.
Yeah, definitely not much value for Kirei. He tried to get some early pressure with the Lilia, tried to go for the enemy Raptors, and that can snowball really well, right? So if Zanzara had started on the top side, he could have taken his Raptors, dropped the ward, taken his red as well. So just good pathing from both junglers here. Zanzara recognizes that he would go for the Raptor invade, takes some second camp, clears up the top side. He should get his top crab as well, so I expect Kirei to just do 2 camps, maybe base and run back bot side, or try to get to bot side somehow, because I think this crab's maybe gone, although he doesn't have smite, but neither does Kirei.
And it is the
Could be a
Lilia
fight.
moving forward there. Zanzara has to respect. So his priority on top side, he respects Ronaldo's Tristana, and I've seen a couple of times what happens if Tristana get ahead early, and it's not great to play against.
Yeah, Tristana is definitely one of the most oppressive mid laners in the early game.
Yeah.
She's up there with the likes of Lucian, even sometimes just keeps pushing in mid, right? These 80 carry mids, they can just push in the first few waves. You can't really trade on them as a mage or an assassin because you need all 3 of your spells, you need some AP or some AD to actually be able to contest. So Ronaldo has a lot of mid push here, so that's going to help Kirei. And we said this before the draft, right? Kirei, the carry jungle, he's going to get double crab here, which Ronaldo trades aggressively, and it's a really good start for him. Zanzara hasn't been able to find anything just yet, but he might be looking for a lane gank bot here.
And that is something that is essential for Rogue, is that they get into this early to mid game without a deficit, as we will be seeing a 3-man play bot here. Trimby and Mulat very far forward, trying to keep him alive for as long as they can. The Braum can tank so much, he's going to flash in the end. The spear won't quite find him as the flash comes forward. The volley gonna slow them down, but in the end, it's not enough damage coming through. The root lands, but with Kira playing the god, not much more will happen there.
So two things happen there. They have the bot wave pushing in, so I think Zanzara tried to come here to help the push out, so Misfits have a really good freeze here. So Woolite's going to be feeling a bit risky, so you can see Trimby and Zanzara staying around because this bot wave needs to crash on the tower, and I think Kirei kind of flashed a bit too late there. The Senna mist was out, so he couldn't really see Trimby, so it was kind of like a blind flash Q from both Targamas and Kirei to try and get the kill, but Trimby, he already had flashed out, he didn't really see it on the mist, so Rogue are going to crash his bot wave, so they are in a decent spot.
The one person who is put behind, as we said before, though, is Zanzara. Gets spotted here as well. It's only level 3 versus Kirei, who's farming his own jungle and already level 4. And if Rogue don't find the early edges, if Zanzara can't find those early plays, how is that going to influence them? Because we know they want to fight in the mid game, and you can't really allow Misfits to get ahead because they've won countless games in the LFL while being 1, 2, 5, 6k called behind, let alone when they're ahead.
Yeah, they're definitely a good team from behind. We've seen that in the LFL, even in the EU Masters at times. And Ronaldo's picked up a cull here, so he's farming up. He's got a decent CS lead, and Rogue will get the first base off. The only problem I have with Rogue's comp is, like you said, if Zanzara does fall a little bit behind, it feels like they don't have that trigger that they can pull to start a fight. You know, Misfits have the Ashe ult, they have the Pantheon ult later on, they're going to have the Lily ult from a range away, and they have the TPs too, so early Dragons, I kind of favor Misfits here. Kirei, he hasn't based just yet, as Targamas covers Ronaldo on this mid push. Kirei's probably going to look to base here, he's going to pick up a lot of items, go back towards the bot side, and we said this from draft, right? Top's just going to be a farm fest. There's going to be lots of fighting around bot, lots of wave covering, around mid as well. If Ronaldo can keep this push in, use his E on the tower, try to get a demolish proc, get some plates here and there, then he's always naturally getting ahead from Chocolate just by the lane matchup.
And it also gives so much space to Kirei, who can just farm, get to his jungle item as fast as he can. And that's one thing these AP junglers really start to accelerate. And what does Rogue need to do to make sure that exactly that doesn't happen? I say as Zanzara is making his way toward the mid lane here, where Ronaldo is a prime target.
This is exactly what they have to do. They have to unlock mid lane somehow. Chocolate, he has hit level 6, so he's definitely really strong. He's got the Seeker's Arm God, so it's a bit hard for Ronaldo to trade onto him, but he has got some lifesteal, Endurance Blade, perhaps in some runes. He's got some pots too, so neither mid can really get chunked out here, but bot lane is definitely where both teams are looking at. They both got TP on the side of Zigenda and Aggressivo. There's a lot of fighting down here with the Pantheon Braum, and early Dragons are important. We said Rogue, they love to get the early Dragons, they love to have the team fights around the Dragons, so if they're not able to do that, and they are playing this Akali who might lose on side lane later on, then they're going to struggle. So going back to your question, I think that they have to kind of get some pressure through mid.
And actually find that. Remains to be seen. Kirei has been sitting in his bush for a really long time. The lane is very slowly pushing towards Targamas, and now they move forward. Will not be able to find the seed. He's going to go in on Woolite, but not enough damage available. And the double teleport, he's going to get channeled. Both top lanes are going to join this fight as the exhaust comes through on Targamas. He is in an awkward spot, but he has the rest of this team to back him up as we see the ultimate come through from Aggressivo. There is the lilting lullaby, beautifully cancelled, and now Chocolate will join the fight. Not before first blood is picked up by Kirei as the disengage comes through. Akali goes in deep. Chocolate finds one return kill, goes in again, a bit over enthusiastic, but will not pay with his life, and in the end, it's a 1-for-1 trade.
Not bad, not bad. All the TPs come in. Ronaldo's going to get a lot for this. Tristana, he has Demolish, he has the E, he's going to get so many platings for this. Even though Chocolate got a kill, Ronaldo's going to get equal amounts of gold on the tower, perhaps even more because of the wave. So I think Kirei actually leveled up on that fight. He leveled up to 6. Yeah. He got the E onto Trimby, got the sleep across, and they actually did manage to pick up a kill. And 1-for-1, Chocolate kind of goes even in terms of gold, but Kirei gets ahead. So just looking back this fight, you see Kirei's level 5. They're trying to go on to Trimby here. He has no flash, but Targamas with the Senna miss couldn't really get the right target. And the second he's too far forward, the TPs come in, and Aggressivo instantly matches it, which is really smart. Targamas has no flash, no E, so he's quite vulnerable, but Aggressivo does really well to shut down Zigenda here. He can't really ult, he can't really get a Q. Kirei levels up, he gets the stun, so that means Zigenda has to ult out, another TP comes in, but it's a bit too late. Ronaldo's already pushing in mid-wave, he's a Tristana, he's just going to slaughter your towers.
And what we do see here is, yes, you pick up one return kill, but as you say, you are relying on Rogue here as not falling behind. You want to play that teamfight style. You want to get in on even or ahead footing, which is something that thus far they've generally been able to do through the power of Chocolate and Zigenda. They will be able to pick up a win here, though, so not all is lost. It's a tiny goal deficit, but not enough to say that Misfits are finding the big edges. So they go back to that turret, have to catch this wave, but will be fine with the cannon there. Now, what spikes is Misfits looking for? Because you said before, they're a really explosive team. They like their 1-3-1. They like going for the aggressive plays and buying Kirei a lot of space. When is this team really going to come online?
So if you have a look at the items, I think Jezu and Ronaldo are definitely going to spike on their Blade of the Ruin Kings. Aggressivo on the Sunfire, and Kirei's already really strong. You know, these AP junglers, when they pick up their jungle item, they're really strong. Whereas on the side of Rogue, you really need the Gunblade. You need the 2 items on Senna. Zanzara has been sitting on these items since 2 or 3 minutes into the game, so they really need to get some bases off. And although RGO Rogue did have prio towards the Herald, they did have some more tempo, so they did manage to get it. I don't really see a world where they can put the Herald down with lanes of prio. I mean, Kirei is going to solo up the Drake here, so that means Misfits are going to lose some top prio, but Zanzara definitely needs the base to pick up Cinderhook, so I'm not sure where Rogue can really put this Herald down and get a lot of value out of it, because all towers are on 5 platings, and you just don't have any lanes that are actually winning in a way that you can Herald and force the tower.
It's just going to be platings, right? And that's not really what you're looking for if you're Rogue here. You're looking for a more sustainable edge, something that actually gets you in time for your spikes. But when we look at the items, Chocolate, just because of the early pressure from Ronaldo, he was forced to buy that Seeker's Arm Guard, which delays his Gunblade spike so much. And we all know how much Kali loves her Gunblades. And this is the first Drake, and this is something that Rogue has been super diligent about in the group stage. They always got 1 or 2 early Drakes, which in turn delayed when they actually needed to fight. But with this first Drake, the timer has been started.
Definitely. First Drake is super useful. We could see a soul by about 25 minutes in this game. Chocolate, he does have the Herald, so I'm expecting his Herald to go mid for platings, try and get that Akali the Gunblade ASAP, as we see some tank fights going on in the bot lane. And this whole game is going to get unlocked now, because Jezu's level 6 with the Ashe. He has the Ashe Arrow. Targamas is probably close to level 6 as well, and I think Misfits, props to them. They've done a really good job of just making sure Ronaldo can keep his mid push. Targamas always running through mid. Kirei as well. They're kind of holding hands together, making sure that Ronaldo can keep the waves pushed in. And every opportunity Rogue's really looked for to shut him down. They've always been around. And Zanzar's looking again. He has the Cinderhook. He has the Blue Smite to catch up to him. He has the Flash and ult as well, so he might be able to get on him this time.
Ronaldo kind of sensing that something is wrong. Zanzara can go for the play over here. Will be spotted out by the wall there. And not quite going for it. And this is something that I think Rogue in the groups would have just gone for it. Just flash, try and go for it, and hard force. But maybe a little bit of hesitation here as well, knowing that you are against that #1 seed of the LFL Misfits. Even though it was close, they beat LDLC. They beat Gamers Origin in the qualification tournament to earn their spot here. And while their performances have looked shaky at times, in the end, this is a team that, as we said before, they can win no matter what situation they're in. And if they're ahead, it's looking great.
Yeah. Misfits, #1 seed out of France. They're looking pretty strong, but Rogue do have some sort of prio in mid. I think Ronaldo's going to base here and pick up his blade. Looks like he might TP back to keep the prio up, or he's just going to save it for a bot fight perhaps. But I'd like to see Rogue try and get some side pressure, move it towards mid, so Chocolate can herald this mid tower. There's 2 more minutes till platings run out. Woolite has the push top, so again has the push bot because Misfits are just down on tempo. They need to get base off. You see Targamas basing, Ronaldo's basing, Aggressivo just based as well. Now Targamas just cancelled it, but they need to get some resets off. They probably had a lot of gold in their inventory, and they're going for an engage.
And here we see the ultimate come through. Woolite immediately running into the river towards his Brom. Trimby trying to get to him as soon as he can. And even though the seed finds its mark, Woolite is close enough to reinforcements that it does not matter. It's an ultimate used, but not much more gained. And that will be the Rift Herald, which, as you said, it's just going to pick up a plate or two. Yeah. But in the end, we do see that Rogue has now turned that deficit, even though it was a slight one, into a lead. Even though it is a slight one, as Targamas goes in there, it's a 3 versus 3. Here we see the showstopper come through. The sleep is gonna be beautifully timed there. Targamas now gonna get taken low. Kira going into the back line. There is not enough damage available. He flashes forward, finds 2 with the Blossoming Bloom. And that's a beautiful skirmish from Misfits.
Rogue must have known Ronaldo had TP advantage. Chocolate TP into the bot play around 5 minutes ago and is not up yet. Neither top had TP in this going into this fight either as well. And I mean, Jesu and Targamas, they did use their rules to go for an engage. Woolite had to cleanse away, but I think Rogue, they thought they could re-engage top with Zanzara going in, trying to get Targamas. But if you watch the replay here, they kind of walk up here just trying to get the wave so they can contest it, so they won't lose any plates. Zanzara steps up for the wave, and then Targamas goes for the engage, and it looks like he might get one shot. He does get rooted, he does get stunned, but eventually he does get that E off, so he does take 0 damage. And then Zanzara, he's out of it, he's out of spells. Ronaldo comes in, he does get cancelled on the jump, so he didn't pick up Zanzara, but Kirei flashes forward, takes him out. Ronaldo picks up a kill onto Trimby, and they lose nothing for it. Ronaldo TP's in, he gets a kill. 2, it was so good for Misfits.
Rogue needed to find the early plays through Zanzara. That didn't really happen. Misfits needed to get Kirei ahead, and that has most definitely happened. He's currently 2-0-1. He's up 20 CS. He's found himself a little lead. Yeah, like you're saying, almost 2 levels. And this is the situation in which Misfits kind of want to be. Now, the plates have dropped. The next Drake is going to spawn in about a minute. And is Rogue too far behind here to contest that? Or, because the gold lead isn't that big, are they still in a position where if they find that backline access, if Chocolate can get the big plays because he now has his Gunblade, they can still turn it around?
Well, this is where you'll see the 1-3-1 come into play, really. You'll have Ronaldo on top, Aggressive on bot, and I think Rogue's going to match that. So this is kind of like the bridge to mid-game here. We're almost getting to mid-game. 1 item, 2 item spikes coming out slowly here, and basically the aim of the game now is mid prow. You see Ronaldo pushing a top wave, moves towards mid. Agresivo dropping bot waves, they go for another engage.
You can see in central crystal around top of Trimby. He can't stand behind Braum, but who stands in front of him as the teleport will come through? It's a beautiful gank there from Zigando, who comes in from the back. Ronaldo left on his own by the rest of his team, and Agresivo with the ultimate trying to lock them down for as much as he can. They can't get to these low health, plus Zara and Trimby in the back just gonna CC as much as they can as we see Chakalot go in deep. Jazzu is low, doesn't have any summons and will get blown up. Chakalot does it again, finds one, finds two, and Rogue find a beautiful team fight in the mid game.
Misfits, why are you re-engaging this? You've already lost the fight. Ronaldo went way too deep. I mean, they went for the engage, they did chunk out Trimby. That's basically enough. When he gets to his tier 1, you can't go for more, but Ronaldo, he comes from the flank, he tries to dive in. I think Trimby has no flash here, so looking for some sort of engage is fine. You're dropping bot waves, Agresivo is around, you can look for the fight, but Zanzar is instantly there to respond, and now it's too late, you can't go TP. Ronaldo jumps forward, the TP comes in from Chakalot from bot lane, and that Sion kind of zoned away the whole backline, and now Misfits, they think they can re-engage, but what's your damage really? You have Jesse with the 1 item almost, but Kirei can't really do much in these fights. You can see he can sleep them here and there, he can't really hit the Qs, because if he goes too far forwards, Zanzara can get on him. So, I mean, Chakalot does a really good play here. I mean, Jesu has no flash, he does get taken out in the fight, and I mean, that's 3 kills for Rogue when Misfits are in the driving seat, and they're going to lose Dragon for it as well.
Everyone on Rogue is incredibly strong, but it's really the solo laners that we keep talking about. It is Ziganda and it is Chakalot, and Ziganda finds a beautiful flank as Misfits yet again, they try and go for a fighter. Agresivo on his own has the flash available and is forced to use it immediately now. Rogue doesn't want to funnel into the jungle here as the Infernal Rift takes over. But as you were saying, it's again Chakalot and Ziganda, Zanzara, Trimby, these plays draw Rogue or draw Misfits out. As Ziganda maybe a little bit.
Oh, former knockup.
A beautiful decimating smash. Targamas taken low. There is the showstopper. That's another kill. Kira gets taken down as well. And how good is Rogue as they find the skirmish here? Warlight's trying to get away from the Ashe, and she is having none of it. And in the end, Jesu will pick up the kill. But that is a 3-for-1 yet again. Agresivo now chasing a Braum and a Sion, which is not a position you really want to be in as Maokai. And all in all, Rogue keep fighting these fights.
What is going on? Misfits keep thinking they found a pick or some sort of engage as Agresivo's using the ult here blindly. I think he's trying to stop some recalls here. I don't think he'll get much here, but Misfits are just jumping onto them. They're all stacking up. They get a huge knockup as Jesu's fighting Zanzara here.
It happens again. Zanzara baits them in. Jesu runs away. Beautiful ult there from Targamas to keep his teammate alive. Decimating smash. This time it will get dodged. Now there's no damage to kill the Sion.
This game will never end. This is how it goes. This is basically how mid-game goes. Once the people are out of lane, it's all about mid-prio, and they do have to give up the Drake and Misfits. The previous fight was over mid. This fight was over mid. Mid-prio is so important in these stages of the game, so you can get vision, and Targamas thinks, is this guy trolling? It's a free kill. So he jumps onto him. Ziganda does get stumped up. There's no more CC. He gets a 3-man knockup, and Agresivo gets taken over the wall. 3-man knockup, 3-man Sentinel, 3-man Zanzara comes in with the stun as well, and Misfits have to run for the hills. They just get chased down, and this is not where you want to be fighting, as we see the observers.
Oh no, the deer gets slammed!
Kirei gets taken out. Zanzara survives on 1 HP. Woolite flashes in here, 1v2. Does take out Ronaldo, but he does pay for it in the end. But, I mean, Misfits are just, they're overestimating their damage. Agresivo's off on the other side, and Chakalad wasn't even in this fight.
Rogue just find the fights, and I'm so surprised because even though it felt like Misfits were getting into the position where we'd like to see them, right? They found an advantage for the solo lane as Kira was getting ahead. In these fights, it's still Zanzara. He tanks so much damage. Every time he gets away with a sliver of health, he draws everyone from Misfits in. They think they can get the kill, and then they're walking into the decimating smashes. They're walking into the phase breakers. And we see Trimmy and Woolite kind of doing the same, and then Chakalot comes in big with the amount of damage. This is the second Herald going to Rogue, and it feels like Misfits Premier is going to have to somehow find a way back into the control of this game, because it feels like in terms of 1v1 it's fine, but these team fights are not going well for them.
Yeah, Rogue picked up the Herald here. I'd expect it to go towards mid. They could Herald this top tower, take it down, but the mid tower is so important at this stage in the game. You do really want to save it to use it mid, and I think a big problem Misfits has now is this Tristan is behind. She should be winning side lane. She should have had the Blade Spike ahead of the Akali way before she gets the Gunblade, and she should be taking these side towers, but I think if it comes to side lane, Chakalot's just going to stomp Ronaldo. It's going to be really difficult for Misfits to help Ronaldo group up, and even then, you're only, I mean, you have the Ashar, you have the Maokai, but it feels like Rogue just have so much backline damage with this Chakalot being ahead, and Woolite's hit 2 items quite early as well, so he's pumping out loads of damage. So Misfits, they need to group up, they need to look for picks, try and catch someone who's pushing aside, and just get some vision.
But it feels like that's what they keep trying to do, but then it backfires, right? They try to go for these plays, as this time Kira might have been found. in the end able to stay away from the phase breaker, otherwise certain death for him, as they look for these raptors, they look for these buffs, they look for the invades division, but they're not quite getting anything out of it. As you're saying, Chekolot in the sideline, I don't think anyone can really match him, and this is a man who has had insane performances on the Orianna, and if I see this, I'm just starting to think this man has insane performances on everything.
He's definitely played the fights well. I mean, if you look at the minimap, you can see Misfits hardly have any vision. They have the Skull Crab, a pink here and there in the ward, but it's littered with blue pinks across the map, and the only thing Misfits have really going for them is Aggressivo has the TP advantage. I think this mid tower is probably going to fall soon for the side of Misfits as well, though. And Aggressivo is losing the side lane, Ronaldo's losing the side lane. They don't have any mid power, so essentially they're having 3 lanes being pushed in. They're going to lose mid tower as well, so Rogue is in the driving seat for this game. Sizagenda needs to keep making sure he groups before Aggressivo can TP in and find an opportunity, but Aggressivo's 2 levels down to Sizagenda, and this sound actually hurts. He does damage. He's building towards a Titanic perhaps, and yeah, I think Misfits have to kind of look for picks here with these globals.
And that's my key point. How do you actually find these picks if they keep trying it again and again, and every time it feels like they just get taken down? The reinforcements are faster. There's double teleport on the side of Rogue, and they match. They find a Cyan ultimate. They just stall just for as long as they need to. That's why I'm asking to you, what does Misfits really do here? Because you say find a pick, and you have the capability, but I feel like Rogue, they're not in side lanes, they're just grouped up and they're contesting all of these objectives.
Yeah, the infernal map makes it so easy to rotate through sides. You see Sigenda run straight down through the red buff area. Chekolot has his whole blue buff area to himself, and it's so easy to rotate from mid to bot. These shortcuts that you have because of the infernal map, I think they're going to pick up this dragon. Ronaldo TP's the top, they're going to trade it for a tier 1 top, but someone needs to catch the bot wave eventually. I think if you look at Chekolot's items, he's gone for the sorcerer shoes. I think maybe Boris kind of scammed him a bit there. I think he should have gone for something like the Merc Treads, because I think they have so much lockdown with the Lilia, the Maokai, the Ash Arrow, the Pantheon stun. So him getting caught on side lane is a viable option. He doesn't have much tenacity. I think if they Pantheon ult with an Ash Arrow and perhaps Ronaldo can get some damage onto him, that's the person you want to shut down. He has a big shutdown, he has Perma Prio, and it's a big problem for Misfits right now, because in teamfights, he's going to slaughter the backline.
He's a crafty lad, Boris, and as you're saying, that's one of the opportunities rather that Misfits can find to get back into this game. But if you're saying that like your big play, like the way back into this game, is trying to catch an Akali in the side lane against a team like Rogue that thus far hasn't really moved up in side lanes, right? Like they catch the wave, they push it in, but they don't overextend, and it's something that they haven't done in groups either. And if they don't do that, what do you do here as Misfits?
Yeah, well, Herald's going to come into top tower, so they're probably going to lose this. Maybe they don't even need to use it, but the Herald's going to run out for the side of Rogue, so maybe they go for the tier 2. You can see Chekolot's grouping. They have double TP.
But what do Misfits do? Because I'm at a loss for words, and I'm asking you, you're the smart one here, right? Like, you know, if you're in this game, how do you get back here as Misfits? Because gold lead is getting bigger, you're losing control of the map, you're losing control of your turrets, you're against a really strong teamfight composition. What do? You have
to identify holes in the enemy team. You have to find them when they make mistakes. Zandara might look for fighter on the Targamas.
And Targamas gets blown up, will able to stay alive a little bit longer, is now walking backwards as we see a beautiful ult coming through there from Jezu. In the end, not enough damage. Aggressivo can tank a lot, but I don't know if he can tank quite that much as Trimby goes golden. We see Ronaldo disengaging, and the entire team's trying to get away from here as Aggressivo is going to be sacrificed. But now the re-engage from Misfits the last couple of times, it didn't go very well, and in the end, yet again, look at these health bars on Rogue!
I can't believe they got away with this. I mean, this is just a bad play from Rogue. They're overforcing in the top side jungle. It's not a good place to fight. If you're on the blue side of the map, you should definitely look to fight in different areas. And
is it a bad play if it works?
It worked. They got away. They got away with that.
Great.
They should not have got away with that, I think. But Misfits, they kind of found some kind of fight, and Ronaldo.
Whoa, Chekolot! Cool down. We're trying to have a conversation here.
Ronaldo just gets popped, and
yep.
As you're saying, I mean, the only way Misfits can get back into it is try to find holes in the enemy team, trying to find mistakes. I think that was a mistake from Rogue. Jezu has the flash. He might have to use it here if Moonlight goes forwards.
As Glacial Augment, the heal comes through. That's another flash, and that's both summoners down on Jezu against a turbo-fed Akali. And not just any Akali, but it's Chekolot. This man has been insane throughout this entire tournament.
Yeah, and if you rewatch this fight, I think Rogue do overstep a bit here. It's not a very good fight if you're blue side and you're ahead. I think these kind of fights are kind of dangerous. We see Ronaldo's free hitting, Jezu does go around the side and they can keep doing damage. Targamas doesn't have to flash away too early and the Sentinel comes out, Zanzo gets chunked out. Woolite wasn't really there, and Aggressivo, he has to re-engage because otherwise he's going to get chased down and Ronaldo has to jump out. He raised kind of out the fight, but then Sizagenda, he goes way too far forwards. He gets knocked up on the knock-up and then he just flashed away in time. The Tristana ult does come out, but I think that was just unlucky.
It saved him.
Yeah,
so much. I mean,
if they could have got the auto attack, but then yeah, exactly.
You don't know that.
But Misfits, They're down 4,000 gold now. They lost all their tier 1s. Chocolate might look for Ronaldo again here. He's got 2 jumps, so he should be able to get away.
As Ronaldo just immediately flashes. He respects, which I appreciate, because last time this didn't go very well. And this is the #1 seed of the LFL, the region we said was the strongest in the entirety of EU Masters. They're the defending champions. They had the most seeds coming through the quarterfinals. And one has already been knocked out. And if Misfits also goes, it would be a big hit to them. And on the other hand, for Rogue, they are aiming for the quarterfinals. As I see Sigenda charge up for a really, really long time. Teleport is going to get through here, and Chocolate now joins the fight as the Grand Skyfall comes in. They're trying to get as much damage on top of Chocolate, but they're overcommitting it. Zanzara now coming in, and Aggressivo is going to be kept alive, but the showstopper comes through. Chocolate goes in deep. The health bars are low, but it is a shutdown found now. The reset is there, but Chocolate goes in incredibly deep, but doesn't actually pick up any kill.
He missed.
Will be alive for a little bit longer.
Oh, he missed
goes
again.
on Kirai, but it doesn't find it. Chocolate shut down by Misfits.
There's a mistake. That's what Misfits need. They need a mistake. They went for the bot play. They went to get the globals in. They used everything they could to try and get the pick, but Dragon's up in 40 seconds. It's going to be the 3rd Dragon for Rogue, and this is what Misfits needed to do on Chocolate earlier, but now they're doing it on Sizagenda. He is quite tanky and Aggressivo. Kirai comes down, the Pantheon ult comes out a little bit later, and Chocolate tries to save it by TPing in, and the fight looks so good. I think Zanzar had such a good engage. You see, Sizagenda tries to get away. Chocolate does throw the TP in, and Ronaldo's already here. The Pantheon ult's coming out. Jessu's moving down as well, and they try to go for the fight. I mean, you've blown so many resources to start the fight, you may as well go for it. So Chocolate, he ults back in a second, then Zanzar on the side. The engage was incredible. He ults Targamas into the backline. He goes for the stun, he gets the showstopper, he gets the face break, he gets everything you need, and all of Misfits almost died.
And here it looks so bad, but how did they turn this around?
So Chocolate ease back in. I think he misses his Q. He misses the ult, misses his Q, and then he misses the flash Q as well.
He gets really greedy, and it doesn't work out in the end. The Hexfly is going to go through.
Are they going to get it?
Find a Smeal. He won't quite get it. It's 2 against 2 in Drakes. And now we have a kerfuffle in the river here. Aggressiva taken low. There's of course a Maokai going to try and get away as he uses his ultimate defensively. He's again that keeping 4 men busy as the Aftershock will keep Aggressiva alive for a little, but not for long. And now Misfits trying to get away. We see the Gunblade comes through. Kirai, of course, with the movement speed buff, will be able to get out in the end. It's a Drake for 1, and I think at this point in the game, you'll take that as Misfits.
It's not a bad trade, but maybe Rogue can go towards the Baron if they have the pressure, or even the mid tier 2. I think Misfits use all their tempo to get that Drake, and Aggressivo had no flash to get out, so 1 for 1. If they got the 3rd Drake, they'd be on soul points, so I'd say that's worth it if you don't lose too much. They're going to lose the tier 2. I mean, Sizagenda can walk up here and just be a sort of a tank, and they can force this tier 3. Chocolate has the ult, he's level 15, he looks so strong, his items are so powerful, he almost has the Zhonya's up, he almost has the Gunblade up, so they're going to get 2 towers and a kill for the response to the Dragon. It's arguable who kind of got the win there, because Rogue would have had the Dragon Soul point, but Misfits did shut it down. But Misfits, they need to do the same sort of play. They need to make side lane plays, try and use their globals, try and kill someone on side, and then move their vision towards mid and the Nash, because it's going to be so hard to get Baron vision.
And maybe also a mistake or 2 from Rogue.
Oh yeah, mistakes always help.
Because they do help, don't they? Because what we saw there was both Misfits capitalizing, as you said, and it was with the globals. We saw the Grand Skyfall coming in, we saw the Ashara being used, but it was also some missed execution on the side of Rogue, which is not something we're used to seeing from these players. There's a reason why they have been the #2 seed of the Ultra Liga, why they were the winners of the regular split in their own region until Kick really came online. And Misfits Premier, we're seeing here the weaknesses that we also saw for them domestically. But even in those games, they often somehow find a way to come back. Kirai gets taken a little bit low and needs to respect it, because we do see Zanzara looking for a possible flank. With this time, it's actually Rogue who's setting up the 1v1 here with both Zagenda and Chocolate in the side lane.
Yeah, Sion has a Titanic Hydra. You saw Misfits had some tempo there. They got the mid wave in, they were looking for something, but there really wasn't anything to find. So they do have the 1-3-1 set up, and Misfits are probably going to match it with their own 1-3-1, but they just don't have the pressure. They're going to lose all 3 lanes in prio. They're going to lose all the vision, and I just want to turn your attention to Zagenda. He's so tanky, and he has a Titanic Hydra. This man is going to one-shot you if he hits you with the ult.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe you don't see it on Aggressivo, but if Jezu gets hit by anything from Sizagenda, he's going to die so fast.
And he's building towards what I assume will be a locker, but I've seen the man go Triforce.
I don't want to see
Death Stance.
Death Stance style.
He's gone Triforce, Death Stance on Volibear, okay? I'm not putting anything
the arrow
past
hits.
expectations.
He has no
The arrow
tenacity.
does hit. And that is Chocolate getting taken low. The explosive shot spill on top of him. Can he find a trade? He's looking for Jezu. And the damage combined with Zanzara in the end is not going to be enough as Jezu flashes away. But reinforcements have arrived. We see that Chocolate goes in yet again. Tries to kill Kirei. As Aggressivo tanks a lot of damage, but it's not enough. Chocolate in the end will get taken down by Kirei. But Jezu is still auto-attacking. But it's again that Trimby. Look at how little damage this man is doing. As Warlord is going to join the fray. Decimating Smash come down. And that is a dead ash on your screen. As we see Rogue in the end still get the better end of that trade.
2 for 1 for the side of Rogue, but what can they look for? They don't have a huge top wave here. Mid inhib is open and there's a wave on it, so Rogue, they have a decision. Do they want to go for mid inhib here, or do they want to try to look some kind of dive? Ronaldo gets chunked out, but I think Misfits will be fine here.
He was thinking about the Hex Flash. Yeah. He didn't go for it, which I think is a good call. At this point in time, you don't want to give Rogue yet another avenue into the game. You're looking at a commanding lead here from Rogue, who somehow, yet again, have taken control of this game in a way that they always seem to be able to do.
Chocolate has TP, so they might want to keep forcing this. Aggressivo is up, so if Misfits do try some sort of engage to try and murder their tempo a bit here, then Chocolate's going to TP in, I think.
All or nothing team fight, Misfits. You can't lose it here because your base is low. The teleport is going to come in, but they're missing a lot of damage right now. Chocolate goes forward. Aggressivo already almost down, and he wanted to go for the Shuriken flip, but he doesn't quite do it.
Warlight's damage.
Misfits is taken back to the Rift. Warlight, you said he looked great on the Ezreal. This man somehow always goes a little bit under the radar, but currently the 5-1 and 7 Senna, the re-engage now on top of Zagenda, but he doesn't care at all. He's a fat Saiyan. He can take as much damage as you throw at him. Warlight over the wall, doing a lot of damage to Aggressivo. As the Winter's Bite gets procced in the end, it's not going to be enough, and now a possible re-engage coming through as Misfits. They're trying to seize this. They want to go for it. As again, the sidestep, the seed, they need to fight. There's an objective coming up. We see the Infernal Drake in 30 seconds. The Baron, of course, still on the table. They've lost their inhibitor, but it looks like Rogue gets out with their lives.
All they're doing here is stopping Rogue's bases. Rogue is so far down on tempo. They stayed way too long. They blew all their resources to try and start a fight, and they all need to base. Misfits might have the Dragon set up, and you can watch in this fight, the Ash Arrow comes out. Now, Chocolate only has a little bit of tenacity, so the stun wasn't as long as it should have been, but without the Merc Treads, he gets locked up, but somehow he survives here. They turn onto Jezu, so just good shot calling there from both Sanzar and Chocolate there, and the ball misses. Kirei does all the damage, and there comes his again from the side. Chocolate dashes out to the side as well, and then Aggressivo's kind of left on his own. Kirei tries his best to take him down, and he does eventually fall, but at what cost, right? Jezu's completely out of position. Ronaldo does manage to jump away, and it does end up in a 2 for 1, which wasn't engaged, and Misfits kind of started there. The waves were okay. I mean, I can see why they went for it. Chocolate was kind of far up, but it did fall in favor of Rogue, and it's all in this next Dragon, which I think Rogue's going to get.
Never mind. In the end, it will be Rogue who gets it, getting a soul point here at 32 minutes into the game. And I'm loving that this first game is already this close, because this is two teams that should be going evenly, that should be going head-to-head, neither of which should have a big edge, and thus far that's not been the case. And Rogue, they look so good, even without what we wanted to see from them early. Even by falling behind, Misfits were unable to sustain the momentum, and now they're looking at an almost unstoppable teamfight juggernaut.
Yeah, and Chocolate's not really my concern if I'm on Misfits now. It's Woolite, he's 2 levels up, he's so strong, he's almost got 4.5 items, but Ronaldo on this Tristana, he has picked up the 3 items, he's got the Infinity Edge, the Phantom Dance to the Blade, so Ronaldo is definitely quite strong. Jezu is a little bit weak, but Woolite is huge.
If you can't get to Warlight, he's also going to sustain the rest of his team. And there's so much beefy frontline for him, right? You have the Set, you have the Sign, you have the Braum. So again, that says, I don't care about your turrets. I really don't. The turret will get taken low, but not quite down. It's Zanzara. This time he did go for it. And,
oh, the sleep comes out. That's 3 man. That's 3 man.
That's a 3-man sleep. A really big play from Kira, but can they actually follow up? Zanzara uses the smash immediately. It's going to keep him alive for a little bit longer. As again, they're not looking for the re-engage. Receiver needs to get away. And we see Chocolate going yet again. Last time it backfired, but this time it won't. The minion waves are hitting the turret, and Rogue is looking for the ant. Targamas gets taken low. Warlight, he's not afraid of anyone. He can step forward as much as he like. Picks up as much damage as he pleases with a front line to keep him alive. And Misfits just has to look how they're unable to get taken down. Zadara goes forward for the face break. It doesn't quite find it.
They're going to TP in, I think. So again, they can TP back. I think they might be able to end here, or at least 3 inhibitors.
And 3 inhibitors is generally not great. I say, as they might go for the end. Yeah, I was kind of expecting a chuckle from you, but that's okay.
They're not going to go for the end.
Maybe I was not as funny as I thought. Now, explain to me, 3 inhibitors, there's no way you can get out on the map. How do you still do something here, really, as Misfits.
Well, you have to try and stop their bases. It's the only tempo that you can kind of recover, but they're chasing them down. Says again, this TP'd in. Agresivo doesn't have TP yet either, so it's a 4v5.
They find Kira. He uses the Zonias immediately to keep himself alive for as long as he can. Zanzara will get taken down. Immediately, Trade comes through. His Targamas is taken low as well. Jezu and Ronaldo, they need to do the damage. They can't afford to go down. It'll re-engage. That's where Agresivo goes in deep. On top of Zagenda, he has to ult away. Trimby taken low. Ronaldo wants to go forward, but he can't quite do this. Chocolat there on the blast cone will be able to get back to his wave. And it's double supers, so there's not a lot that they can do
They
here.
have to keep chasing. They have to stop the base as much as they can. Try and get any tempo they can, clear out the waves. And Agresivo, he's just fighting for tempo here. He's not going to win though.
The only thing he needs to do is stay alive as Chocolat goes in on Kirai. We see the arrow coming through. He's not going to hit anyone quite yet. As the sleep does get the kill in the end. Ronaldo goes forward. Agresivo has been stalling for an insane amount of time. And Misfits, are they going to turn it around or at least keep their dreams of staying in this game alive a little bit longer? If I look at the base, I'm saying no, Kadril. They stall, but in the end, it will not be enough as more and more members goes down. Agresivo down, Ronaldo down, and I don't think they will have enough damage available. Rogue is the #2 seed of the Ultra League. They got semi-finals last time, and it looks like they're going to be going up 1-0 in this quarterfinal as the #1 seed of the LFL is going to get taken out in this first game. Misfits Premier not quite strong enough to deal with this absolute team fighting machine as they pad the stats just a little bit more. You got to get those KDAs up, and it's going to be 1-0 here for Rogue.
Yeah, I mean, Misfits did all they can. If you just let them base and then let them get Baron, the game's over. Because they're going to walk in with 3 inhibs, buff up the waves, and you can't do anything. So they had to keep fighting, stop the bases, try and get something, kill them. Maybe you can do a 2-man Baron if you get an ace somehow. So props to Misfits. They tried their best to come back. But Rogue, I just think Misfits made way too many mistakes in the early to mid game. They gave up so many kills. This Akali was... She had 1 kill, but she was down 30 CS. She lost half her tower, but they just went for some crazy fights, which really didn't make much sense.
It was too much.
It was too much.
Playing from behind against Rogue is not something that you really want to do. As you said, yes, Misfits played to the outs, but the fact that they had to play to the outs in the first place is a very unfortunate one. We are going to go to a short break, go grab a stroopwafel, and they're going to be right back taking a closer look at what we just saw.
Yeah, go get a stroopwafel.
Got a squad on my right.
Running in for backup.
Yo, run, he's right there in front of you.
Sorry, guys, it happened again.
Damn, that's the 10th one today.
All right, I'm back.
Someone cover me.
You got him, you got him. Yo, that's sweet.
Yeah, it is. We about to win this.
I can get used to this.
HyperX Alloy. Built strong because it has to be.
I'm feeling like it's pulling me under. You tell me take my hand and trust me if you can. I know I'll be okay if I hold you, and I'm not letting go. You've woken up this feeling inside me. It's opened up my eyes. This thing I cannot hide. Do anything to keep it around me, and I'm not letting go.
Welcome back, everyone, to the second day of quarterfinals of the European Master. It's Chronicler and Cadril, and even though it looked good at the beginning, Misfits were hitting where we wanted them to hit, it wasn't enough. Rogue taking a very well-deserved win.
Yeah, it felt like some of the mid fights were just not what Misfits needed. I mean, you can see here, Misfits are going into mid game with a really good potential here. They have so much gold lead. Ronaldo's so strong, but he just jumps in. I'm not really sure what he's looking for there. I mean, they try and do a skewed engage. They're all not really on the same page. They don't realize his Agenda's coming down from River. Agresivo turns up a little bit late, and then they go for a 4v5, which they could easily disengage. I mean, Zanzar and Trimby are low, but his Agenda's so tanky, and Woolite and Chocolate have all their spells up. You see, Chocolate dives into the backline. Jesu has no flash. He just gets popped.
And there's nothing you can really do, and it's the cleanliness of this Rogue team that we've said time and time again. Every time, even here where it looks like they're the one catching you, all of a sudden, there's re-engage. There's an absolute insane CC combo in a Decimating Smash into a Phase Breaker, into a big smash.
Sure, deer flip.
Yeah, deer flip. That's never good, is it? If you are the deer in question. And even though Misfits kind of did what we wanted to, we saw, as you say, early Kirai getting ahead. That worked out great. Zanzara tried to find the cross-map plays, but didn't quite find them. But in the end, the sheer team fighting power of this number 2 seed of the Ultraliga is just too strong.
Yeah, and they went to play onto the Chocolate here, but it's too late in the game. Rogue collapses really easily. They have all the tier 2s down there, ready to react whenever. And the TPs come in. There wasn't many TP wards for Agresivo, but Chocolate does well to stay alive. Woolite's just free hitting, and Jesu is just so stuck on the top left of your screen. He's trying to live steal on the creeps, but even then, it's completely illegal for him to go back to the tower. They won't allow it, and they just kill him. So I think Misfits, they pulled the trigger a bit too early. They have the Ash Pantheon. They have so many tools to just engage onto Chocolate on the side lane early on in the game, but they go for it later on, and Rogue's 1-0 up, yeah.
A lot of Leo activity there from Misfits, as you would say. All in all, Misfits, they're one win away of getting, a loss away rather, of getting knocked out of the quarterfinals. Of course, they were the winner of 2019 spring. Rogue last time were the ones who got to semi-finals. They were not happy with that. They wanted more, which I understand. And I think the Ultraliga as a whole is looking for the big breakout player. Of course, you had Kick, who got very close last time, but then getting 3-0'd in the finals is never what you're really looking for. Yeah. And I think if you look at both Rogue and Kick, it feels like they have what it takes. Now, on the other end, Misfits, they got kind of the early game that they were looking for, but then in the mid-game, it felt like they just tried to overforce and it fell apart. What do they need to take away from this game if they want to have a shot at tying up this series? I
mean, I think the early game plan was good. Kirai's pathing was really good. They had pretty good lane assignments. They were getting ahead. They went into the 1-3-1. Even though they dropped Herald, it was still fine because it was over a bot fight. I think you should look more at draft. I think they should ban away the set for sure. This is just too much. I think Kirai having to track him all game is just too much, and there's no real other champ that can do that. Just run around and just completely stomp your team in the early game. So need to do something about that, I think. And then going into team fights, just be more coordinated. Make sure you protect your backline before you go into theirs. And just make sure, I mean, Ronaldo has to position a bit better if he's going to jump in on these Tristanas, LeBlancs and stuff like this.
Because it looked good in the beginning, but it didn't look good enough. Rogue are currently leading 1-0, and this could be the last game that we see of Misfits Premier in EU Masters. Stay tuned, and we'll see you after the break.
Another strop waffle.
Yes.
Hey everyone, and welcome to the EU Masters, where we pit the very best ERL teams against one another while showcasing up-and-coming European talent. 12 regions will compete to decide who will reign supreme over Europe, so be the first to scout and the first to cheer. Let's get right into it. EU Masters begins with the play-in group stage, where all regions will have at least one team represented, with a total of 16 teams divided into 4 groups. Here, each team will play against other teams in their group twice, with the top 2 seeds moving on to the play-in knockout stage. The winners here will move on to the group stage, where 12 teams have already pre-qualified. This group stage is where the teams will compete in a double round robin, with the top 2 teams advancing to the knockout stage. From September 15th to 16th, like before, top seeds will play against the second-seeded teams from other groups in a best-of-3, with winners moving on to the semi-finals. Here, the final 4 teams will play a best-of-3 and fight for their spot in the finals, where it'll be a best-of-5 to determine the next EU Masters champion. Each season, fresh talent explodes onto the Rift. The likes of Nemesis, Kazi, Selfmade and Humanoid all rose up through the EU Masters. But who will be this year's champion? Who will be the next breakout player to make it into the LEC? Join the ride, tag along, and witness history in the making. Bye for now.
Good to see you back. It's Chronicler and Cadril. We just saw Rogue go up 1-0 against Misfits Premier, the Ultraliga, about to knock out one of the LFL representatives and make that dream of a Polish member in the final just a little bit more likely.
Yeah, there's definitely two Polish teams on the bottom half of the bracket, and yeah, having them one in the final would be great for them. I think Polska Gurum is definitely shining in this series as we go straight in the draft. So Misfits banning away the Ash. I think a set ban is really good, honestly. Like, I'm just curious what else he can pick if Volibear, Trundle, these champs are out. So it definitely shuts down most of their playstyle. And I go Rogue. They could go for the Renekton ban again if they want. The Shen is also a priority pick, so that's Renekton ban. I wonder if they're going to ban Hecarim as well and then go for the Caitlyn ban. Or maybe they want to play a game of bluff and just give them Caitlyn. So they're banning away the Akali. I think that's also a good adaptation, especially when it's a flex on red side. So Misfits have a lot of options in the draft. So there's the Caitlyn ban. I would expect to see maybe a Shen from the side of Misfits or a Lucian. I think those champs are quite powerful. And then there's a Shen.
There you go.
Rogue should ban away the Hecarim, I think.
And then we have a lot of OPs we have off the table. Now, for Misfits, they got Kirai ahead, but it wasn't enough. In the mid game, they made too many mistakes, whereas Rogue, even though what we wanted to see from Zanzara, which he did try, was getting the laners ahead, in the end, it was just the teamfight execution that was so clean coming through from Rogue. But Misfits pick up an incredibly coveted mid laner, or maybe top laner here in the Lucian.
Yeah, that's why you don't find the Lucian, I guess. Just first pick it instead. They go for the Lucian. Rogue might want to spawn here with the Senna Ezreal, perhaps. Maybe something like a control mage, like an Orianna, wouldn't be bad to early rotate against something like the Lucian. Or they could go for the set, which I think is definitely Zanzara's favorite champion at this point. He's played so many set games this split, not only in the EU Masters, but in Ultra League as well. So they are going to go for the control mage. Good match into the Lucian. I doubt that Lucian's going bot, and you have red side, so you can leave last pick for top if it does go top as well. So you could pick up Set here, or you could go for your AD carry here, Senna Ezreal.
It's got to be Set, right? Like, I could maybe see them go for a Skarner, just because that's also been one of...
It is good into Lucian, for sure, the Skarner, yeah.
And, of course, with the Orianna, you know, get some extra speed up, which always makes you happy. Speedy.
Got a Zidian in there as well.
Oh, boy.
He's a rocket
and then what are
the you're just a predicting genius.
Well, we got him.
Crazy.
I've seen Dave B1 did, right? Like, so this is not coming out of nowhere, and it is a combo that is very strong. Oh, I love Zac.
Attack.
I love Zac. And we saw Tinks secure, using the Zac rather, to yesterday secure them a spot to the semis. So Kirai, talk to me a little bit about why is this the immediate reaction we see to the Skarner?
So Skarner is not a champ that can punish you. It's just it has 0 damage in the early game. It doesn't win duels. It's just a level 6 flash ult bot forcing QSSs. So you basically have a free jungle matchup against him. No matter what you pick, you can pick Soraka jungle if you wanted the Skarner. You're probably not going to get punished. So they go for Zac, and Zac is a jungler that if it falls behind, it's really difficult to play. But if you're not getting punished like against the Skarner, then you can just pick it for free. So Kirai, it's so powerful into Orianna as well. Like if you have like a Lucian Zac mid jungle combo and Chocolate loses his flash, it's impossible for him to get the push in mid, so really good pickup. I like the Thresh as well, and Rogue are going to respond with the Ezreal by the looks of it. I would expect to see some kind of support bans now, something like a Nautilus, Leona, Rakan, some of these teamfight engages that can follow up with Skarner. So I think those bans from the side of Misfits would be really good, and Aggro Rogue, they can target ADs as well, so maybe a Kalista ban would be good for the side of Rogue. Kalista, Senna perhaps, 2 good bans to sub out the AD pool, and then I think Jesu is going to have to go for something like the Kai'Sa.
Now, one thing that Misfits is still currently lacking is, of course, that AP damage. Do you think they're going to go for a mage in the bot lane, something that, of course, Gamer Legion has absolutely loved, or will they find it in the top lane?
Well, they could go for the Syndra bot. You are right in that sense. Syndra Thresh is quite a good combo, so Rogue, it's either a Senna or a Thresh ban here. I think they can choose between both, and then Misfits could have options. They could go for something like, I don't know, they could go for like a tank top, maybe like the Sion or the Ornn if they're feeling it, and then go for a Syndra, and then leave the Lucian as your carry in mid, because once you have an AD carry mid, you can play mage's bot. Or they can go for, they go for the Kai'Sa ban. So Senna's up if they want to go for the Senna. They've got one more support ban here. They're going to take away the Camille as well, so that stops a little bit more engaged. So Rogue probably picking their support here, keeping their last pick to stop the Lucian top, and Nautilus can be good. Ezreal Nautilus is not a strong combo. Braum could fit in a little bit as well to stop the Lucian damage, but...
You mentioned the Rakan, and I would not be surprised. That is something that Trimby has looked amazing on. I think it also works really well, just naturally, with providing an option for Skarner to come in, an Orianna ball delivery system. And, I mean, you know, Ezreal, he's going to be fine either way, and it will be the Rakan in the end. So Misfits probably now going to lock in the final 2 picks. What I do get the feeling here from Misfits, yet again, is that they are opting into a more team fight style. Now, last time that worked out okay in the beginning, but later on they got too greedy. Do you feel like this is somewhat of an overreach, or do you like this kind of commitment to the adaptation?
Yeah, I think it's definitely good. That's a surprising pick. They went for the Jhin there, so Lucian's definitely going mid. So they, like you said before, they need some AP damage. Ornn, like we said, would work super well. This gives them really good teamfight, and I think matching Rogue's teamfight is exactly what you need to do. Rogue, have a good teamfight. They're going to dive on your backline, maybe look for the Lucian Jhin on the Skarner, Rakan, Orianna ults with this little wombo combo. Even last game, they had a mini wombo combo with the set, and it all worked out, so they're the wombo masters, I guess. So they're going to go for that on the Lucian, the Jhin. So now you have the last pick top. You could go for a carry top, but I think something like a Mordekaiser could work really well. It's something that, since again, that has been playing in the past. You could also go for a tank match with the Sion as well, just to match the teamfight. But we'll have to see what Citygander wants to pull out here. Ornn is not super impressive in lane, especially with range.
You mentioned this one as well.
GP is a contested pick between both tops. I'm not a huge fan of the GP here. Yeah, I think Sion is much better.
Yet again?
I think the GP wouldn't really fit in, not much frontline. You could GP ult on the Rakan Orianna combo, but Lucian has loads of dashes. They have the Lantern, they have dashes as well on the Zac as well, so not the best pick. Sion is much better. Just match the tank with tank, match fire with fire, and yeah, just go ham.
You say fire with fire. When I think of tanks in the top lane, it's more like
wet noodles.
babbling brook and babbling brook that are just like, just
Yeah.
you know, just
Match the wet
chilling
noodles with the
top
wet noodles.
Yes,
But you have
yes,
engage.
yes,
That's
yes,
all you
yes,
need.
yes.
You need engage. Rakan, if
There's a
Rakan
lot of engage.
Yeah, if Rakan goes in alone, he's going to die. He's going to get one tapped. So you need Sisgender on the sound to go in first, and then the follow-up is good. I think both team comps are good. They both have different win conditions, right? Kirei, Ronaldo working well together, shutting down Chocolate. So getting his flash early could make it so they can unlock the game in the early game. Whereas Rogue on the side of them in the team fights, when Zanzara does get the 6, they can look for huge fights. I wouldn't expect to see too many dives this game. I think there's not many dive champions. You know, Rakan, stuff like this at level 6 perhaps could, but with Skarner, Zac, you don't have much dive damage. So, yeah, this is Teamfight City. This is going to be a brawl.
Just dive with Zac and teleport to the blob.
Is that your favorite interaction in the game?
No, I mean, I like Zac, and that is just...
You like Zac?
Yeah, I mean, as a champion, not in any...
Yeah, it is a champion.
I mean, you're okay. I see how it is, Cadro. As we get into the second game between Misfits, Premier, and Rogue. Rogue, of course, one win away from getting to semi-finals, which is what they hit last EU Masters versus Misfits, Premier, who are one win away from dropping out of the tournament and leaving the LFL with only a sole representative, which is also the defending champion. Now, besides my kind of, I guess, irrational love for cute Zac interactions, where do you expect to see the action early game here? Because last time we saw very clearly that Kira was going for aggressive pathing, and if I see this, it looks like they want to go for a level 1 invade here.
I don't think they're going to late invade here. I think they were looking for a ward to get the level up so they can get their Sonolinus level 2. I wouldn't be surprised to see Kira solo Wolves perhaps, maybe Raptors, and then just path towards top to bot. I think playing around mid here is the most important, so he's going to go for the Wolf start. It's quite good on Zac, so he's going to clear 3 top camps probably, or he could do Wolves and go to bot side. So I think there's not much gank setup for either junglers. I think it's going to be a slow early game. I think that Kirei's eyes are probably on mid most of this game, and Zanzara is not really running the Predator, so not too much gank setup, but the phase rush is really good against champions like Zac. You know, you can just proc it, run away. So they're in a good spot, so... Yeah, wet noodle fight on top as well, and this Lucian is running a TP, so not ignite on mid, so he's not playing super aggressive. But there is 3 sides on the side of Rogue, so when it comes to that 8-minute mark, we could see those TPs come into action for the Herald. But Kirei is going to go for the 3 top camps, and he's going to path into bot. So both junglers pathing bot side. I love this interaction with 2 jungle caps.
Oh yeah.
And it looks like bot crab will be contested, so Misfits have the mid push, they have the bot push, so I think Kirei is in a good spot for this bot crab. That feels good as a jungler, honestly. Like doing 2 camps at the same time in 2 minutes.
Oh yeah.
Dude, it's tempo heaven.
That's the dream, right?
It is the dream. So
what is the interaction that makes you the happiest as a jungler, besides stealing Scuttle? We all know that one, right?
Yeah.
It's junglers,
it gets personal between junglers, man. If you steal a jungler's Scuttle, he's going to your Raptors, man.
He's going to try and murder you.
Those are my Raptors if you take my Scuttle. So Targamas spotting out Zanzara there. That's such a useful ward. I think that supports and tops can have so much impact on the map by warding this part of the map, so they can spot the Gromp in the blue, and the top laners can ward the Krugs. It gives so much vital information because these 2 camps are on the opposite sides of the map, right? If you're on Gromp and you can go for a top dive, if they see him on Krugs, you can go for a bot dive. So bot crab spawning in 15 here. Kirei is probably going to move to that after this.
My question for you is, you say this is probably not going to be an event for early game. We see the Skarner, who of course needs to farm to level 6. We see the Zac that likes to just farm up, get some levels in the Elastic Slingshot and take it a little bit easier, although of course ganks are possible. How then does either of these teams find an edge in the early game, besides the innate priority that you get from a pick like the Lucian?
Well, I think bot dives are possible for Misfits if Sisgender doesn't have the TP.
That's action though.
Yeah, that's action. I mean, if you don't want to go for action, I think Dragons are obviously the best way to go. The way you crack open slow games is either getting the early Drakes if you're in the driver's seat, or if you're not in the driver's seat, or even if you are, you could look for the early Heralds. So push out bot base on that 6-minute 30 to 7-minute mark, run out to top side, push out top, and then just move towards the Herald, get full vision, maybe even kind of split the map in a way that the jungler can take enemy top camps, and you get the Herald, and then you can re-swap again, go back to bot side, and once you start heralding bot tower and forcing the plates, someone has to respond.
You make it sound very easy.
Well,
is it that easy?
Yeah.
That's why it always goes perfectly according to plan.
Well, no, it depends. It depends how the bot... It's all on bot waves, right? If you get the bot push and you base and you go there, if the enemy bot wants to give up the whole wave and match you there, then sure. We're just gonna have... Yeah, we'll take it that we're 1 wave up. But if they do go back bot and push it out and then have to push the next one and they have to run up the river, then they're already too late. So it depends who gets the best base, whether there's a fight, who has better tempo on bots, and who kind of gets the base off first. So I think that's what we'll see. And like we said, Kirei, he needs to look mid. He's going to base here for his Pommy Cinder probably, but most of the fighting is around mid this game. I think Zanzara needs to put his pinks to cover him after his first base. Make sure Chocolate can push in without getting punished, because Zach is a notorious mid ganker. He's so good at it.
Oh yeah, Raptor camp into max.
Oh yeah, flying over every wall.
Oh yeah. I also love the drive-by steals, but I don't know if we're going to see that.
Dude,
so
you and your Zach interactions.
They're really fun.
Yeah,
it's a very unique champion. Unfortunately, it neglected, but although he's getting a skin sometime soon.
Is he?
What's your favorite champion?
Kha'Zix.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you had a good time like a month ago.
Yeah, I played it once.
Oh.
Didn't have much success,
okay.
but we won.
Okay, you got the dub.
I got the dub.
That's what really matters as we see the push coming through here. So, looking for early dragons, that's one. Looking for maybe a dive if there's really a lot of trading and an overextension. And then Zanzara getting to level 6 as soon as he can to try and find the big play. Then my question for you is, how has your EU Masters been so far?
It's been good. It's been really fun.
Yeah,
I really liked casting and stuff, and
it's really nice, isn't it? Just good fun.
Oh, it's
talking
lovely.
Talking about the game, which you seem to love as well.
Which I do all the time. With my
do it anyway.
But just a quick thing I wanted to say about this game. I think Misfits is someone in the driving seat, right? Jesu's picked up the BF sword, Woolite's gone for the tier, Checklight's gone for the Seeker's arm guard, so they're going for these defensive scaling items, whereas Misfits, Ronaldo's probably going to base pick up a Cutlass. Jesu has the BF sword, Aggressivo is getting the push in top as well, so Misfits, essentially they have 3 winning lanes, which you could kind of take away from draft, because Rogue can't really contest early. You have a Skarner with no Cinderhook, no ult, you have a TRS Rio, Rakan's not level 6, so they don't have any tools yet. So Misfits is in a good spot right now, but I think when level 6 comes around, a couple more items.
Will get found in the end. Deadly Flores does some damage, but Kirai not going to get the stretching strikes. And as you were saying, they need to respect the fact that there is a bit of an item discrepancy, and a lot of champions that just want to kind of farm and take it slow. However, this is similar to what we saw last time. Misfits in the first game of this series also found the early lead, and then they kind of seemingly for no reason gave it away, maybe got a little bit over eager, whereas Rogue have already shown they can come back from larger deficits.
Yeah, definitely. Chocolate, he has already based and TP'd back. He's got the Seekers, he's in a base again. So Ronaldo, he could TP back here, get the mid push and try to look for something, but I think saving TP here could be really good for the side of Misfits. If they have double TP on both their solo laners, any bot fight... Oh, there he goes, never mind. So he's going to push in, he's going to go for the bot fight.
It started like he was walking back.
Yeah, so he's going for the Muramana build, so he's definitely going to scale really well. I think moving into bot side, they could look for an early Drake here. Ronaldo has really good mid push here, Kirai's in bot side river, so could look for an early Drake. That's definitely one of your win conditions. You need to get this game snowballing somehow. You have the bot push as well, so yeah, they're going to start it up. Ronaldo looking for a pink here. Hopefully finds it.
Yep.
Bingo.
There's the pink. Thank you very much for the small, but, you know, still nice amount of gold as they basically get a free Drake here. Zanzara on the other end of the map, and Rogue in terms of the items also not really looking for anything. This first Drake is still fine.
You gotta love it when you have mid and bot prior as jungler. It's the best feeling ever. The first 7 minutes, 8 minutes of the game, you have bot push, you have, hey guys, you have mid push? Yeah, I got mid push all game. Okay, I'll just do a free Drake.
Yes.
There it is. Kirai level 6 on his Zac. But Zanzar has hit 6 now. He has the flash. Like we said, he doesn't have Predator, so it's a bit difficult for him to actually get on someone like Jesu, as he has Lantern. But Kirai's going for an aggressive blue buff here. He's really low.
You are on the ward.
And he doesn't have mid push. Chocolate's moving as well.
Be careful, and he will be careful, fortunately for him. As you say, also a back behind. Don't really think he wants to go for anything big here.
He's still going.
Misfits.
He won't allow him to get away with this one.
It's personal. This feels personal, Cadril.
Chocolate could get caught here if he steps up too far.
Oh, don't forget, Zac has the passive, which could keep him alive, but it's a bit of an overextension, and it's unnecessary. And let's not forget, this is the type of play that Misfits made in the last game, and it backfired.
Yeah, I think Misfits need to keep the game going. I think they need to try to push out this bot wave. Maybe Targamas can base and go with Kirai towards the top side. Herald's up. I think Herald is the biggest point of contention right now. It's almost 9 minutes in the game. If they can sort of get a swap going, try to get some kind of Herald pressure going, I think Misfits can snowball really well. But Rogue, I think they have some sort of tempo here. They could be the ones with the first base, and I think Rogue are a really good spot right now. They want to fight. I wouldn't be surprised to see them base here on bot and run towards Herald, or Misfits do the same sort of thing, because this is how it goes. If you just kind of play a stalemate game, then no one's really going to win in the end. But you have the Jhin, you have the Lucian. Zac's level 6, Thresh's in early games is quite strong in fights, so I would like to see some kind of Herald pressure in the next minute or two.
Remember to taking it really slow. Jesu also just staying underneath his turret. But I do see Targamas now walking at least towards mid lane. So perhaps they are finally going to go and make a play on the Rift Herald. Because as you say, in terms of early game, this has been super uneventful. Nothing happened. We saw one Drake picked up. We don't see any huge discrepancies between CS. It's a wave here, a wave there, but nothing to really write home about.
Yeah. You can see Rogue's bot lane moving for the Herald. I think they will be first to it, so Misfits might lose some vision here, because Jezu is going to be late. He has picked up the pickaxe, so he does have good damage, but there could be a fight here. Like we said, from the draft, the first 10 minutes are going to be slow, but now the game should start to pick up a bit. Everyone's got their level 6s, everyone's got their things ready, and there could be a fight here, but they just don't have any vision to walk in.
Can you afford to give up this Herald as Misfits? I say as they are very clearly not looking to give up this Herald.
It's difficult. I would say it's difficult to fight this. They lack vision, and Zanzar and Trimby are level 6, but if they can get some sort of good position, Kire can get a good engage onto Chocolate, try and force them out, then I think they can take over this Herald.
They're kind of funneled here as well, right? They need to try and get into a position. Now they are making their way into the river. Kirai, though, stays away from the decimating smash.
It's going to reset.
The Herald taken low and will reset now, meaning that it's going to be neither team. If you are in a straight-up 5v5 here, who should have the edge this early if Zanzara doesn't find the pick? I say as the Scorpion moves forward, very happy to try and do exactly that as the ultimate
He's gonna get chunked out.
comes through. We see a lot of damage here now as
good flash from Ronaldo.
Taken low, beautiful play there as we see the passive being procced. Agressio flashes forward, goes for the play. Shockwave is not enough damage just yet as Targamas flashes away. Here comes the curtain call. Jezu is an absolute sniper as he picks up the first kill. Ronaldo going forward as well. And it's a 1-for-1 trade in the end, but it might not be done quite yet. Zagenda, he can tank a lot, but not quite that much, as the kill will go to Ronaldo, who yet again finds a big lead. Misfits win the first fight.
Yeah, Zanzara getting greedy there. He goes for a pink and Kiri jumps on him, and there was so much damage laid onto him. Jezu trading onto Woolite here, and look at top wave. Rogue's gonna bleed that whole top wave. Okay, they are gonna TP in. Jezu?
Jezu?
He has the flash.
Jezu. Yeah, it's fine. There's no damage on Trimby.
Yeah, when you're having these 5v5 sort of like looking at each other, who's gonna engage first kind of sort of situation in top side, it all depends on the waves. Now, Misfits lost a lot of waves on top, and they need to catch this bot wave, so it's even overall from top and bot waves. And you can see the fight's kind of over when the Herald resets. Misfits is out position. Rogue do try to punish here, but Zanzara walks one way, his whole team walks the other, and Curious like, is this guy trolling? So he just jumps on him, and then Ronaldo gets the culling across, and watch Ronaldo here. He flashes Trimby's ult so well to just instantly one-shot him. He gets knocked up. Trimby gets taken out from the start, and Curious passive does proc. Chocolate uses the ult to make sure he finishes him off, and
the hook as well.
The hook was lovely, and then he had to flash out, so you can see on your screen, Rogue do get the Herald, but Jezu, like you said, the sniper man just shoots a bullet straight to two people and hits the third, and damn, curves the bullet. Have you seen that film where they curve the bullets?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what he did.
Cool.
I'm sure of it.
I don't see Angelina Jolie in this one, but, you know, maybe that happens in the second arc. As we see the push coming through here.
Sorry, what?
Of the game. You know, you don't know what happens. There might be a plot twist here.
Yeah. True. Well,
you don't sound like you believe me, which is honestly a good call in your end, as Misfits now have picked up a lot, even though the Rift Hold in the end has gone on the rebound to Rogue. We see early QSSs coming through as Ronaldo says, I will not lose to you, Skarner. No thank you.
Yeah, I think the reason Rogue got the Herald there was just he went way too aggro in mid. I think he kind of murdered his tempo meter a bit, and he didn't really have any sort of way to get to the Herald, because he still didn't base after the fight, but Misfits, second Drake they're going to pick up here.
And as the Drake gets picked up, I want to ask you, because you mentioned it a lot, tempo. And what does that really mean for a team to take control of the tempo, and how do you keep control of it? Because this is something that obviously you're very familiar with, and it's something that teams play around, but it's also something I imagine if you just tune in, you know, you're a fan of the LFL, and you just see Misfits 0-1, and you're like, what?
Yeah, tempo has many different sort of meanings behind it. It could be you could get tempo because the enemy person is chunked out. That means he's too low to fight, so you have tempo on the map. Or he hasn't based for a while, which means you can force because he's got lots of gold in his inventory. Or if you get out on the map and you get the vision first down and you have the waves pushed in, then it means they have to catch the waves. So you have tempo on that side of the map, right? So it essentially means you have a turn. It's almost like, I guess you could think of it as like chess, right? It's your turn basically to do something on the map. They have to react to it because their plays can't be proactive. They have to be reactive. So that's the base meaning of tempo.
So you're telling me that League is actually a turn-based RPG?
No.
Oh, well, okay, never mind. I try to take a lesson.
In a way, it has that element in it, but that's kind of what the meaning behind tempo means. And they're looking for a blue up here.
See the chance.
Zanzara has flash.
The elastic slingshot is going to find Zanzara yet.
He has no passive.
Kirai is very far forward. Not sure if that's really what you want to do. He sustains for a little bit, but that is just going to be a kill for a blue buff, and I don't think that's worth it.
Yeah, a bit confused there. The thing is, when you want to take fights in the enemy jungle, when it's this early in the game, what you want to do is push in the waves and make it so you can see the enemy champion on the waves, and then you can start the fight. But Misfits didn't see anyone bot, they didn't see anyone mid, and then they went for a blind engage onto Zanzara, who even has the flash, he has the ult. Kirei doesn't have the passive, so the Herald, there's no platings up, but they should be able to get mid tower here.
And that will be the first Tour of Blood. And Rogue, seemingly again in similar fashion, I say, as the TP comes through. Maybe an overextension here from Rogue as they try and go big. Zanzara will get it by the final flourish as the second activation gets cancelled. Trimby with a beautiful grand entrance there and runs away rapidly with dignity, but unfortunately a teammate's still going down.
So yeah, that's
1-for-1 in the end.
That's not a bad TP actually. I mean, he's going to lose top tower for it, but then on the other side, Ronaldo's going to get bot tower. So essentially what Agresivo did was said, you're not taking my mid tower, not today. Put his foot down, TP'd in, took out Zanzara, who actually lost his flash in that fight, and Skarner with no flash is quite useless.
And that's first Tour of Blood in the end picked up for Misfits due to the delay that they were able to find there. Now coming into this game, we expected it to, at least at the start of the series, to be on Kira, but he's been playing a tank, he's fallen behind in CS, and it's really Ronaldo and Jezu that already feels like, at the moment at least, they are carrying the weight, whereas Kira is more facilitative. Now Zanzara, we saw his amazing set game in the last game, has swapped to the Skarner. How do you feel about this swap? Because the set was open, and it's something that worked so well for them, and you were also a little bit surprised. Now Skarner, of course, is still going to force a hit to the economy of Misfits, but if I see someone like Ronaldo, which I imagine is a prime target to drag back into your lair, with an early QSS, it's got to feel a little bit bad.
Yeah, having to pay QSS tax kind of sucks a bit, but Zanzara, I mean, the pick in general is, it's a good champion when it comes to team fights. Obviously, you don't have much impact early game, you don't have much damage, you're not really going to carry the fights. You can look for early dragons, you can farm up quite well, but it's all on that ult. Your whole champion revolves around the ult, and maybe Predator if you want to look for some kind of ganks, but obviously, he's gone for the phase rush, so he's basically focusing on team fights, and without the flash, it's so hard to get on their backline. You're essentially relying on Trimby or Sisgenda to find the pick, and then you're the follow-up, whereas you kind of want to be the main engage, and without the Predator, it's kind of difficult, and you can see Misfits, they've got Lucian in the top side. Ronaldo is going to be hitting onto his top tower. He doesn't have the Blade of the Ruined King, so he doesn't do too much damage to Sisgenda, but he will always have the push, so Misfits trying to defend Agresivo on the bot side, make sure Rogue can't get anything there, and like we said in the last game, when it comes to the 14 minutes to 20 minutes mark, when everyone's out of lane and your bot lanes are in mid, sort of matching each other, it's all about mid prio. If I can push in the mid wave in your face and put you on a tower and move to a side lane, then you're essentially losing out on that side lane. And the mid prio looks kind of even in this game. You can see Misfits can't really go too far in the river, but neither can Rogue. So the game's at sort of a stalemate in a sense now. It all comes down to item spikes and whether someone makes a mistake or if they can find a good engage.
Last game it was mostly Misfits who made the mistakes as the #1 seed of the LFL. Yep, you'd expect, maybe if you're coming into this blind, you haven't seen any of the other games, maybe expecting a team that's more consistent, but what has made them so strong, what has given them the #1 seed is more their clutch factor, right? Their ability to play from behind, and that is something that we saw glimpses of the last time as, yeah.
Ronaldo has the TP out there. There's no Herald, so it's not going to affect it too much. I think he thought they were collapsing on them, but this mid tower from Misfits is quite low. I would expect it to drop here. They are grouped up 5-man, but Misfits, Ronaldo's on the way. Dragons in 28. I think Herald's also in about 30 to 40 seconds, so there's going to be a fight here. Mid tower's going to down, so Misfits, they need to push this mid wave and try and contest either one.
They are looking at Soul Point. If they pick up this Drake, so for Misfits Premier, it's do or die. If they lose this game, the #1 seed of the LFL, the defending region of the European Masters, will be out. Rogue, meanwhile, are looking at a leisurely position where if they grab the win here, they go to the semis. We see a laid back come through. Teleport, of course, available.
Misfits, they're going through bot here. Really smart decision. They don't face check mid top side, they go through bot. They use their bot push to use it as vision so that they can start the fight. So they're hugging the bot side of the map. Mid wave, they're going to lose, and there's going to be a fight here.
So much hard engage available.
Oh, Kirei.
Here again on top of Warlight, and that's a lot of damage immediately coming through. He has the passive available and will stay alive for a little bit longer. Curtain Call doing a lot of damage on Trimby here. Targamas in the end going to get taken down, and the damage needs to come through from Misfits as they find two. Ronaldo not really getting anything with the calling, and now it's just the damage dealers with Agresivo in the front. But the health bars are kind of low on the side of Rogue. They move forward. They want this Drake so badly. They still have 5 people available, and if they can get it here, if they can find the kill, it's looking good for Rogue yet again as they dive on top of Ronaldo. He gets blown up. That's the Drake, and yet again, Rogue seems unmatchable in a straight 5v5 team fight.
Misfits played it pretty well. They went through bot. They knew their win condition in the fight. They knew how to set it up, but Kirei just went way too deep. There was no follow-up whatsoever. You had the curtain call, but that's about it. So watching this again, he's sort of jumping all the way halfway across the team fight just to land onto Woolite, who can dash away, and now he gets ulted by Zanzara, and they just burst him down, and you can see Jezu in the backline is firing out the shots, but there's not enough damage, so I think Misfits kind of overestimated their front to back there. They jumped in, they thought they had more damage than they actually did, and then Rogue kind of turned around and went, that's too deep, mate, punished him straight away, and Trimby here saves his ult, he has the heal as well, so he dashed onto Sigenda and follows up with the knock-up. Ronaldo gets popped as well, and that's 3 kills for the side of Rogue and the Drake, which kind of shut down Misfits' win condition.
And this is a big problem for Misfits because now they're in a position where they were last game, early game, looking good. They're coming out even, they find the 2 Drakes, they get the first turret blood, and then one team fight goes wrong, and if this game follows the same script that I saw last time, it's just going to be Rogue who wins team fight after team fight after team fight. How do Misfits get back the control? Because if you can't get on Woolite, what do you do?
The problem they have now is Woolite's going to outscale Jezu, Ezreal versus Jhin. I think the Orianna is definitely going to outscale the Lucian, and they have so much front-to-back damage. They have so much team-fight zone control. Woolite can self-peel against the Zac, he can dash away. Chocolate has so much damage for the backline if they step up too far. And Misfits, Lucian, Jhin, these are kind of short-range carries. Neither of them have much tank damage. You know, Ronaldo didn't go for the blade, so Sizigenda's just going to build full armor, stand in their face, and take all their damage, because Misfits don't have much AP damage. It's kind of Zac Ornn a little bit in its Thresh, so there's not much AP carry damage, whereas Rogue have so much mixed damage and they have so much team-fight potential.
Is this why you go for the AP Zac?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Bust out Lily Andrews.
Oh yeah. Get the burn. Get the burn going, and then see that you still don't do that much damage, because unfortunately, you're a tank, as Misfits Premier now looking a little bit lost. This is a team that in their own region has come back from games like this. But I gotta imagine being down against what might very well be the strongest team fighting team in the entire European Masters, the 2nd seed of the Ultraliga that dominated their own region in the regular splits, as their turrets fall and crumble. I'm not sure if Misfits is going to be able to get back from this, especially with how last game went.
Yeah, Woolite on this Ezreal is unleashed. He has the 2 items at 21 minutes. He's got the Mirror Mana. He's so unleashed. You can see they just pushed him mid. They moved to top. Chocolate has the push because he's winning the side. He has full vision, and then they took the top tier too. So they're going to base here. Sizigenda building towards that Titanic again. And I just don't see how Misfits can take down the front line of this squad of RGO. They have just both their carries are AD, and they're just building full armor.
And something that Rogue just hasn't been doing either is getting caught, right? Which is something that was a big win condition for Misfits, or at least an opening in the last game. Rogue, it feels like they're just always in the right position at the right time. There's always reinforcements, there's always help available, there's always some front line. And Woolite is such an interesting player to me because he's, of course, someone with so much experience, with a lot of international fame. And to see him even basically go kind of even in lane every single time, but then get fed in fights time and time again. As we do get the hook there on top of Zanzara, that will be a beautiful pickup, but he flashes over. Targamas pays the price. Jezu now, we see him get taken low. Woolite needs to flash, but Kirai this time finds Woolite. That's an incredibly important kill as the main damage source goes down. Chocolate, the secondary one, is coming in here. Has a lot of damage available. Bounty on his head and a shockwave, but we see Misfits. They immediately pull the trigger. They see the Ezreal is dead, and they run towards the Baron.
They're going to start the Baron here. I mean, Woolite definitely made a mistake there, like we were talking about. Mistakes are key in these kind of series, and Woolite dashes way too forwards. Kirei, he's in a sneaky position. He's looking for a knock-up on the Chocolate, I think.
It's all or nothing for the LFL for Misfits here. Only LDLC will remain if they go down. The Elastic Slingshot comes through. Kirei can't quite find anyone with the stretching strikes. Aggressiva goes for a knock-up, but it's not a lot. But the stall does come through from Rogue.
They have to push out a base now. They used all their tempo trying to start a Baron, tried to look for a turn, but they couldn't find it. Chocolate has the flash, Zanzar has the ult, so if Kirei went in too deep there, it would be just like that Dragon fight. Kirei was thinking about it, he went off to the side a little bit more, and Rogue just making mistakes here. Zanzar is kind of walking off on his own, no real vision on that side of the map, and then he gets caught. He has to flash away, so now the Skarner is kind of harmless in fights, and then Woolite, he hits the Q onto Jezu, and then ease forwards in front of 3 people, so the Ornn ult comes out, really well played, he flashed it, Kirei predicts the flash, gets knocked up, gets taken down, shut down for the side of Jezu, and Misfits are capitalizing on the mistakes. There's going to be a dragon in 30 seconds, and I think there's going to be a pretty big fight over this as well.
Both teams incredibly happy with this mountain, so if they can pick it up. There is so much tankiness on either side. Rogue, of course, having a little bit of an easier time in actually taking down those tanks, but Misfits Premier is going to have an even harder task cut out for them, as a lot of damage goes through him. So again, I say a lot, but
he's getting scratched.
Yeah, he doesn't actually care that much. He still has his W available as well, so enough shielding for that man. As now we do see Misfits move forward, try and take control of this river.
He got Chocolate's flash. Kirei just jumped onto Chocolate there and forced his flash away onto the tower. Chocolate did get the tower in the end, but now he's no flash in a team fight versus Ornn Zac. I think he might struggle.
And And that's not what you want to have happen. As Zagenda goes for an invisible decimating smash, which will hit absolutely no one from Misfits Premier. The trigger gets pulled, they go far forward. They find Trinity, but he's not quite the target that they are looking for, and neither is Zanzara. They're looking for Chocolate, they're looking for Woolite. These big fat carries on the side of Rogue. Those are the ones you need to take down if you want to have a shot at winning this team fight.
Trimby's going to have to be big in this fight. Woolite, Chocolate, and Zanzara have no flash, so he really needs to look for something. Agresivo has the ult. They need to make sure they keep this Drake control because they have no prio in bot and no prio in mid.
This is the sole point for Misfits. Their life is on the line. They can't afford another loss. They will be out of European Masters if they lose this. The Dragon gets started, and Rogue are not giving them anything. Kirai is in a flanking position. Woolite is off to the side.
He's looking for Chocolate.
That lane, but Kirai will get spotted out now. Clears the ward, but they do know that he is there, and here comes the combo. We see the Call of the Forge God go down. A lot of damage from the Koenig, but not quite enough. As Targamos is tanking, keeps himself alive for a lot longer. Ronaldo goes for a big Colin, but can't quite get the damage through. And now Kirai goes in onto the backline, doesn't actually find anyone, gets charged immediately. He finds the stretching strikes on top of Woolite and Chocolate, but there's no damage follow-up, and it looks like Rogue is going to be able to even up the Drake score here as Misfits runs for the hills. They get chased down. In the end, they will not go through. The Drake, however, is open, and Misfits Premier have to see yet another Drake go the way of Rogue.
Kirai is really struggling in these fights. Every time he dives in, it's just way too deep. Agresivo, he used the Ornult way too early. I think Rogue are going to turn towards the mid wave and just push in. Maybe they can look for Baron, but you can see Kirai. He's looking for the flanks, and it just feels like they're not synergized so well. They know Chocolate has no flash. Why aren't you just doing the Drake and making them walk up, you know? Rogue, the Drake's at 4k, they can just run away. The Ornult comes out, yeah, it hits two people, but if Kirai jumps there, he's way too deep, and then Sizagenda says, okay, I'm going to engage this. This is getting a bit pathetic now. So then Kirai looks for the re-engage, but again, you see when he jumps in, it's just way too deep. He goes for Chocolate, misses, he flashed on Woolite, but again, there's no follow-up. Ronaldo tries to dash forward to do something, but Kirai gets taken down. Rogue get the Drake again, and I feel like they should have just forced the Dragon, take it down really low, make them have to walk in and then start the fight.
Instead, Misfits see that soul point slipping through their fingers. They are now a solid 3k called behind. It's Rogue who yet again has taken control over this mid game, who pick up more objectives, who pick up more turrets, who hit those item spikes earlier. And Misfits Premier have now twice opted into the strategy of we're going to draft team fight. We're going to try and match Rogue, and it just doesn't seem to work.
Yeah, definitely. The team fights have been a bit skewed again. We saw it in the game one. Misfits team fighting wasn't really there, and you can see it again. They're just not really on the same page sometimes. And Ronaldo building towards either a Last Whisper or Mercurial here. I'd like to see some kind of Last Whisper come out from both the carries because the front line of Rogue just has way too much armor, and they're essentially on a timer in a sense. I mean, when Chocolate gets his flash up, I think he's going to play so aggressive in these fights, and with Kirai jumps in, Chocolate manages to flash away. I think Kirai's going to get popped again just like he did before, so Misfits should look to force here.
They need to be the ones who dictate the pace of the fight. Kirai, we see you do this time and time again. The last couple of times didn't go well. And yet again, you go in on your own. There is no one to help you. The Lantern gets interrupted by Zagenda with a beautiful ultimate. And that is a sad, sad thing to see for the LFL as Misfits Premier already down one game. Rogue taking complete control, going for the Baron, and might be looking towards an incredibly scary push. You see Misfits, they don't want to give this up. They know as well as we do that if this is taken down, they're in a heap of trouble. Immediately Kurtikal has to get cancelled. And like you're saying, it's a 5 versus 4 against the team fight composition. You can't fight this. Zagenda fights the decimating smash.
Let's go for the
Baron going for Rogue, and now they go for the mid turret. I don't think that's going to end well.
Yeah, Agresivo has the flash. I mean, Kirai again, he jumped in way too deep. He's not that tanky. He just has base health. He has a little bit of MR from his brutes, but he doesn't really have any stats to defend himself. I mean, if Woolite can dash away from his combo, he's just going to pop him, and I can understand why they're looking for these engages, because Chocolate's flash is coming up soon. They need to start something. I mean, if you watch the meme map here, Chocolate's catching top wave, so they think, oh, it's kind of a 4v4. Maybe Agresivo gets here first. Let's just look for it. I mean, let's just look for this fight. So he dashes in. He tries to predict Woolite's E, but he doesn't fall for it. And he does E in eventually, but Kirai gets way too low. And look at this Lantern cancel by Sizagenda. Absolutely pixel perfect. I love it. So then Kirai gets taken out, and that's just Baron. So Misfits try to respond by kind of hovering around, fishing for something, poking and prodding at this 5-man of RGO, but eventually they just get the mid tower, and Woolite, 3 items, the CDR is popping off, he's so unleashed.
And coming into this game and really the whole series, we talked about Rogue as, okay, they're really good, but Zanzara, he's facilitated. It's all about the big carries, Zagenda and Chocolate. Now, yes, they've had amazing games. You see stuff like the fact that Chocolate just seemingly can't be touched, deathless in this game. The fact that Zagenda finds these constant plays is an immaculate frontline for his team. But for me, the real hero and this is something that I guess if you've watched a lot of International League that you've heard before, is Woolite. This man, in every single game, just picks up kills left and right, and it feels like Rogue has so much faith and gives him so much resources in these fights, and there's nothing that Misfits can do.
Yeah, we saw him on the stand last game. Very few deaths. Woolite is... Every game they win, it feels like Woolite has solo deaths. He makes very few mistakes. The only mistake he made this game was in mid, and Zanzara flashed in.
And they go really, really hard on the Nor. Normally that's not a great call, but this time they have a 5 people and a Baron buff at the ready. Don't forget, Misfits Premier are looking at their elimination from the tournament here if they are not able to defend this push. Ronaldo is going to come through here with the back timer, but it's a 4 versus 5. I don't think they can do this. It looks like the LFL is going to take a big hit here as Rogue dives in deep underneath the turret. They need to play the front to back carefully, which they do. That's a beautiful shockwave there as Jesu gets taken down. He immediately has to flash out and can't do as much damage. Kirai goes in, but it might have been for the last time as he uses the stopwatch. That's Jesu gone. A lot of damage no longer available. And again, no one from Rogue dies. The Ultra Liga's team fights are simply immaculate. And Misfits Premier is going to get knocked out of the quarterfinals of EU Masters. No repeat win for them as their Nexus is gonna fall down in the end. And it's a Go Rogue who's going to be the first Ultra Liga representative going to the semi-finals.
I can't believe it. They just didn't have anything for the team fights. Misfits just couldn't take down the front line. I mean, to be honest, Boris is popping off today. I mean, both the AD carries on the side of Misfits, neither of them had a Last Whisper. And they have like 600 armor on this Scion and Skarner combined, so it's like, you need something to take them down, and they're building towards Infinity Edges and Essence Reavers, but in the end, you gotta cut down the tanks with these Last Whispers.
I like the idea, but then I realized you're Jin.
Yeah.
And it's going to feel bad either way,
true.
right? That's kind of the problem. And you're generally on the other side of that coin, where you're the one doing that, and the Jin is just standing there like...
Yeah, you're just flexing at them like, hit me as much as you want. But
what do I do? And Misfits didn't know what to do, unfortunately. This is the first time, by the way, that we get a 2-0, because every other game in the quarterfinals thus far has been a 1-2. And in the end, it's the Ultra Liga number 2 seed, a Go Rogue, who take the series. We're going to take a closer look at that victory with Zanzara. Stay tuned.
Sure, Popple.
Feeling loose, true same and I'm in the mood. I be sipping on gin and juice. I'm so calm and I'm ducking this goose. Yeah, I'm feeling loose, true same and I'm in the mood. I be sipping on gin and juice. I'm so calm and I'm ducking this goose. Yeah, I don't know how I ended right here, but I'm tryna get lit. Yeah, I feel rich, so I'm getting more drinks, so I'm tryna get licked. Oh no.
So loose, not a shoelace.
Welcome back to the second day of quarterfinals. Yes, and Zara's he's looking real happy in the background there, having just secured a 2-0 victory.
Hello.
And 2-0. You guys made it look easy.
Yep. It was.
Okay.
It's a fact, guys. It's a fact. They didn't. They won. No, but they won Skarner only one game, guys. Only one. So they had the chance to win first game, and then could they have a chance to snowball? But they didn't, guys.
They didn't. Yeah, it's true.
After that, but they thought Skarner is not a problem, guys, and it was. And it's 2-0, guys. Easy. Well, there is nothing to discuss. They paid Skarner taxes, they lose the game. Easy.
Well, the man said it. You pay Skarner tax, you've already lost, and that's the truth.
Yeah.
Honestly, I can't really disagree with you there. It feels like the control and the amount of pressure that you guys are able to exert in these mid to late game team fights are just absurd. And yeah, you said it. We said we wanted to see the set. You looked into Skarner, and it worked out as well as it possibly could have, I think.
Yeah, I was surprised with the set. I thought they would ban away the set perhaps, but then he picks the Skarner anyway, and I was so surprised by the 1-2 Skarner. Is that something that you think is good to just go for this blind Skarner? You think it's really good in team fights?
No, but it's like you know, it's in national leagues people don't like have enough champion pool to ban a Skarner, and I'm like coming to my coach saying, guys, I have like one pick, you don't like it, guys. And it's like Skarner, and they're like, whoa, man, it's a good one. And I'm like, okay, let's go. But and like when do we pick it? You know, like 4 or 5. I go, nah, we can pick it like 1, 2, just like first pick, you know. And then, but like we need to ban Galio, and we ban Galio. We ban Galio, it's good, guys. If Galio is not in game, it's our game. And
it's free.
It was, guys. Yeah. But against Chinese team, I would not pick Skarner, guys. Just but you know, hopefully in New Master there's no Chinese team, so easy Skarner, guys.
Easy Skarner.
Yeah, easy. Yeah. Are you going to pull it out against the winner of Mouse versus Kick as well?
You can't ask that.
I mean,
guys, but
he's very confident about his Skarner. Come on, he's played against Kick before.
How I can pull it?
They're going to ban it.
Be banned, guys.
Okay, it's true.
Guys.
Incredible. You guys, of course, got to semis last time. This summer's finals, right?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Well, I didn't even get to finish my question. That's yep.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. No. That's fine. Place. I love the confidence. That's what I want to hear.
First place, guys.
First place. All or nothing. Polska Górą.
Yes.
First place for Rogue.
He's going to take that Skarner to the title.
I would love to see it.
Of course, yeah.
Because something that a lot of people might not be aware of, but I know that you were also one of the front runners of the Pressy Attack Shen. How did you stumble upon that?
The first one.
The very first one.
Yes, it was my pick, guys. Like not Spitza, it's like actually important, guys. Let's discuss.
Okay,
that.
I said front runner. I take it with Adek. Number one.
Yeah. Yes, I was playing it in Russian playoffs in 2016. So there is not even close for Spitza to be first one, you know? And after that, guys, everyone should call it like Russian Shen, not the river one from Spitza. It's Russian Shen, guys. It's like, you should understand that. But it is what it is, guys, you know?
I mean, it's permanent against you guys now. Like, you can't play it anymore.
Yeah, but I mean, we have like our Sugen, the top laner, he's god of Shen too, you know? So like maybe they respect him more, you know, than me. It's like small chance, but there is a chance, you know, still.
Yeah, he said it. He's not River Shen, it's Russian Shen. He had a 4-year advantage. That's crazy.
Yep.
It's true.
Yes. Like 100% right, I think. If it doesn't it.
So you guys are going to get first place after this interview. I'm completely inclined to believe you. Who's going to get second place?
Oh, I mean, someone from the upper bracket, guys, for sure.
Is it going to be Gamer Legion or is it going to be LDLC?
It's hard actually. I think I personally prefer Gamer Legion because they don't ban Skarner. You can pick Skarner, and Rob will have nothing to pick into Skarner. But LDLC, I can respect LDLC because they understand Skarner high train. And they played it too, you know. So it could be fair, you know, if we meet them and show which Skarner is better, you know. So I think LDLC more chance for DLC to match us, you know. But I think Gamer Legion could win easy, like best of 3 versus them because Gamer Legion like insane on drafts, so it's really hard to draft versus them. So everything could happen, you know.
in the end. So it's not EU Masters is just about who's the best Skarner player. You're the best Skarner player, so you guys are going to win EU.
It's just science.
Yeah, after
It's
this,
our meta, guys. It's our meta.
I believe it. Thank you
Yes.
so much, Sanzara. Congratulations and good luck prepping.
Thank you.
And that means that Ego Rogue are the first Ultraliga team qualified to the semifinals. But up next is Mouse versus Kick. And Kick can make it an all-Polish semi, and you don't want to miss this. See you after the break.
Hey everyone, and welcome to the EU Masters, where we pit the very best ERL teams against one another while showcasing up-and-coming European talent. 12 regions will compete to decide who will reign supreme over Europe, so be the first to scout and the first to cheer. Let's get right into it. EU Masters begins with the play-in group stage, where all regions will have at least one team represented, with a total of 16 teams divided into 4 groups. Here, each team will play against other teams in their group twice, with the top 2 seeds moving on to the play-in knockout stage. The winners here will move on to the group stage, where 12 teams have already pre-qualified. This group stage is where the teams will compete in a double round robin, with the top 2 teams advancing to the knockout stage. From September 15th to 16th, like before, top seeds will play against the second-seeded teams from other groups in a best-of-3, with winners moving on to the semi-finals. Here, the final 4 teams will play a best-of-3 and fight for their spot in the finals, where it'll be a best-of-5 to determine the next EU Masters champion. Each season, fresh talent explodes onto the Rift. The likes of Nemesis, Kazi, Selfmade and Humanoid all rose up through the EU Masters. But who will be this year's champion? Who will be the next breakout player to make it into the LEC? Join the ride, tag along, and witness history in the making. Bye for now.
I'm feeling loose, true same when I'm in the mood. I be sipping on gin and juice. I'm so calm and I'm ducking this goose. I'm feeling loose, true same when I'm in the mood. I be sipping on gin and juice. I'm so calm and I'm ducking this goose. Yeah, I'm feeling loose, true same when I'm in the mood. I be sipping on gin and juice. I'm so calm and I'm ducking this goose. Yeah, I'm feeling loose, true same when I'm in the mood. I be sipping on gin and juice. I'm so calm and I'm ducking this goose. Yeah. Ooh la la, said I'm tryna get richy. Ooh mama, I know you tryna get iffy. On my line, now she tryna get with me. No time because I'm tryna make a milli by today. One is cookie and the other man is. I know she know me, but she asking for my name. Bring my ooze out, man, we tryna celebrate. My boy a who are and he ain't afraid to aim. Shorty wanna catch me in the heat of the moment. Telling me she got a crazy plan, I'm all for it. Says she got a man, but you know I might ignore it. Fuck all the chat, man, I'm tryna get boring. Snoring, sleeping on you niggas so boring. And we ain't gonna stop until the morning. So what you thinking you can come and just join in? I'm feeling loose, true same when I'm in the mood. I be sipping on gin and juice. I'm so calm and I'm ducking this goose. Yeah, I'm feeling loose, true same when I'm in the mood. I be sipping on gin and juice. I'm so calm and I'm ducking this goose. Yeah. I don't know how I ended right here, but I'm tryna get lit, yeah. I feel rich, so I'm getting more drinks, so I'm tryna get licked, oh no.
So loose, not a shoelace. Grey goose, I do with the ace. Let the people know from the sparklers. Yeah, my team is ballin' like we tacklers. Man like crazy, need a whole movie. Man is hazy, drinking that Louis. Cognac ting. If they wanna burn it, then burn that thing. Long list if they wanted to be me. Long wrist for the rollers and PPs. Long. I don't wanna talk too much, but I'm a winner and a better man to be. I'm
feeling loose, true same when I'm in the mood. I be sipping on gin and juice. I'm so calm and I'm ducking this goose. Yeah, I'm feeling loose, true same when I'm in the mood. I be sipping on gin and juice. I'm so calm and I'm ducking this goose. Yeah.
Hey, Rob, man's actually gone, you know.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, the final quarterfinals of the European Masters. I am Xscoundrel, and for the first time on the European Masters broadcast, we're bringing in the boy. Foxdrop is here. Matey, how are you?
I'm brilliant. I'm so excited to get casting. I haven't been casting in a while. It's great to be back here in Berlin. E-Masters has been absolutely popping. That last series was...
I was not expecting... Were you expecting...
Right, exactly. I was going to say that.
It
was... No, I wasn't actually. I thought Mystics Premier were looking like one of the best teams in the tournament.
I hope Cadrel doesn't hate me for quoting him on this. Cadrel's like, Misfits Premier win the whole thing. So when I saw the result of this series and we were watching it live, I was like, bloody hell. Not only has one of the favourites of the competition been knocked out, but secondly, Ultraliga, man. Ultraliga look incredibly good again.
Always in the Masters, they always come up, they always come through. They're in the finals in spring, so no real surprise, I suppose. In fact, that team that made it to the finals is the team we're covering today. That is going to be Kick Neosurf against Mouse Esports.
You did my job for me, mate. Actually, do you want me to just leave? Because I can actually just get...
No, well, if I get your pay as well, then...
Mate, right, we're going to be going into this next series. It is going to be obviously Mouse versus Kick Neosurf, and as Foxy quite rightly mentioned, Kick Neosurf are a previous finalists here at the European Masters. I think everybody that was watching here in spring remembers the onslaught of Polska Górom, the Twitter phenomenon that took over, had even LEC, LCS like talent taking over. Yeah, we had everybody going in. So have a look at Kick Neosurf here. A very talented roster. Ibo, Schlatter, Matislaw, Pookie Style, the man himself, and Mystique's coming in support, who was a really, really good addition to the roster as a whole. I think a very highly rated support in Europe.
Yeah, I think overall it's basically the same team that we saw in spring plus Mystique's. And I think this is a stronger Kick roster, I would say. And Mystique's has that LEC experience as well. You know, he was playing with Excel in the LEC, and I think he's one of the better kind of talent that we have here in Europe.
Absolutely, and obviously the other side of the coin is Mouse Sports, who I think their mid-jungle combo, everybody knows them, already previous European Masters champions, but the whole roster, Tolkien in top, Obsess in the jungle, Leader in the mid lane, and then a very talented bot lane in the form of Jeskler and Promiscue.
Yeah, we've been seeing some magical things from this team. You might think it's the Leader show, and you know, it kind of is to an extent. He is the flashy player, but they get it done throughout the board, really, and we've seen a lot of plays coming through from top, from bot. As a team, they're working really, really well together, and it's just something that is quite fun to watch for me. They have to be the most fun team that we have here in EU Masters.
Absolutely. I think the way that we kind of talk a little bit about Mouse Sports is they are the skill check team. Like, Mouse Sports are the team that if they are just better than you, you know it, you feel it, you see it. It is just the team that rolls over you. And that is obviously going to be something that becomes less and less easy to execute on as the competition goes on, as the level of competition is upgraded. And this is definitely going to be a telling series. Are Mouse Sports just better, or have the previous finalists got what it takes to contain both Leader, but also the bot lane, Jeskler and Promiscue?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's one of those, you know, immovable objects and unstoppable force type matchups, especially in that kind of mid-jungle when we see Matislaw and Slatan is much more of Matislaw playing more like the Orianna, the Gallios, likes to contain the opponent, and of course Leader just likes to pop off. He has 100% ban rate against him with the Akali. We won't be seeing Akali this series, and pretty much bet money on that one. And already starting things off, that Orianna that I talked about, gone. You're not going to be able to contain it.
It's something that Matislaw's played a lot, and we both said, like, if Matislaw's an Orianna, you contain, you deal with, you protect. Ibo's not going to get his hands on the Renekton. He's actually someone that I'd love to explore a bit further as this game goes on, because Ibo, he has been a monster in the European Masters, both in spring, and he has continued that performance into summer. Maybe a little bit understated what he does for the team, but I still remember his Aatrox in spring, and his Renekton is his Aatrox from summer. Like, his Renekton this time round in summer has been actually insane.
He's been here since the very first EU Masters as well in 2018 spring. So everything you just said, you could put any date before it, any year, and it applies to Ibo. You know, and the thing is that he's so versatile in his champion picks as well. You talked about his Aatrox, his Renekton as well. He's played Camille, he's played Urgot, he's played Ornn. It's like whatever his team needs him to play, he'll play it, and he plays
so
it
well,
effective.
right? He plays it well, that's the thing. Jeskler's not going to get his hands on the Kalista either. As you correctly mentioned, the Akali gets banned. Actually, Leader not under the ban hammer as much, and this is something that Mouse have done. They did it in their previous games where they ran the Shen, the flexible Shen, that comes out and can either go to Obsess, it can go to Promiscue, but also can go to Tolkien.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, Tolkien's the only one who's played the Shen so far for Mouse. But as you say, you can flex it pretty much wherever you want to go, even in that jungle nowadays as well, which is something which is a bit new and maybe a bit surprising for some. But I also do think that kind of thing would even fit Obsess's playstyle. And I'm curious to see, you know, in this next rotation here of picks, I would like to see a bit of focus on the set if that is going to be not if that isn't jungle Shen. I really think set is a huge enabler for the entirety of Mouse Esports.
Speaking of junglers, though, Zlatan, the carry jungler for Kick, he has immediately locked in Nidalee. That is sending a message to me. That is Zlatan saying, I am ready to absolutely carry this game. I am going to try and put pressure on Obsess. Wow, look at that rotation coming through.
All right.
Camille and Ziggs. Now, I reckon Camille could be flexible.
I think it could be Camille mid as well. Yeah. I've seen Leader play Camille mid, and I've seen him practice it on stream as well. I would say for now, we just don't know anything apart from the fact that Ziggs is going bot lane.
Yes.
That's going to be Yes's Ziggs. And aside from that, I think, you know, Mouse are really holding their cards close to their chest, and it's going to make this next rotation of bans quite interesting. And we'll see what Kick is assuming from these picks so far.
So we've had obviously the Kalista, the Caitlyn, and the Ashe. Really coming down that tier list now is the Senna. Senna Nautilus gets locked in for Pookie Style and Mystiques. And Mystiques, when on any kind of like hook-based champion, is always impressive, but specifically his Nautilus has been very good.
Yeah, he likes the tankier kind of engaged style champions as well, so it fits perfectly with him. And I also think it's quite nice because when you're growing up a renowned kind of assassin style player like Leader is, even if he's not playing like the pure assassins like Akali, you'll still see him pick something like Silas or Echo or something along those lines. And having hard CC to lock those down is exactly what you need, and you get a lot of that in Nautilus.
And specifically just point and click style
exactly.
CC as well. Like they're slippery, you want to make sure
press
that
a button, put you in the bin. That's the exact style champion Nautilus is.
This is why we get you, mate, for those phrases. It is going to be the Lucian ban here. So actually maybe considering that I don't think we've seen Leader on anything ranged this European Masters. I'd have to double check, but we haven't seen Leader on anything ranged. So it would be interesting to see the Lucian go towards mid, but obviously it is something that has propped up a lot as a mid lane pick over the course of this European Masters, and it is very powerful into certain matchups.
Yeah, definitely. It is. There's the Silas ban as well. So there's definitely a decent amount of focus being put on there against Leader, and it makes a lot of sense. Like Silas is a intense comfort pick for Leader right now, and I think the way that League is played in the current meta, if you can get that mid prio, if you can get that comfort in that mid and then translate that to other lanes, sorted, you're done. And Silas is a great champion to do that. So getting that banned away, we're going to see now. Is it though? Is he going to do that? Because that could very well be a blind Zoe. He's going for it.
It's Matislaw Zoe as well. Matislaw Zoe. Yep. How did we were so busy and so fixated in Leader that we forget that Matislaw has Zoe. And that is a huge pickup for him. It's something that was constantly banned. I'm assuming this is going to be Leader's Irelia here.
Yeah, Irelia Sejuani. Yeah, just such a ridiculously strong combo there because the Sejuani passive stacks up on melee hits. So basically you walk into a lane, Irelia starts stacking your stun. Instantly, you pop that off, and then it's just a really, really tough time. And you can see that the cleanses are coming through on the side of Kick. Like, they know what's going on there. It's a pretty telegraphed play style, but again, as a champion, like Irelia, if you start popping off, you really do start popping off.
Ibo goes for a very trusty Gangplank here, which I assume will obviously be into Tolkien's Camille. And now this is the point where I'm going to start to talk about the compositions, or rather, I'm going to let you talk about the compositions. What do we expect here? I think even from my very lay perspective, I can see that we have a very strong split push or 1-3-1 style coming out from Mouse. Is that the only way they can execute this? They have the Ziggs as well.
Yeah, I think so. So whenever you see the Shen as a pick, it thrives when there isn't too many team fights going around. Because the more that you can create these like 1v1 scenarios and then turn into 2v1 scenarios, that's perfect. That's what Shen wants to do. And you've got Camille, you've got Irelia. They love going in the side lanes. You've got Sejuani, who pairs really well with both those two champions because of what I just explained. Plus, you've got the Shen. When you have something like the Ziggs as well, I feel like Wave Clear really complements split push comps.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because it means you can't get punished as much, right? So if you're off on one side and then the enemy team decides, all right, we're just going to push down mid. Oh, sorry. Ziggs thrown out all these things and now you can't go there, right? So I think that's definitely what Mouse is going for here. And I think that works perfectly in their wheelhouse as well.
And how do you then, for Kick, envision that they'll be looking to execute win conditions?
Now, I think for Kick, it's more just a sense of like, I think there's a decent amount of comfort here. And I really, really want to see what we can do with the Nidalee. Like, so for Nidalee, it's specifically on Zlatan. Like, Zlatan as a player in EU Masters is one of the junglers that has the highest damage share, the highest DPM, the vision score, whatever it is. He's an active, aggressive, early game jungler. And Nidalee is exactly that style of jungle. And Obsess, on the other hand, is much more of the kind of facilitator for Leader. And he's gone for the Sejuani. Like, we're seeing real kind of proper cookie cutter picks for both these two players, and I want to see whether it even plays out that way, because the onus really is on Zlatan to get that advantage over the Sejuani in this early game.
And I think Zlatan's capable, right? Zlatan definitely one of the best junglers in this competition. I kind of want to also dial back to what it means for these regions as well. Poland versus the Dark region, the Ultra Liga versus the Prime League. Right now, we've actually got a late invade, so I might just touch on that a minute later, because we have a very late red side invade that will be spotted out because of the ward clear here. It looks like Zlatan may be looking to either split the jungle vertically or just try and 3-buff here.
I would imagine this would be a split, because I don't think that you're going to be able to defend the top side from Obsess here. Like, you're going to see Obsess, but I'm not convinced that you're going to be able to do anything about it. And that's going to be okay here. It does kind of show, like, for the Nidalee at least, like, she's looking a bit more on the side of the map that she can play around, and you've got a lot of CC if you want to do that for the... You know what, I'm actually chatting a load of rubbish here, because it looks like Zlatan is actually going to try and collapse on the Sejuani here, which is a bit surprising to me, but he's going for it. They're bombing it straight to the red buff. They're going to try to catch Obsess.
You told me that you wanted him to be aggressive. He is immediately trying to get on into a set Obsess here. He has got that red buff. Obsess will have that flash and that dash available. Leader now coming in, looking to maybe stack up that passive. Here comes Zlatan. A lot of damage down onto Obsess, straight up. That could be the first kill of the game. Oh, Leader! The flash at the last moment from Obsess, and maybe Leader looking for a second, will not get it because he forces the flash out of Matislaw, but that is not the start that you want to give to Mousesports.
Man, that was so close. Leader and Obsess have been playing together on rosters since the dawn of time, and you can see that innate synergy that these two have. That was right down to the wire, and Leader even picks up the first blood, gets the red buff. Perfect start for Mouse here.
Promiscu sitting around as well, maybe looking to exploit Matislaw without flash. I mean, Leader's freezing the wave, forcing Matislaw to step up, and Promiscu's just hovering around. This is so classic Mousesports as well. They will just sit around Leader and make sure that he gets the support that he needs. It looks like Mystique is going to have to head towards the mid lane to at least support Matislaw and try and crash this wave.
So that is something about the Ziggs pick as well that I think is really, really smart from Mouse. The way that Mouse has been playing in general so far in EU Masters is that Yes is kind of just left on his own, and he plays more of a facilitator role within the team. And that's something that totally matches up with having a high roam style support. And Promiscu is almost never in bot lane. Like, he always seems to be roaming around, whether it's on Shen, whether it's on picks like Bard, which are actually pretty good at roaming around, funnily enough. Even like the Galio, which these are picks that Mouse lean into. And it really does show you, it's like, okay, I'm probably not going to be bot lane enough. What can you do? What can you pick here to look after yourself? And a champion with the best wave clear in the game is probably a champion that can look after himself.
So already Mouse off to a good start in this quarterfinal, and I think obviously we've got to be aware of the fact that the Ultra Liga, they've already just qualified 1 seed with Ago Rogue. To match their previous European Masters performance, Kick would win here and get 2 seeds in the top 4. That would match their previous European Masters performance, because they would be guaranteed a team in the final with an all-Polish semi-final. And obviously then to do better than that, to do better than Spring, the only option for them is to win. And so they need to overcome this challenge. And realistically, I think Mouse, with this roster, they're looking like one of the favorites for the competition. It'll be a big ask as they're going for a dive on Ibo.
Yeah, there's no TP here either. Ibo, you're in trouble, buddy.
Flashes away. Maybe buys time as Tolkien forced to flash too. He will get away.
That was well played. That was really well played, considering Mouse, you know, they invest 3 people into the top side of the map here, and it's just a flash for flash trade. That was really smartly done. I think they realized that, you know, with Nidalee not being around the top side, with Matislaw not having their TP available, that maybe they could have gone for that play. And I do think that's best case scenario by far for Ibo, and for Kick, really well defended.
Zlatan maybe looking to get a bit of pressure back down. Nice spear onto Obsess. Obsess does not have the flash. Will Smite to get some HP back here, making it more difficult for Nidalee to find that execute. He's still going to continue forward. Wait, Tolkien is there. Zlatan?
Okay.
Oh, no! Oh, it's just all going wrong for Zlatan.
Mate, honestly, that's 2 situations where 1 auto attack from killing Obsess. And I'm pretty sure Zlatan was like mid-pounce and he got interrupted there, so the damage didn't go through. That is just absolute disaster for this Nidalee pick. That can really, really do a number on a champion like Sejuani if all of these plays go your way. So far, it's just really not happening, and oh god, it's painful to watch.
Promiscu on the top side of the map now. We are, by the way, 2 minutes away from Herald spawn and already some deep vision control going into the red side jungle. Maybe looking for that red side buff respawn for Kick, but just such aggressive roaming plays. I think I saw Jeskler in the red side jungle just a moment ago as well. Mouse are everywhere on the map.
Yeah, this is it. You know, Mouse are one of the best teams that we have here in EU Masters. There's a reason why they were 5-1 in the group stage, which was tied for the best record that we had coming into quarterfinals. And a lot of it is just because individual talent, like these guys are off the charts. You know, Promiscu was playing LEC, M's a champion. Yesker's been LEC, Leader's been LEC, Obsessed and Tolkien have been like top tier ERLs for a long time as well. Like, this is a very, very talented team, and at this stage of the game, you can really exploit that.
I kind of want to expand on the 5-1 as well, because I know it's tied, but Mouse were in the group of death.
Yeah.
Like, everyone proclaimed that group as the group of death coming into it. Mouse got the tied best record in one of the hardest groups that we had in the European Masters. And I think the general level of the groups of this European Masters have been higher than any previous European Masters that we've had. But Mouse really performed. And it looks like they are starting that off in the quarterfinals, going on as they mean to continue. And I think for the Prime League as well, they had a really poor spring. The Prime League had a really poor spring performance in the European Masters. They had no one in the top 4, and we are used to seeing the Prime League at least make top 4. And now they already have Gamer Legion there, and they could, at the end of this quarterfinals, qualify their second seed to the top 4, which I believe will be one of their best performances that they've had since the European Masters began.
Yeah. And then it all just comes down to that finals. You know, DACH region has won the whole thing once before with Bird International Gaming. Poland, on the other hand, getting a good catcher. Yes, so forced to flash away.
Yeah, he does not have flash available. We'll use the Hextech Satchel charge just to get out. But that's the ult coming through, Pookie style. Polska Gurom off to a good start. He'll pick up a kill.
I wonder whether Pookie style leveled up in the bush there, maybe, because that was a bit disrespectful if Jeskla knew that Senna was level 6. I didn't quite catch what happened there, but either way, that is, you know, that's a good kill going over there. Spooky style on that Senna, catching the Jeskla. The Jeskla, yeah, he's that good, mate. He's the Jeskla.
He's the Jeskla.
Out of position, and that won't happen too much when you're playing as Ziggs, because he does like to keep his range, and I think he's on his lesson for it.
Look at the mid lane CS discrepancy right now. 20 in a ranged versus melee matchup in favor of Leader because of how that early game panned out. Matislaw is pinned under his turret right now because he knows that he gets caught by one stun from Leader, he's probably dead.
And also, if you look at the way Mouse have been playing around the map, there's been so much pressure put on this mid lane. Like, even if they're not directly walking into mid and ganking Matislaw, they're just all around the place, so that Matislaw has to respect that there could potentially, possibly, be someone around his mid lane. So he has to know that, okay, I can't reset forward here, so I just have to chill out. And then when you stick a Zoe on the turret, that's just absolutely not what you want to have. You can't really last it very well, and it's all leading to this 20 CS deficit.
As you may be aware, we have no idea what the HP on that tower is, but one can assume there are quite a few plates left. So I'm just going to assume that's the case. You just saw Zlatan take the Rift Herald, so you know, something that's going to open up a little bit of individual gold funneling, something that's going to guarantee some plates for someone on the map now. That has been picked up with relatively little contest, in fact, no contest from Mouse. Mouse will trade with their bot lane pressure and their mid lane pressure and take a relatively comfortable Drake here.
Yeah, Mountain Dragon's going to be the first one going down in this series. And I'm curious as well, at this point here, you've got the double melee in the top and the mid. Once you've got this first dragon down, I want to see what Obsessed decides to do, because you've quite clearly drafted to play around your solo lanes. But when you have a Ziggs as well, with the capacity to blow up towers from like half health, because that's just what Ziggs does with his satchel charge, when we do get to see, I can see on the minimap there's 4 plates left on that tower, so right now it's not necessarily got a target on its back.
We're back.
We can see it. Hello.
Health bar.
And it's something which I don't really expect Obsessed to be at this side of the map at all for a good portion of time. It's just like Promiscu, once he hits level 6, for me that's going to be, all right, there it is. This is it. He's going to start moving around. There it is. And really start maybe going for dives or some really crazy plays.
At what point are we expecting them to open up into a 1-3-1? Now, obviously, Leader's not actually running with teleport here, so that does sometimes constrict what you can do in a true 1-3-1 scenario. But, you know, if Leader's going to continue to just push and no one can actually match him, maybe that's not too much of an issue. But what if they are going to expand into a 1-3-1? At what point in the game are we expecting them to do so?
I would imagine you'd want to break a few towers first. Like, you'd want to at least unlock a bit of the map before you really start going into that 1-3-1. I think for now, your lane assignments are working out pretty well for you. There's Jesper with the Ziggs, with the wave clear. Like, normally that would be a good few plates going down, but, you know, you pick the Ziggs, you can go by yourself. Everything's all Gucci there, you're all fine. But I am thinking, you know, you've really got to start looking at tower first, and you can see Obsessed with his positioning. He's definitely positioning aggressively to look for a dive, so they can potentially take something down.
Ouch. Really low. Lead is actually making his way down towards this bot lane now. Rift Herald has been spawned. Oh, Mystiques went for the hook, didn't quite land out. Here comes the Shen. Coming through from Leader. Will he commit at this point in time? There comes the ultimate as well. It's 2 versus 3 right now, and here comes Matador as well. They're in a 2 versus 4 scenario. Leader overstepping. What are you doing, buddy? And maybe not that good just yet.
No, that was a teeny weeny bit too much right there. Yeah, I think you saw with the way that Shen preemptively ulted Leader. Someone in comms there was shouting, "I'm going in! I'm going in! Let's go!" And it was a bit awkward because the flash came through from already a tad bit too late there, so Shen got left behind, wasn't actually delivered into the enemy team. And yeah, they really shouldn't have dedicated to that play. Fortunately though for Mouse, on the top side of the map, while that was happening, Ibo did indeed get dove by Obsess, like I was hinting at, that Obsess was kind of hovering around for something. Because of the lack of Rift Herald, obviously, Kick are the ones that come out on top, but you still at least get something on the other side.
First tower does go down for Kick here though, so a bit of a shaky early game, but I can't help but feel they are starting to stabilize now. You know, Nidalee's back on that farm. She's managed to pull ahead, you know, ahead of Obsessed despite losing early jungle camps and despite losing those 2 very awkward trades in the early game. We're starting to see Kick get into their stride right now. They managed to contain what could have been a very difficult situation for the mid lane there, but, you know, Matislaw gave up farm. He's given up quite a significant amount of farm, but he didn't give away anything else. He really played a super defensive mid lane game and hasn't given Leader any extra resources.
And that is something that we see a lot from Matislaw in general, just with his play style and the way that Kick performs as a team. Zlatan and Matislaw as a mid-jungle duo, it's really the Matislaw, the one that sets up Zlatan, and Zlatan just kind of runs around and does what he wants to do. And that's why, you know, in a situation like this, Matislaw, sure, he might be losing, but at least he's losing gracefully. When you're playing against Mouse and you're playing against Leader, that at least in itself is really, really beneficial for you. And it's like, at this point here, if you do get into that side lane play, I'm really worried that Zoe's going to be in a bit of a pickle, but I'm really hoping that Kick don't see any reason to put a Zoe in a side lane. Because if that happens, Zoe's going to be in a lot of trouble. Speaking of trouble, there might be a little bit going down here. Just going to be walking away at the end of the day.
You know, they're swapped up towards that top side of the map now. Don't think the next Rift Herald is spawning. Is it spawning soon? Looks like they are gathering around the Rift Herald pit to maybe at least set up vision for that, but it is coming up in the next minute or so, so they'll be able to at least collapse on that. But the bot lane for Kick is in position to contest if they set up correctly for it.
Exactly, and if you do look to go for these objectives, oh boy,
yeah, that sums up my feelings entirely. Good stopwatch coming out onto Matador, but he's going to get taunted up, and the kill should go over to Tolkien. Nice setup for Maus. That does give them that advantage to push towards that Rift Herald, potentially set up for it. And Leader, in the meantime, uncontested on the bottom side of the map here, should get another turret.
It's interesting because Dragon's about to spawn as well, so it seems like there's going to be a bit of a handshake of objectives here. Maus prioritizing the top side of the map. Here they go.
Right to Mystiques. They have got Tolkien nearby as he dives in, does not have that Hextech ultimatum. And actually Mystiques...
And look at bot lane.
Yeah, exactly. They're going in onto Leader, pushing him away from that bot lane turret. Mystiques was very defensive there, but the health bars on the Mouse squad were low. They could have looked to potentially turn, and actually that has maybe stopped them going for a very easy Rift Herald here.
Yeah, I actually think this is... I would have preferred to see Maus just not go to the top side at all and just try and play around this dragon here, because I think you're strong enough to contest this one. I think in a 5v5 or whatever, what have you, especially since you just killed Matislaw with his death timer, you would have been able to get there in position. Maybe you could have taken the one down, and because we've had Mountain and Cloud as the first 2 dragons of the game, it guarantees that the soul is either going to be Ocean or Infernal. As we can see, it's Ocean. But both of those souls, whichever one you get, are really good souls to take, especially with these team comps where you've got these scrappy, fighting, all-in comps. Like, I would have thought for Maus, it would have been a great idea to really try and go for those dragons and prioritize that and have that as your win condition.
Something that I think is important to have a brief chat about is if this game scales up, if this game goes the distance, you know, we end up going to maybe a 35-minute plus game, does that favor one side or the other? You know, are we looking at superior scaling on one of these sides?
I think that's really interesting because when you have champions like Irelia and Camille, they're two champions that can scale really hard in certain situations.
In side lane matchups,
exactly.
Right? Yeah.
And it's like when you've got it's rare that you have two of them in one team. I would say in this day and age, in the metas that we usually see. And so because of the way that MOUZ has set up their compositions, I'm really curious to see like how much effort they put into side lane and how much they go for these groups, because Obsess is jumping in here.
And he goes straight onto Matisla, who doesn't actually get taken out. That's the taunt flash coming out from Promiscue, and Tolkien picks up the kill to kick things off, and now Ivo doing his best to trade back. The flash in there, taken low. Tolkien is a monster and you can't stop him. Triple kill with a single bomb for Jetskla. A clean ace for MOUZ. What on earth happened?
16 minutes into the game, and there it is. We spent the whole game hyping up the solo laners and MOUZ and saying how, yes, it's just a role player. He must be listening in. He's had enough of that talk. None of that anymore. And here it is, the engage here from MOUZ. Kick just getting a little bit overzealous for that Rift Herald. And it's kind of starting off in MOUZ, then it goes back to Kick. And then you seeing all these health bars start blinking. Look at this. There he is. We're getting the zoom in. Oh.
No way. Look at it. It's too perfect. It's too perfect.
That was sick, mate. That was. And the smiley face on the water balloon there as well. Like, that's just the nail in the coffin.
That's awful for Kick as well. So for Kick,
really
yeah, especially
sucks.
that really. So Leader wasn't even involved. Leader's just splitting on the side lane right now. He's gone for the Blade of the Ruined King, going into the Wit's End build as well. One can only assume because he knows that it's
mid jungle,
exactly, yeah,
on the opposite sides. And if anyone's going to attack you in a side lane, it's probably going to be Ivo's dead, by the way.
we missed that one. Ivo's
kind of
dead.
missed that. But this is see, like, even I feel like it's just so MOUZ. You've got Camille and Irelia on one team. And yeah, you've got a side lane push going, that's great. And it's both of them in one lane. It's a bit unorthodox, but they're making it work and they get a kill in a town.
Do you know, I feel like someone that we haven't touched on, and this game has been a key example of just how good he is Tolkien.
Yeah.
He's a guy that often goes, I think when you've got a roster like this on MOUZ, right? I think when you've got a roster like this, you're expecting someone like Tolkien to maybe go under the radar a little bit. But the guy has been an absolute madman on this Camille.
Yeah, he has. In this game, he's been absolutely solid, and even outside of this game, like, he is one of the best players on this team, I would say. Like, best performers. I think Tolkien is definitely the most consistent. And he can do it also with his champion pool. Like, he doesn't just play these kind of champions. He can pick the more tanky things. I remember watching him. I'm pretty sure it was in the UK scene when I first started casting, like 2017. I remember him playing like.
He played for XL. He used to play for XL.
I remember him, and he was like, yeah, he was a beast back then. And then here he is. You know, he's still beasting it up now, upgrading himself into the German league here as well.
Do you know what's the really interesting discussion about teams that have had the likes of Leader on is that sometimes you get caught up in the Leader hype train. Sometimes you get caught up in the fact that Leader is a player that demands attention, just like this, being demanded attention from 3 members. Has a great stopwatch here, trying to buy time. Mystique's maybe giving up his life, also buying a stopwatch time himself, but he will eventually go down. The rest of MOUZ have rallied to the call of Leader on the top side of the map here. I don't know if Kick can trade back. Tolkien does his best, locks down, great combo of the CC, and it'll be 2 for nothing overall for MOUZ.
You're a bit too far behind at this point, Kick. You've got to respect them looking for the pick. But if you don't know about that Zhonya's that bought in just enough time for MOUZ to come and collapse. And I think whenever you're playing versus these kind of bruiser-style champions like the Irelias or the Camilles, you've all played versus them in solo queue, the River, the Trinamirs, whatever it is. These type of champions, if they get ahead, you really, really feel it. And there's 2 of them that are ahead on the side of MOUZ. So you can see just the confidence of which Leader plays here. He's going to use that stopwatch to block the initial engage, but then immediately turn straight back in. He doesn't care about anything because he can just do that. He got so much healing from Conqueror and Wit's End. You're so far ahead, you have so much damage. The way that these champions tend to itemize makes you a bit tankier as well. And it's just at this point for Kick, it's just so difficult for them to fight MOUZ. You have to get for those picks, which they tried, but unfortunately, it just wasn't going to work for them this time.
Something else that was important is he turned onto the tower because he knew that a single satchel charge was going to kill it. So therefore, he didn't even have to worry about the tower. He knew it was going down. And at this point, he is just too far ahead. He is just too far ahead. A double kill for Leader. I feel like you're going to say that a lot throughout this tournament. But going back to Tolkien, a double kill on the other side of the map. And as we said, it's sometimes when you're in a team that has someone like Leader that demands the attention, that draws the spotlight, you maybe go away a little bit, you go under the spotlight a little, but...
You can thrive in that situation, though.
Tolkien certainly
does.
is. Tolkien certainly is. 5-0-8 on his Camille.
Yeah, he's had an absolute blinder of a game. I really do think this is just Mouse in a nutshell. If you wanted to have like a highlight of Mouse and just, Mouse is a team in this tournament. I wonder what they're up to. I wonder what their identity is as a team. You just watch this game. I think this really does something.
I think you just watch this series of plays.
Yeah,
you watch the double kill for Leader, and you watch the double kill for Tolkien. That is Mouse's identity.
Yeah.
They have been the explosive team. They are the team that literally stomps you, and you can do nothing about it. You feel helpless, you don't know how to react, because they're individual players. They will skill check you over and over and over again. This is the first seed from the Dark region.
Yeah.
And they are playing like it.
And this is the first seed from the Ultra Liga as well. This is Poland's #1, right? And so as a result, like, this isn't like they're walking over any kind of like scrub team that's maybe coming out of, you don't have high expectations for them. In spring, when Mouse got to quarterfinals, they played versus the #1 Ultra Liga seed. At that time, it was Rogue. They lost to Rogue in the quarterfinals. They found themselves up against the first seed of the Ultra Liga again. And this time, they're definitely trying to rewrite history a little bit, because I don't think, I think Mouse is a team, they're too talented to really accept anything but the title of EU Masters. That maybe sounds a bit extreme to say, but legit, this is one of those teams that just has too many good players on it, that anything but finals is just not good enough.
And as we said, if Mouse were to win here, if we were to get through to two Prime League, two Dark teams in the top 4, what a return to form for the Prime League and for the Dark region as a whole. Because coming off the spring, which was very disappointing, I think even by their own standards, they have come back swinging. They went under the radar compared to the likes of the LFL and the likes of the Ultra Liga. But to put two teams in the top 4 would be insane. They're already into the base right now. As you can see, the confidence of this roster really pulling out that 1-3-1 to its full effect. I mean, this is just perfect 1-3-1, or even just perfect split push in general. They have the support. Every inhibitor turret is dropping. It really doesn't look like Kick can even respond. It doesn't even look like Kick want to respond. They know that this game has slipped between their grasp. Mystiques goes for the Hail Mary play, but in the back already is Tolkien, and everything kicks off. Double kill. Easy as you like. It was over in an instant, just like this game. Mouse Sports 1-0 in the quarterfinal. They are one game away from the semis.
Mouse is an absolutely dominating performance in game 1 there. That ended 20 kills to 2. That was not close any way, shape or form. And I mean, that's just, when Mouse get rolling, they're a beauty to watch. And that was a game where they were just rolling out of control.
It was quite simply perfect execution. Like, it really was. It was just absolutely beautiful for Mouse. And it was exactly, as you said, it is Mouse personified. Absolutely Mouse personified. Now, Mouse take game 1 in dominating fashion and are one step closer to the semi-finals. We'll break that game down more after the break.
I don't know how I ended right here, but I'm tryna get lit, yeah. I feel rich, so I'm getting more drinks, but I'm tryna get licked, oh no.
So loose, not a shoelace.
if you feel like the show has only just started, we feel the same way, because that was a quick game from Maus. They absolutely came out swinging, and I kind of want to briefly touch on the start of the game, Foxdrop, because there was a very clear strategy from Zlatan that didn't work out.
Yeah, it was a bit peculiar what Kick decided to do. They went for the invade on the enemy red buff, and then when Obsess was matching that with going for Kick's red buff, they tried to collapse on him with Zoe Nidalee being their mid jungle against Sejuani Aurelia, which Sejuani Aurelia is probably the strongest 2v2 mid jungle. Like straight up, I don't think you're going to beat that in a 2v2. And it looked like quite a close play, you know, with Obsess surviving on like one hit, and sure, if you get that kill, I think it's a very different game for Kick. But I don't really think it should have been that close anyway. I just think you shouldn't fight that 2v2. I just think you're playing into Maus's hands right there, and it really didn't work out for Kick.
Yeah, and unfortunately that led to a bit of a snowball, and we had that fight. The fight that you will probably remember, where everything got thrown in the dustbin for Kick.
Yes, and everything got thrown out from Yeskler here on his Ziggs, and he's the one that picks up this triple kill with one single ability, which is just absolutely hypey to watch. I mean, they all just line up for him. It's beautiful. There it is. Here comes the smiley face. 3 low health targets. Boop. There they go.
I don't think I've ever seen something more perfect.
That was, honestly. I mean, do you not look in the mirror much, or...?
Foxy, please, we're live. Sorry. and this is that dive on the top side here as well that was so well calculated, and again, they were just too far ahead at this point.
Yeah, this is, I think Kick had the right idea trying to go for these plays, because they do have a pretty strong pick comp. You have the Nautilus, you have the Zoe, and even Nidalee. Like, you are trying to find these kind of collapse on people, catch them out of position, especially when you're playing from behind. You want to pick these unfair fights and bully the opponents. But unfortunately, when you're just too far behind, you know, just a little bit too far behind, and it didn't work out for Kick. And at that point, it was all said and done, and that is going to be game 1 done and dusted in the books. And here's the bracket looking so far.
And there is already a Prime League Dark Region team in the semi-finals versus LDLC on the top side, as you said. This could be a big moment. If Maus were to win this second game, it is 2 Dark Seeds in the top 4. A very strong performance from this region. And again, given the disappointing spring they had, it is like their anime European Masters redemption arc. They are coming back. And obviously, with Leader and Obsessed, they are previous European Masters champions. Not with Maus, obviously, when they played for Misfits previous spring, 2019. But they are already European Masters champions. We have already seen the Leader wins European Masters, goes to LEC, had a bit of an up and down performance in the LEC, to be fair. He's already lived this. This is just deja vu for him. And obviously they played incredibly well, but every player on Maus played that game incredibly well. And I think it's going to be a relatively big ask for Kick to sort of reset.
Yeah,
but
they were in the finals, man. They were in the finals in spring, so if any team can do it, it'll be them.
Well, Maus are leading the series 1-0. We'll see if Kick can answer back and tie that series up after the break.
Hey everyone, and welcome to the EU Masters, where we pit the very best ERL teams against one another while showcasing up-and-coming European talent. 12 regions will compete to decide who will reign supreme over Europe, so be the first to scout and the first to cheer. Let's get right into it. EU Masters begins with the play-in group stage, where all regions will have at least one team represented, with a total of 16 teams divided into 4 groups. Here, each team will play against other teams in their group twice, with the top 2 seeds moving on to the play-in knockout stage. The winners here will move on to the group stage, where 12 teams have already pre-qualified. This group stage is where the teams will compete in a double round robin, with the top 2 teams advancing to the knockout stage. From September 15th to 16th, like before, top seeds will play against the second-seeded teams from other groups in a best-of-3, with winners moving on to the semi-finals. Here, the final 4 teams will play a best-of-3 and fight for their spot in the finals, where it'll be a best-of-5 to determine the next EU Masters champion. Each season, fresh talent explodes onto the Rift. The likes of Nemesis, Kazi, Selfmade and Humanoid all rose up through the EU Masters. But who will be this year's champion? Who will be the next breakout player to make it into the LEC? Join the ride, tag along, and witness history in the making. Bye for now.
I'm feeling loose, true same when I'm in the mood. I'll be sipping on gin and juice. I'm so calm and I'm ducking this goose. I'm feeling loose. True same when I'm in the mood. I be sipping on gin and juice. I'm so calm and I'm ducking this goose. Yeah, I'm feeling loose. True same when I'm in the mood. I be sipping on gin and juice. I'm so calm and I'm ducking this goose. Yeah, I'm feeling loose. True same when I'm in the mood. I be sipping on gin and juice. I'm so calm and I'm ducking this goose. Yeah. Ooh la la, said I'm tryna get richy. Ooh mama, I know you tryna get iffy. On my line, now she tryna get with me. No time because I'm tryna make a milli by today. One is cookie and the other man is. I know she know me, but she asking for my name. Bring my ooze out, man, we tryna celebrate. My boy a who are and he ain't afraid to aim. Shorty wanna catch me in the heat of the moment. Telling me she got a crazy plan, I'm all for it. Said she got a man, but you know I might ignore it. Fuck all the chat, man, I'm tryna get boring. Snoring, sleeping on you niggas so boring. And we ain't gonna stop until the morning. So what you thinking you can come and just join in? I'm feeling loose, true same when I'm in the mood. I be sipping on gin and juice. I'm so calm and I'm ducking this goose. Yeah, I'm feeling loose, true same when I'm in the mood. I be sipping on gin and juice. I'm so calm and I'm ducking this goose. Yeah. I don't know how I ended up here, but I'm tryna get lit, yeah. I feel rich, so I'm getting more drinks, so I'm tryna get licked, oh no.
So loose, not a shoelace. Grey goose, I do with the ace. Let the people know from the sparklers. Yeah, my team is ballin' like we tacklers. Man like crazy, need a whole movie. Man is hazy, drinking that Louis. Cognac ting. If they wanna burn it, then burn that thing. Long list if they wanted to be me. Long wrist for the rollers and PPs. Long. I don't wanna talk too much, but I'm a winner and a better man to be. I'm
feeling loose, true same when I'm in the mood. I be sipping on gin and juice. I'm so calm and I'm ducking this goose. Yeah, I'm feeling loose, true same when I'm in the mood. I be sipping on gin and juice. I'm so calm and I'm ducking this goose. Yeah.
Hey, Rob, man's actually gone, you know.
Welcome back to the European Masters, everybody. We are having the final quarterfinal right now. Mouse versus Kick. Mouse absolutely crushed the first game. Can our Polska Gurom-inducing Kick first seed get back into it? Can we see a resurgence of the Ultraliga here? Can they bring us to a level series?
And will they be facing their Polish brothers in the semi-final? Because
exactly.
they are the ones that got through on our previous series here. And for Mouse, I think it's a bit of a revenge, actually. They got knocked out by the Poland #1 in 2020 spring. So for them, definitely looking to close this series out nice and proper.
Well, we are going to see Kick Neosef choose blue side this time round, so we'll have a switch up of things, and they are again banning away Leader's Akali. It has been a pick that has featured in the European Masters quite a lot, just not in Leader's hands. He has not been able to get hold of that pick.
100% ban against Leader and Mouse. Is that Akali? And no surprise to see it being taken away again. I'm seeing now that Kick are on the blue side, if they decide to do something a little bit different, mix it up a bit now in their draft, because they are going to have the luxury of having this first pick here. And is there any kind of power pick that Kick really wants to get their hands on, that they can use against Mouse to tie the series up?
Specifically for Schlatten as well. Like, Schlatten has been the driving force for Kick. Like, he has been the guy that has kind of put this team in gear and like accelerated them through their games. And I think he had the right idea last time around to an extent, but he was just unable to capitalize when it mattered most. And I think for Schlatten, it's important to get him in a situation where he can do that for Kick.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, honestly, the Zoe pick kind of handcuffed Kick a little bit in that last game. Sure, it's Matislaw and it's Zoe, and you always have high expectations for that, but I just don't really think it worked in that draft particularly well. And I'm curious to see where they go now, because you have got Caitlyn and Ashe banned. These are the two picks that are quite interesting, quite power picks here in the bot lane, and two picks as well that Kick likes to take for Pookie style. instead they're going to put the focus on the jungle and the Graves instead. The benefit of doing this is you don't show any of your laners, so you can't get countered. But it is a very Zlatan pick in that sense.
It is a very Zlatan pick. It's in the same vein as Nidalee, realistically. In the same vein. Very high
Nidalee
farming.
with a gun instead of spears.
Yeah, exactly. With a high-tech version of Nidalee.
Yeah.
But yeah, a little very, very heavy farming. You look to steal camps away from your opponent. This is almost certainly Promiscue's Galio here. We have no pretenses that Leader will be playing Galio in the mid lane, and it is going to be the Senna locked in for Jeskla as well. So now Pookie Style may be forced away onto something that we haven't seen too much from him.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I'm curious to see what he goes for. Those
Ezra.
There is a safe pick there as well. I kind of want to see Pookie Style's Misfortune. He's not going to pick it, obviously, with locked in Ez, but you know, he was known for that back in the day. You know, I kind of want to throw back to Pookie Style. That's what I wanted to see. But it's cool. Ez is a great pick here. It's nice to staying safe as well. It's a really good kind of fallback pick when you start going down like the tier list of AD carries. Ez usually starts floundering around and like comes out the woodwork a little bit. And gonna reply the Galio with the Braum. I think it's a pretty strong matchup and also quite a Mystique style champion as well. Played this twice previously in EU Masters, and just that kind of like beefy support that he likes to pick up.
Well, we are going to see the Camille here, and as you said, like even though Tolkien played it in the previous
I still
game,
think it's a flex.
It's still flexible. Like Leader can still play this. We could potentially expect to see it in the correct matchup go to Leader in the mid lane. Renekton will be banned, and you know, as we mentioned, Ibo, he has had a bit of the driving force spotlight. Ice Beasto, he has been an absolute monster for this team. Like you said, has been part of the European Masters since its inception in 2018, and he was a little bit subdued this game. He was really put under pressure by Tolkien, and we're used to seeing Ibo be a bit more aggressive, a bit more agency, and he just didn't quite get that on the Gangplank.
Yeah, it was his first Gangplank game as well, this EU Masters, and I do just think kind of overall, you're kind of just sitting back and you're not. Well, as you say, agency is the perfect word. You're not the one driving that when you're playing Gangplank. It's more like a team style pick, and I do wonder, you know, with Ibo here, the thing is he plays like everything. You know, like there's nothing that Ibo won't play. So it's like, what does he decide to do? Because I'm curious if Kick really want to put him on more of like a role-playing top and just really slap him on something like an Ornn, you know, just like not worry about it, just be really chilling that top side, and then have Kick play around a different side of the map instead.
Sejuani getting banned away here. Obviously, the Sejuani-Camille combo is incredibly strong, so we're not going to see that in the hands of Obsess. Obsess, as you said, Set being locked in. I would imagine that's an Obsess pick right now. You know, it's very facilitating. It plays well into the generic style that we see Mouse play.
Yes, he's his most played champion so far in the Masters, and he's really good on that champ, honestly. And I think it's really, really nice when you have strong solo laners. If you have a champion like Set on your team, it's something that you can just like run around, do whatever you want. It's not really a champion that has to kind of like concede much of the jungle. It's very strong in that early game, and it makes it very good for setting up and enabling your solo laners. On the other hand here, Kick now looking for their last two picks in their solo lanes. They're going for the Twisted Fate in that mid lane. That's nice.
I was just thinking, like, is that not like, that's a risky pick a little bit?
It's risky, but I think it allows you to dogpile into a side lane.
Okay.
And so what I think the strategy might be to attack bot side more, because when you have a Galio, it's good at leaving bot and helping other people out, but it's not like who's going to help him back. Yeah. You know, so I think maybe that's like the idea here is that you really just picked a comp that just wants to like dive or just go absolutely mental on that bot side. You know, if I am Mouse, I'm looking at Jeskla, I'm looking, you know, the Jeskla and Promiscue probably sitting in their chairs next to each other, like, it's going to be one of those games, guys, isn't it? And there it is. The Echo is being that rounded out pick for Leader. He's only played 2 champions so far in the EU Masters. Well, until that last game, and that was Sylas and Echo. Sylas is banned, Echo is picked. Just a standard Leader pick here.
Yeah, absolutely. He's played a lot of it in the European Masters. And I kind of want to break down these compositions a little bit more. You mentioned the Twisted Fate, you mentioned the focus in bot lane here for Matislaw. What are you expecting from Kick? Is this a composition that will have side lane pressure, or is this a composition that maybe just looks to get skirmishes and team fights?
Yeah, I'm thinking you just kind of want to collapse. You throw the TP, you blow the Ornn Horn, and then you've got Twisted Fate ultimate coming through. There's double TP as well from those solo laners. I think Zlatan should have a nicer time of things, I would say, because I think he has a bit better lane setup this time around compared to last game. And last game when you had Gangplank in the top and you had Zori in mid, they're kind of hard laners to play around, whereas this time you got Gold Card probably the easiest CC ability for you to throw down at range for the Graves to then come through here. And also just playing versus like a melee set as well when you're Graves tends to make things a little bit easy for you to bully around. So I'm definitely looking to see whether Kit can play through mid lane, unlock Matislaw, and then from that, you dogpile into bot lane and try and ruin Yesler and Promiscuous Day.
Mouse, their composition seems a little bit similar to previous. It has the 1-3-1 potential, the double teleport with the strong solo laners. You know, likely that leaders are going to be searching for 1v1s, right? They just don't have they don't quite have the same level of wave clear without the Ziggs this time round. But it has similar like themes, similar thematics to their previous composition, right?
I would honestly argue like that potentially is one of the weaknesses of Mouse, is like their comps tend to have a similar identity from game to game. Now that identity is great and they do it very, very well. That is a flash forward from Matislaw.
There's a flash forward from Mystiques as well.
All right. Oh, that's BM, mate.
Who are they going to give it to? Gives it over to Zlatan. Zlatan saying, I'm going to get you back this time, mate.
Yeah.
And he's going to stay on this red side jungle too.
Right as it spawns. Right as this red buff spawns here, they get that kill. That really sucks to Obsess, actually. Late invades on your buff are the most tilting things if you're playing jungle. Straight up. Because not only do you die, but it completely ruins your early game. He just... Obsess just hex flashed over the wolf wall, by the way, to get to the wolves quicker running from spawn. I just saw it on the minimap, his head popped across. And I just think at this point it's perfect for Graves. You know, he's going to easily triple buff Obsess. That's going to nullify Obsess's early game with Set, which is quite a strong early game champion in that jungle. And that's what Zlatan, as a player and Kick as a team, what they want to have happen is to get Zlatan going. Perfect start for that.
And that's what they wanted to do in the previous game. It just didn't quite work out. I mean, again, the idea was there, but as you said, maybe the combination between Nidalee and Zoe maybe not optimal unless you're able to find a very, very strong early, or like catch the Sejuani out with that buff previously. But this time round, this is the start that Zlatan wants. He's going to be able to 3-buff unless the confidence from Obsess is there to go and walk in through that river and try and get a buff for himself.
Yeah, I mean, he might try and go for it. I'd be a little bit surprised because I think, mid Matislaw will easily just collapse on you if you're Obsessed. Like, if you do walk into the bot side jungle, I don't think that you'll be able to do that without getting punished. On the plus side, you do have Maus pushing in bot, so maybe they could roam up and help you out. But in all honesty, the most likely scenario here is just that Obsessed can't really do anything. He's going to hover around until this crab spawns, and there's the Hex Flash with the Phase Rush. But Matislaw knows exactly where he is, and he's not going to fall for that one.
Yeah, he's aware that he lost Flash very early on in a matchup that can be pretty volatile as well, and Obsess was hanging around, trying to make sure that he was able to potentially support Leader in an early kill on Matislaw, but Matislaw knew exactly what was happening. And actually now Leader, are they going to head bot, or are they going to go and take the red buff? It looks like they're actually heading bot here for a potential dive. Like, very, very low HP bars.
There's double TP, though, on the side of Kick. I think this would be quite risky, but Now's kind of sniffing around. Not sure about that one, to be perfectly honest with you. And now we're going to get a bit of a fight over this scuttle. A scuffle for the scuttle. That's what we like to see early on. You know what? I'm chatting absolute rubbish. That's not going to happen.
He's actually just heading over to red buff here.
And I think they were thinking about it. I think Kick was thinking about it. They were moving down together. There were pings going on. But, this is the safe play here. And you just get one crab each and are going to finish up with that triple buff on.
Bot lane is in such a terrible place as well to go for a skull.
Awful.
Yeah, like there's no way you try and fight with your bot lane's like, I'm just under turret.
Yeah, that's not going to work. On the plus side, the 2v2 mid-jungle is a bit better for Kick this game round.
Absolutely.
But it would not be a 2v2, so definitely don't want to take that.
And something actually we talked a little bit about in the previous game is just how there is a multi-threat aspect to Maus. Like, usually when you have a team, you're like, Leader's the main threat, and everybody else plays to facilitate him. But with Maus, Tolkien on Camille, we saw what he was capable of the last game. Obviously, Leader speaks for himself. And then you have Jeskler and Promiscu, arguably one of the strongest bot lanes in this entire competition. And actually, Pookie Style, and Mystiques, they are under pressure this game. They are down, roughly 15 CS. And it's been excellent pressure from Jeskler and Promiscu early on.
Ivo just going to have to flash away from this one. Leader was also moving up right now. And this is really hideous because there's another wave coming in topside. And that's going to freeze right in front of Tolkien's tower. And Ivo's going to have nothing to do about it. He can't walk up because he's got no flash and he knows that Obsess is around. Actually, I'm lying again. That's not going to freeze at all. Tolkien was already putting in a push, mate. Whenever I say something as a fact, just disregard that fact. I feel like I'm a little bit off on these facts.
Don't worry, mate. It's not all about facts. Sometimes it's just about the confidence with which you say them.
That's true.
That's how I've lived my casting career since it began. If I just say something really confidently,
I think it's a good strat for life in general, to be perfectly honest with you.
Oh, Mystiques and Pukistar. Mystiques hovering around Promiscu right here. They're going to try and get the stun off, but it won't come through. Actually, that wave looks like it's pushing towards Jessica and Promiscu right now, and Pukistar and Mystiques have not been in a great spot when it comes to the 2v2.
And now in this top side, I reckon Zlatan's going to try something here because he has popped that blast cone. The pings are going down. We want to get a good reset here for Aibo, and you know, Camille does have her flash, but all Aibo needs, as I say, is that reset. So this gang doesn't have to do anything special right here, you know? Like, you don't have to go crazy. You don't have to even get the kill. Zlatan's being really patient here. Does have that red buff as well, which makes Graves' ganks pretty scary. Instead, just going to walk away and go for this crab, which is spawning soon.
Yeah, he's had a really good early clear. With the 3 buff, picked up a couple of camps on Obsess's side, has actually got an experience advantage, but Maus are so confident because of where their bot lane is right now, and I guess because they can predict where Zlatan is in the map, going straight for this dragon. Obsess will take it very quickly, and that'll start off that soul time.
Zlatan's going to do a... I would imagine, I think, maybe, Zlatan was pinging towards the enemy red buff there as if he wanted to do an immediate retake of that one. But Obsess going to take this dragon here is pretty much best case scenario for him in this game because he is 2 levels down. He's getting mullered in that CS department as well. And to be honest, this is a good example of what you want to do when you're playing. You know what? I'll hold this door because something could be happening here.
Something could be happening here. Missed the knockup somehow. Great Hextech ultimatum to stop the knockup coming through, but Tolkien forced to back away. Here comes Matislaw. Should be an easy pickup for him. Aibo not even going to try. Just going to go. Oh, he is. Yeah, he is. Straight. Mate, he came up here.
A bit rude, to be honest.
A little bit rude. I'm not going to lie.
That's an underrated thing about this play, though. The Twisted Fate Destiny revealed Obsess on his red buff. So that sets up this Zlatan invade.
And Obsess forced to flash. Not a good start here, but a great return to form for the Kick roster. The #1 seed from the Ultra Liga. You know, they had a rough first game, but they reset.
And this is something which I actually do want to... I want to put more of a highlight on that. Like, I feel like with the way that Maus played that first game, it was exceptionally dominant. Probably the most one-sided game we've seen in entirety of E-Masters, or at least one of them. And we're hyping up Maus, we're hyping up the players, the talent that they've got, and all of that stands true. Maus are a phenomenal team. They've got great players. But Kick, they were the finalists in spring. This is the #1 seed out of the Ultra Liga. Ultra Liga being one of the best regions in the entirety of Europe. Hey, these guys are great.
I'm going to even go further than that.
Do it.
They're the 2nd best region because they got 2 in the top 4 previously, and they only lost out to the LFL. I think, arguably, in terms of representation, in terms of relative strength and what we've seen, the Ultra Liga are almost certainly the 2nd best region in Europe right now. And they are looking to turn that into the 1st best region. They have Ego Rogue in a semi-final already. If Kick were to win here, they would secure themselves another all-Polish semi-final, guaranteeing another shot at the title.
Yeah, and I just think this game is set up so differently compared to the one we saw of last game. It's like if you've only tuned in for game 1 of this series, and you haven't seen previous games from Maus or from Kick, you might think that this is just a wildly kind of mismatch in this quarterfinals here, which really is not the case. Kick are a great team, and I think you're really seeing the strength of what Kick does well. You know, Zlatan really taking control, with Matislaw as well being able to play more of like a facilitator, an enabler, and almost like a nullifier as well in that mid lane.
Yeah.
And just kind of like wave clear and then help out his team.
This is not even just like, I mean, this is Zlatan. In a solo queue game, if my jungler was level 7 and the enemy jungler was level 5, I'd be like, wow, this game's done. Yeah. Like Zlatan is in such a strong position on this Graves, and that is why they prioritized him in the draft. They believe there is a jungle difference to exploit, and he is proving it right now.
Yeah, definitely. I think if there is going to be a jungle difference, Zlatan's going to be one of the players to make it happen. He's really good at doing that. I do want to say it, if you're playing in solo queue and you find yourself in this position, because you're bound to have games like this where you just got you're getting bullied by the enemy jungler, you're playing jungle, your team's not helping you, nothing's happening, you don't know what you're meant to do. What Obsess has done this game is a really good textbook example of how you still make yourself useful. Yeah. Exactly. Like he's avoided Zlatan wherever possible, and he's played around the strong part of his map, which is the bot side. He's even taken that dragon, right? And he's not decided to play, like, do anything 2v2 mid, do anything necessarily where he might find Zlatan. Instead, he's just sitting where he knows he's got strong members on his team, so that if something happens, the weakness of himself will be overrun by the strength of his team, as we're going to get a semi-dive here as Tolkien's jumping out of tower range.
Yeah, he is, but he was trying to get the kill, and Zlatan just pops around. Latislaw, he's not getting any love for these ultimates. I mean, everything's stolen away from him, but he's going to be first tower. And I've got to give credit to the Kick bot lane. They have weathered a storm. Now, the storm may still be brewing as the Hex Flash being channeled. Obsess keen to make something happen, but the nullifying Braum ult comes out. And oh my word, they push them back. Beautiful defensive play from the Kick bot lane.
Yeah, and a lot of respect being shown there to Set, and specifically his ultimate as well. If you get suplexed as Ez or as Braum, you're just dead there. Like, it doesn't matter where you are under the tower, because you're out of the tower. He's just going to throw you straight out of that, and then you've got to hit him with the preemptive flash, or you're just going to die. That's 2 towers actually taking in that top side.
Do you know when we were talking about MOUZ when we first came into this competition, and we said, how do you summarize MOUZ as a team? And I remember someone saying, coin flip? And it does seem a little bit like that in this game. Like, we've gone from a game where at 10 minutes they had a 3,000 or 4,000 gold lead to at 10 minutes they've got a 4,000 gold deficit. It is nutty, kind of the two faces of MOUZ that you get. Like, when you figure out how to put a lid on that explosive power of the MOUZ Sports roster, they don't quite have that same, like, dominant power that they usually do. But look, again, they're coming down towards the bot lane. Mystique is going to be the target that teleports, and the TF ultimate coming through, and Obsess will be the immediate target. As you mentioned, Promise Q not going to get the huge effect with that ultimate, but he will buy some time as Mystique's taken very low, and Leader will pick up the kill. MOUZ, they're in their element in these skirmishes. They'll take 1 kill for their troubles, and that is a good result for them.
Kick needed to be a bit more respectful there because they didn't have Zlatan. He was still running down. And without Zlatan, as the observers quite nicely highlighted with that the gold totals there, Zlatan is most of Kick's lead right now. As you see, like 2.5k gold lead right there. Like, that's mad. You're fighting without that, you're losing basically everything you built yourself up for in this early game.
But it's going to allow MOUZ to go for the second dragon in the game here. Let's have a look at that again here, Foxy. This was the attempted gank on the bot lane, responded to very well by Kick.
So it's all well and good here with what MOUZ are doing to engage here, because you do have that double TP. You see Leader starts channeling, then Tolkien starts channeling. This is going to be like a pure on 5v5. But if you look at the minimap, Zlatan has just now hit the tri-bush. He's not done anything. Press W, 1 auto attack, bam. He got 1 auto attack off in that entire fight, and that's not me flaming Zlatan for being crap at right-clicking. He's just not there. So you can't take that play.
It's very aggressive. Onto Promise Q here. Promise Q coming back in. The on ultimate there as well. Suplex back into tower as he knocks up and gets the kill. Ibo trades 1 for 1. Jeskler will take that donated gold, and Kick will back out of the red side jungle.
That is classic Ibo. I don't know, I just watched that play and I just think he's under tower, there's 3 people there, he's playing Ornn, and
he still gets a kill.
Like, that's just, yeah, they're setting up they set up a trap here, but I mean, MOUZ know this is happening. They see it on the sweeper. Promise Q decides that it's still a good thing to go for. I mean, to be honest, I wouldn't feel particularly vulnerable in that position if I were Promise Q either. But it's just a lot of damage really coming through from the side of Kick. You have to respect that. You know, 1 for 1 at the end of the day is not a big deal either way. But if you can catch Galio, who is the tankiest member of MOUZ, especially with that Aftershock, that's keep your eyes peeled on the pick potential of Kick, because that's a lot of damage. If you can break through the Galio, imagine what you can do to everyone else.
So we, I believe, are going to see another Ocean Soul on the menu here. We didn't even get to Soul Point, I don't think, in the previous game, but it is on the cards for MOUZ with these 2 dragons already set up, and we have got the 3rd dragon spawning in 3 minutes' time. I believe there'll be another Rift Herald on the menu relatively soon also. So plenty to think about for both of these teams over the next few minutes as Mystique goes aggressive onto Leader. I don't think he'll get the blue buff. Leader will back out away with that buff. But what do you do here? What is this at the point at which you start to open up the 1-3-1 for MOUZ? Like, what is your game strategy from this point onwards for both Kick and MOUZ?
MOUZ is definitely looking for 1v1 here, because I do think in like pure 1v1s, you're pretty sorted. I think Echo into TF is a fine 1v1 pick. You know, you can even see it in the CS totals. Like, Echo is 40 CS ahead right here. That's pretty significant for this stage of the game. But TF has just been doing things across the map. You haven't picked TF to beat Echo. You know, that's just not, you don't pick TF to do that. So I think what Mouse is looking to do is they want to split up the map as much as they can. You can also, if you are getting collapsed on, let's say Kit goes for Camille, you've got the Galio ulti there, you've got the Yesler ulti there. Like you can throw things down to try and turn the split push in your, like to try and turn the collapse in your favor. Whereas Kiko are going to look for more of a traditional style of just grouping up and playing the kind of standard League of Legends game.
I guess also with a TF Ultimate, you have the option to play cross map if you need to, right? Like,
sure.
Like if there is a situation where you need to get something from a split push scenario, or you need to get something to respond to a split push from Mouse, you have that ability to collapse with relatively like risk-free with the TF Ultimate, because you're always going to be able to TP back if you free up that TP with the summoners with the spellbook anyway.
Absolutely. And now Tolkien's doing a cheeky little freeze here in front of his inhib tower. I know a certain someone that might be happy with that, but SL something? M&S? No, what is it? I can't remember. Something along those lines. It's not freezing.
I have no idea what you're talking about, honestly. No. Absolutely none. Here comes the ultimate from Ibo. Ooh! Slightly misjudges where Jeskla will be, but they will force the flash at the end of the day, so they have burnt a relatively important defensive summoner spell from Jeskla.
Yeah, and that is also the Destiny going down from Twisted Fate, however. So that relieves a lot of pressure on the map here, especially in those side lanes. So as you're seeing here, Leader now feels confidence to walk up. He can't get caught out of position by this Ram Jam anymore. That has been used. That is on cooldown. TF won't collapse either. And again, this goal difference is just expanding in this jungle. We're now up to 3K difference. That's huge. However, on the other hand, if you look at Leader as well, that CS difference is still adding up, and he is going to be a threat this game in those pure 1v1s, and Mashisor is going to have to stay towards those team plays.
A lot of eggs put in the top lane basket here when a relatively important dragon is spawning in 30 seconds. We have that third dragon of the game. It gives up soul point, for Mouse if they were to take it, and you can see Mouse collectively grouping around that Drake. They want to make their presence known, they want to ensure they have a good setup for it, but Kika responding. Kika heading back down towards that bottom side of the map, and looks like they're going to drop that Rift Herald in the mid lane to provide a little bit of distraction, or at least force Mouse to respond and make a decision around the spawn of this Drake.
I think they're genuinely going for this tower. Like, I don't think they realize. I think Kika's a bit surprised here that they're being able to just take this tower. Yeah. But yeah, you get that tower and then you rotate straight into this dragon. Tolkien is resetting.
Do they just not want to contest it?
I think... No, I don't think they should. I don't think Mouse should, but yeah, okay, they're going for it. Tolkien's going for that flank TP. I think that's Tolkien. Yeah, that is. That's both of them.
It's a little bit late. They both teleported into the red side jungle here immediately.
Oh, no.
Tolkien taken down. Ivo with the kill. Here comes Promiscu as Leader's doing his best on the back line to deal damage, but he'll get locked down with that gold card. Another gold card on top as well. And that'll be a double kill for the Kick roster. Mouse, just a complete miss-execution.
Yeah, miss-execution. That's a lot of syllables. I can do it in one. Int. That's. I'm not really sure. I think. I just don't. Mouse. You have to respect the fact that Graze is huge at this point. Like, Dragon goes down really, really fast. Sure, you might be strong individually when it comes to like Echo having some stuff going on, and bot lanes kind of making it happen as well. But you're not going to win that fight. And you also pulled the trigger a bit too late there as well. I think Tolkien's TP wasn't even up, by the way, before. I think he used it on cooldown. And now Cake are the ones who want to collapse with the TP.
Yeah, they do have the Orn Horn, and it will be thrown out. Well, not connect this time around. They didn't have the vision. They were making a little bit of a wild prediction, but they are cornering the Mouse roster.
Oh, no, that's not fair.
And another TP coming through. Twisted Fate again, trying to find his mark. They're going to get the stun onto Jeskla, taking him down very low. In the meantime, though, Obsess finds one. They'll trade 1-for-1 overall, as Schlatten backed out of the fight on low HP. It is actually a fairly good situation for Mouse right now, but Ibo, again, an assassin on the Orn. Leader will get the shutdown, and it is a 3 versus 3. Can Mouse trade back? They can. Schlatten can only do so much, and Mouse come out on top.
Yeah, that's crucial for Mouse right there. Getting those kills onto Leader as well. Really being able to leverage the strength of this Echo pick. And Kick are the ones who started that play. They're the ones who tried to cut off Mouse in that mid with the TP. And then another TP will follow up as well down towards the bot side. And I just kind of want to see what happens to Pookie Style here, because he gets deleted pretty early on. And I think whenever you're chasing this far for a play, it really just it gives a lot of time for your opponents to really gather themselves and think about what they want to do. And Pookie Style jumps up right here, and I'm curious. He just gets boxed. The Obsess just wallops him.
Yeah.
That's just that, and that's
I think that's a pretty big miss, honestly. I think this is not a play that Kick should lose. And I think maybe a tad bit of execution error here, but credits to Mouse being able to really mob this one up. And this, you know, they're getting kills on some good targets here too. And I think this is the exact kind of play that you need if you are Mouse in a position like that, where you just catch the enemy team being a little bit too far forward and you punish them for it.
And Leader also picking up some much needed gold. He's got the Lich Bane, he's got the belt, working towards his third item also. So he's looking pretty scary, especially in a 1v1 scenario. And as an assassin potential, having that Lich Bane on top of everything else does mean he's going to provide that extra threat to Matador and Boogie style. Mystique's going to have to be careful here. He's going to be chased down by Obsess, but the Unbreakable will allow him to retreat towards that mid lane. Mouse are just trying to get control of their red side jungle back. They're just pushing that vision line up to at least give them some opportunity to scout around and clear out Baron.
And this is because you're a little bit stronger now, that you can have the confidence to walk up. If you're behind as Mouse, looking to even push Mystiques out of your jungle is quite risky because it's really hard to bring him down, and if there's anyone nearby, it's really easy to bring you down. But as they had picked up those kills just now, they were able to do a little bit more here and really just, like you say, get a vision line in their jungle as Kick now rotate to the bot side of the map. They're going to look to take this tower down. I don't know if Mouse has the appropriate response to this because there is two people in the top side here. I think they're just going to go for Matador instead.
Yeah, Matador definitely going to get suplex straight into the arms of Leader. That's going to be a Zonya's to buy time or the stopwatch coming out. Now Matador will flash out as well.
How the...
Mouse unable to execute on that kill, and Matt is lost to keep safe for the time being.
I'm not going to lie, I really thought that was a wasted stopwatch there. I genuinely thought he was just going to die anyway. But, you know, Twisted Fate with that phase rush as well coming through with that flash. I guess they'd already used, you know, like the set ultimate to put him out of position and just able to walk away from that one.
I don't even think he's got phase rush. He's on a spellbook. He just literally flashed.
He seemed to, yeah, I think he's, yeah, maybe you're right. I thought he zoomed a little bit, but whatever, it's cool. Either way, he gets out of that one, and that's pretty important there for Kick, because if you remember on the bot side of the map, Mouse lost that bot tower. So it really was a lot of pressure on Mouse to make that happen, to trade that in the top side, and they weren't able to do it.
Mouse struggling to execute on that classic 1-3-1 style at the moment. They just aren't getting enough pressure with their individual laners. You can see now Tolkien pushing down towards that tier 2 in the bot, but it's so quick to respond here with the Destiny and with how quick Schlatten is around the map. Like, there isn't much that Mouse can punish when it comes to these plays.
Yeah, but I also think here it's risky for Kick because, all right,
Schlatten being focused down. Matador taking low, doesn't have that flash and is immediately killed. Leader continues the pressure. Great ultimate to delay things out here, but the rest of Mouse are ready to pounce. Although I say that, Jessica not able to get across the ball. They should get 2 for 1 overall. There should be a dragon secured. Mao's able to respond very nicely to that play.
Ibo wasn't there for any of that fight. Imagine if you had that ram coming through that choke point. That would be crazy. But he is here now. He's pretty beefy just by himself. He might be able to dissuade Mouse from going this at all, but all right, let's see what happens.
He's going to flash away here. Here comes Tolkien on the backside as well. Maybe able to trade one as Obsess keeps himself safe. There's going to be a steal away by Schlatten. And it's now 2 versus 2. Jeskla and Mouse versus Schlatten and Pookie style. Can they make it happen? Jeskla forced to flash. That's going to be the Destiny 2. They should be able to secure Leader and actually Kick, turn it on its head. They get the dragon, and they're going to be able to pick up a couple of kills also.
Yeah, Leader's going to go down for this one. And that was a pretty good TFO, which is funny because, as you said, Destiny 2, I thought Destiny 2 was crap. But anyway, that was a pretty good one. And this is all because Kick started this fight. Look at Ibo, he's on the top side. You don't have TP advantage. Like, this is just a pure 5v4. Considering how close this was for Kick, they should consider themselves pretty lucky here. And maybe it's just a testament to how well they played this. You got a choke point with Thrawn ulti, with Ez ulti, with Greppy's abilities. It's the perfect place to fight for Kick. The fact that they don't even have Ibo there is just, it's mad that they're still able to kind of run away and lick their wounds. And then he does come in. Here comes the big boy, the metal boy right there in the middle of your screen. He does so much damage here. It's actually, I don't understand this champion. I don't think anyone really understands this champion, but he buys enough time, does enough damage for not only Kick to dissuade Mouse from the dragon, but they take it for themselves.
They're going to even up the dragons. They're going to delay Soul for that much longer. And do you remember last game where I talked a little bit about scaling? I'm going to throw that same question your way this time round. If we are pushing this game out towards 35 minutes, 40 minutes, who does it favor?
I'm still going to put it on the edge of Kick, I would say. I think it's kind of close, and I think it mostly comes down to execution because let's say Echo catches as he's dead. 1 second, bam, he's gone. You know, and I think that's always something which you can look for opportunities like that. But I just think that Kick's comp is a lot easier to execute. I think the engage from Mouse mostly comes from either Obsessed running in or Tolkien running in and then having Galo jump on top of your head. And I think that's kind of like a suboptimal way to engage. And with Kick, anytime you've got something like, you know, the Airs on your team that's just going to be able to fire things out from range, you've got Twisted Fate going to be doing something similar as well. And just with how, like, amazingly, like, overfed Zlatan is, like, he's sure he's low range, but he's going to just delete anyone on the side of him.
You can really feel the strength of the Ultra Liga in this game as well. To come back to the game like their first game and be like throwing the kitchen sink at Maus every single fight here. This is a true performance of a finalist from the previous European Masters. This is the Ultra Liga that we came to expect, the Ultra Liga that did have 2 seeds in the top 4, and are looking to repeat that same success, guarantee themselves a finalist here. You know, the Polish scene has a lot to prove, and the only way they can prove it is by winning, because the only thing that betters their spring performance is that title going back to Poland.
Yeah, they have a lot and a little to prove at the same time. It's a lot to win, but that's all they have to do. And there it goes, Matisol with the Destiny is going to catch out Promiscu.
Promiscu will flash away here. I don't think you can overextend as Kick, even though the gold card comes through. Ivo now is going to be the focal target for Maus, but he's very tanky, and Kick are able to support each other as they exit back through that mid lane.
And that is just something you have to be careful of right now as we're playing more towards these objectives such as the Baron. If you're Kick and you have control of the game, you can control the vision, you sweep that vision around, which then forces Maus to walk a bit further forward to try and get some vision to check and see what you're up to if you are doing that Baron, because you don't want to give it away for free. But if you are walking further forward, it makes you more vulnerable to getting collapsed on. And what better champion to catch you out of position than Twisted Fate, who can teleport onto your face, gold card you, and get the follow-up from his team.
Just been informed, it's Nimbus Cloak that gave him the little speed boost.
That's the word. I was saying, I was saying Phase Rush. I meant Nimbus Cloak.
I get confused between the two. But, yeah, Nimbus Cloak gave him that little speed
I think I said that last game as well. Too many words, man. Who invented language?
That's a philosophical question that I don't think we have time to answer.
But it depends how late the game goes.
That's true. We were talking about scaling. Dragon Soul's still a while off, so I guess we can get right into it. But no, I think for Maus as well, this, like, you know, we said the last game personifies Maus. I think this game also kind of personifies Maus. Maus are like a team that when they're ahead, they have a comp and they have champion picks that generally tend to do incredibly well in that situation. But when they're behind, because they just like to fight and skirmish and build gold leads through essentially killing you over and over again, like Maus generally, well, I think they'll trade Baron, but yeah, Maus generally, when they're behind, they do struggle to find those big moments. But I would never count Maus out in a team fight. Like, I will never count Maus out.
If you're looking for a big moment, Keenan, I think we might be having one coming up soon.
Yeah, the Baron has been started up here. Maus are looking to respond to it. Everybody is on the right side of the map, and Kick, they do not. They're going to keep it going, actually. I thought they were backing off here. Are we going for a pure 50-50 in this scenario?
No, please. Please.
I don't like the 50-50s, mate. I'm never a big fan.
I don't think it's going to be a pure 50-50 here, though. Ivo is keeping it at least. She's extremely tanky. I think Kick are kind of trying to play a bit of chicken here, make Maus walk away, but
they're trying to force Maus to make a move. Ivo's still tanking up here, losing a very small amount of HP, as you said. It's not a pure 50-50 because the level differential, still 3 levels in the advantage for Zlatan, so his smite will be stronger. That's the ultimate coming through. Dawning Shadow lands. Now that matters for the target gets blown up.
Oh no.
Tolkien finds the edge on the side of the fight here. Kick left it too long, and Maus come out on top.
Kick, you really messed that one up. You had an idea, you are playing around the Baron, you are forcing Maus's hand, and they gave you what you wanted. Unfortunately, it works out for them. Tolkien able to catch out Matisol with that Hextech ultimatum. You may think a champion that can teleport anywhere on the map at any given time will be pretty good at staying away from people, but you can't get out of the baby cage. And that's exactly what happens. Tolkien in a brilliant position here for that flank. Matisol just not respecting this. And there it is. You know, just catch him out of position. There's nothing you can do. You collapse on Matisol.
maybe there's an opportunity there if Kick are all in the Baron pit where you can rush that down while everyone's gone and paying attention to Matislaw, but that was not the case. And just a tiny bit of execution error there from the side of Kick, but honestly, I really just want to put props to Tolkien for making that happen because he saw the opportunity, and that's what separates good players from like game-changing players. You know, I think that is a game-changing move because something had to happen there. From either Kick or Mouse, something had to happen that was either going to make that play or break that play. Tolkien took it into his hands, and he saved Mouse and Baron.
And bought them more time and secured Soul Point as well. Yep. So it was a big, big swing for Mouse. Even though the gold lead still firmly in favor of Kick, a lot of that is coming directly from Graves, one imagines. Like with the oh my God, look at the CS discrepancy. I've literally been so absorbed, but it is a 5,000 gold lead, 5,500 gold lead. The entire gold lead is Zlatan on this Graves. The man that we said needed to have the performance to carry his team. He has got the entire team on his shoulders with this gold lead right now.
Yeah, but how much of that actually works against Kick's favor because it's only him?
Exactly. If he gets singled out and taken down, the rest of the Kick roster maybe not in a strong position. Here comes the Destiny, just trying to buy some time to see where everybody is for Mouse. Are we going to see a 50-50 around the Baron? Zlatan should have the smite that works from his leaders over the wall, trying to buy some time here. Oh, it's the smite. It does go to Zlatan, but the fight looking like it's working out well for Mouse right now. Leader on the back line, trying to do his best. They immediately try to chase back, though. It is a 2-for-1 at the end of the day. The Dawning Shadow comes through, buys time, but look at Zlatan. The man can't be killed, and Pookie Style follows up. The Polish #1 seeds, they are on fire.
Mate, that's the 5,000 gold lead right there. Zlatan able to secure the Baron with that level advantage as well with a higher damage smite. But also, you saw him in the team fight. He's just walking forward. He's just putting his pressure out, and he doesn't care. He doesn't care about anything. He does so much damage. He's so hard to kill.
I mean, look at the items.
Yeah.
Death Dance, Black Cleaver, got the jungle item, obviously. I think that's Sanguine Blade on top of that. Sorry.
Umbral Glaive.
Umbral Glaive, that's literally, I can't see because I have no eyes. Umbral Glaive, yeah, I mean, he's just so, like, both tanky, but also dealing insane amount of damage.
And a lot of that just comes from level difference as well. 4 level difference from Zlatan over to Obsess. I suppose, honestly, that's something that maybe we were underplaying a little bit here as well. I think I should have put a bit more emphasis on the fact that it's not really a 50-50. That's a 4 level difference.
That's a 4 level difference.
That's quite a significant thing. And sure, you know, with all the damage that's flying around, it's a 200 damage difference with Smite. It's not like sure, you can undersell or oversell a Smite by 200. It's not like a crazy scenario that Obsess gets that, but it's definitely in Kick's
It's definitely
favor.
a significant advantage when it comes to Smite Wars, for sure. But I always get concerned because I've seen this happen so many times.
I just panic.
Yeah, I panic. I absolutely panic. I even panic for teams when I watch it happen because, you know, in the heat of the moment, judging those smites can be...
It is so tough. It really is, yeah.
But Kick, super strong position right now. Leader doing his best to split push in the side lanes, but it looks like Kick want to force the issue. Like you said, they can just group, and they don't have like a fancy composition to execute on. It kind of does what it says on the tin. They're just going to run down and force these fights.
Okay, this is a pretty wide TP flank here from Leader, but the Twisted Fate Ultimate is going to see this one out, and Kick are now going to engage.
Straight onto Obsess. Doesn't use the shield as effectively as he would like, and Leader now stuck with Ibo as the target. Matislaw jumps forward. Leader forced to ult. Big ult coming through, and now Promiscu will try and support his mid laner, but Kick have got what they wanted. They have the pressure in the base, and they're now running towards those Nexus turrets.
And Kick have got it all in their sights right now. If they win this game, they're going to level up the series, and then it will be sudden death, the final game to decide who goes through to the semi-finals.
Promiscu's doing what he can with the taunt. They've already picked up 2 members as Kick get another kill here. Mao's unable to close it out swiftly, and Polska Gurom indeed. Kick bite back 1-1, and we are going to a 3rd game.
That was a spicy game, actually. It wasn't quite as like dominant from start to finish as the previous game was, but I'd still say that was quite a one-sided.
I never felt like Mao's were in control.
Yeah.
I always felt like Kick had the pace of the game, and they knew what they wanted to achieve.
Definitely.
And all it took was one decisive fight around Baron to secure things out.
Yeah, and I really just think that Zlatan, when I watched that, it's just... They gave everything to Zlatan, right? All the resources, and hey, he rewarded his team for it, and they tied the series.
Well, Kick will answer back. As you just saw, they'll keep their semi-final hopes alive. We'll talk more about it after the break. is everything that I wanted from a series. I honestly came into that second game and thought, please, Kick, like, make this a 3-game series. And the way that Mouse played in the first game, I was certain that there was just not Kick's day. They weren't going to turn up. Mouse were going to do the Mouse thing. But honestly, Zlatan. That's all I'm going to say. Zlatan. We like, he is the guy. He literally 1v9'd that game. Like, he was the goal difference, and it's very rare that you look at someone with the goal difference and think, like, they actually make the impact. But my word, he did.
He really did. I think, you know, game 1 of this series was Mouse being Mouse, and game 2 was Kick being Kick, I would say. And a lot of that is Zlatan, as you say. Like, in this last game, he took all the resources. They were even leaving kills for him in this game. And the thing is, you can take resources, but you have to do something with it. And Zlatan really did. He did reward his team for that. And there were times in this game where it looked like Mouse might be able to make some things happen. The fights weren't completely dominant on Kick's side, but honestly, as you said before the break, it never really looked like Kick were losing control in this game.
No, there was definitely some issues in the bot lane early on, but I want to give massive credit to Pookie and to Mystiques for just weathering the storm and allowing Zlatan to dominate top side of the map. Like, we talked about Tolkien being dependable and consistent. This game, he really was put under the hammer, both figuratively and literally by Ornn. Quite literally by Ornn. And obviously, this was that huge fight where that level advantage really came into play with the smite here, Foxy, and the fight was just all Zlatan.
Yeah, exactly. Just watch Zlatan in this fight. You can see he's just in the middle of everyone, just like, look at that. I mean, he went from being in the middle of the fight, and then he realized the fight was running away from him, so he flashed into the middle of the fight again. Like, there was just no personal space or anything like that.
He had gravity. He literally had gravity for the fight and his team. Like, he was the center mass for this roster in this game, and it really felt like it in the way that he played. And I actually remember talking to you before the series began, and you were like, I think there is a clear differential between the mid-jungle combos of Mouse and of Kick, in the sense that Mouse, Obsess plays for leader. Kick, Master's Law plays for Zlatan.
Yeah, and they're both very strong mid-jungle duos, but as you say, just like opposite strategies. And yeah, I think we've seen both strategies at full force in game 1 and in game 2. And you're seeing the bracket here as well. We're now 1-1 in our series today, which means the next game decides it all.
And Mouse have chosen blue.
Okay, that's what they were on game 1.
Blue side has got a 100% win rate in this quarterfinal thus far. And as Foxy said, we have that 1 game left to go. Winner takes all. The Dark region versus the Ultra Liga. Which region is going to have 2 teams in the top 4?
And one in the finals guaranteed.
Exactly. Both of these teams are able to secure at least a top 2, two teams in the top 4 at the end of this quarterfinal. A huge deal for both the Prime League and the Ultra Liga. So it's do or die, obviously, as these 2 teams head to their final game. We'll come back after the break. Mouse versus Kick, Ultra Liga versus the Dark. We'll see what happens.
Hey everyone, and welcome to the EU Masters, where we pit the very best ERL teams against one another while showcasing up-and-coming European talent. 12 regions will compete to decide who will reign supreme over Europe, so be the first to scout and the first to cheer. Let's get right into it. EU Masters begins with the play-in group stage, where all regions will have at least 1 team represented, with a total of 16 teams divided into 4 groups. Here, each team will play against other teams in their group twice, with the top 2 seeds moving on to the play-in knockout stage. The winners here will move on to the group stage, where 12 teams have already pre-qualified. This group stage is where the teams will compete in a double round robin, with the top 2 teams advancing to the knockout stage. From September 15th to 16th, like before, top seeds will play against the second-seeded teams from other groups in a best-of-3, with winners moving on to the semi-finals. Here, the final 4 teams will play a best-of-3 and fight for their spot in the finals, where it will be a best-of-5 to determine the next EU Masters champion. Each season, fresh talent explodes onto the Rift. The likes of Nemesis, Kazi, Selfmade and Humanoid all rose up through the EU Masters. But who will be this year's champion? Who will be the next breakout player to make it into the LEC? Join the ride, tag along, and witness history in the making. Bye for now.
final game of the quarterfinals. Guaranteed, it is 1-1 apiece here between Mouse and Kick. The Prime League versus the Ultra Liga. Winner will give the majority share of teams in the top 4 to whichever region ends up winning this. It is a banger of a series thus far. Mouse dominated, Kick responded, and we are now going to our final champion select of the night. Mouse have indeed selected blue, as we said before, and it's a 100% blue side win rate.
It is, yeah. And in the first game, that was the Shen priority, which then went in spot side for Promise Q. And in game number 2, it was the Graves priority. And I think both those picks were huge facilitators of their team's win. So being on blue side, getting that first pick seems to be quite important so far. I would say not just a coincidence that blue side has a 100% win rate. And I'm looking forward to seeing the draft because we're not going to get a repeat of game 1 draft.
Yeah, and also, you know, you look at towards red side, what does red side advantage give you a lot of the time? It's usually like counter pick advantage, but we don't really see that exploited much for Kick, right? We didn't really see massive counter pick advantage. They had the GP pick at the end, but it was because there wasn't really much better that they could select in in that scenario. So I'm wondering whether red side's just the advantage of red side's a little bit nullified for Kick. Maybe they don't feel comfortable like going for a counter pick mid or trying to go for a skill matchup by going for a counter pick, right?
Yeah, I actually agree with that. Like counter picking mid, I just don't think is going to happen this series. I don't think that, or at least, sorry, I don't think Matisaur is going to counter pick mid. I think that the way that Matisaur plays is much more about controlling mid, and they're champions that you don't need to counter pick on. Orianna, Galio, Zori, these kind of champions. And I just think when you're going up against leader especially, I don't think there are expectations for Matisaur to win that matchup 1v1 anyway. So Orianna ban, as we've seen every single game of this series, no surprise there. Going to try and limit the ways that Matisaur can contain leader.
Going to give a little shout out to the coaches as well. You don't really get to hear much about the coaches, but D-Lord for Kick, incredibly sort of well-respected coach. I think he's had a lot of good performances, especially at European Masters level. And Candy Floss, who
is he from the?
Yeah, it's the old UK jungler Candy Floss, and obviously he's been pretty good for Mouse over his tenure there. So a little shout out to the coaches because they don't often get much highlighting. But D-Lord and Candy Floss being the coach for Mouse and D-Lord being the coach for Kick Near Surf. Nice to give them a little bit of a shout out. You can see the Graves band. They have learned. We're not letting that go through. We don't want to see such a wide jungle gap, and maybe Nidalee is a little harder to execute on in general.
I honestly think, though, like, what happened in that last game was more of like a team effort. I don't think it was like Zlatan into Obsess, like huge jungle diff. Whenever you get popped by a late invade, I think you've just kind of broken down somewhere in like vision or communication, and that's really what got the ball rolling there for Zlatan and for that Graves pick. But still, as a comfort, you get rid of that easy peasy lemon squeezy. And we're seeing that Akali ban as well. That's 100% banned. Continuing for leader. He's definitely not going to be able to play that in EU Masters.
And it's a very similar ban strategy that we saw for the red side and the Shen first pick comes through. Like you said, it felt instrumental in terms of executing that 1-3-1 style composition for Mouse previously. But Aibo and Zlatan, Aibo says, no way that you are getting rid of my Renekton this time. I've got the opportunity to pick it. And I think one of the things about this is that it technically could flex, but I do know that it's very likely going to go to Aibo.
Yeah, and I think this almost guarantees you're going to get a winning matchup in that top side. Renekton tends to beat the, like Camille, for example, Renekton absolutely smashes Camille. A lot of those matchups where you have those kind of fighter top lanes, Renekton comes out on top. Then he falls off as the game goes on, but for Zlatan on that Nidalee, he's going to be able to have a lane to play around, have an air of the map to play around as well.
It's also just a tried and tested combo, right? Tower diving potential for days.
Yeah, exactly. If it was like Elise Renekton, good night. Good night. Tolkien would not be able to play League of Legends. He'll be able to play a bit of League of Legends, but still not a huge amount. Responding here with the Hecarim on the side of Mouse. Really, really strong jungler we're seeing in the meta right now. And actually, I think it's a very good answer into Nidalee with an asterisk, which I'll talk about a bit more now because the draft a bit later, because the draft is rolling on instead.
Yeah, we're going to get the Pookie style Ezreal, was allowed him to be very defensive in the bot lane, try and play away from, we talked a little bit about it, but the strength of the Mouse bot lane, like Jeskla promised you, even in that previous game, they had complete control of the bot side of the map. They gave such bot lane priority to Obsess to go for these early dragons. And so the Ezreal pick was just allowing Pookie style to not die, essentially, and remain relevant and become a force in the mid game where Zlatan was able to do a bit more carrying.
Yeah, I think honestly, like both bot lanes are good, but I think like they shine the most when not in the bot lane. Like it's kind of like the team plays that the bot lanes are able to make and the pressure they're able to absorb and the rotations and stuff like that. with that Shen being picked on the side of Mouse, it could be a flex for Tolkien. I think Shen into Renekton is not a bad matchup, in all honesty. You can use the little circle thingy.
Spirit's Refuge.
There you go, to block an empowered W from Renekton as well. Like, it's actually not that bad, but if
you lose the lane, though, from what I've seen. Like,
you wouldn't win
just
the
like
lane.
cues you over and over again.
But as far as it goes against Renekton, losing gracefully is fine.
Yeah, for sure.
So, but I would still expect it to be going down in that bot side. And then that does allow, Yes is going to be playing on that Senna, who's more of a facilitator. As you said as well, Pukisel and Ez just chilling out, not having to do anything. And again, it's putting more pressure on the rest of the map. You're kind of ignoring the bot side. And again, having this Galio being picked, it's something that can kind of answer a Shen, right? Like if Shen does use that ult in the mid lane or even in top lane, and if you have, you've been roaming up as Mystiques, it could be a mid Galio.
No, that's what I was about to say. I wouldn't be surprised to see
that's fair.
take mid.
It could still be a mid Galio. But either way, it's a good answer to that style of thing with Shen walking around and helping his team.
So Taric here for Promise Q, so that will be Shen top for Tolkien. And now we're going to see leaders pick up in the mid lane. It's going to be classic leader, we assume. If that's a Talon, oh my word, like he is really going all in.
I just think he'll pick Echo again, honestly.
Yeah, Echo's pretty safe, right?
I wouldn't be surprised. Like, he tends to default to that pick.
Yeah, it's pretty safe. It's pretty safe. I think you lock in the Echo in this scenario.
In this scenario, what, your leader and
your leader and your other champions are gone. So
yeah, it's a good pick anyway. It's a fair blind pick, and even if it is going into Galio, it works there too. But it's definitely nothing that's nothing crazy to write home about. I would be a little bit concerned as the game goes on about lane matchups, because I don't think if you ever get into a 1-3-1 that Echo really ever wants to go into a Renekton. So you have to be a little bit cautious on that front. And let's see what they ran out the comp with. There is going to be a Rakan in the bot lane, so as you were saying, Galio in that mid, and a huge playmaking support in the arms of Mystiques.
And it's very classic Mystiques as well. We know that he likes his playmaking supports, the Thresh, the Rakans, and also Ezra Rakan.
He's a 3 plays. Sorry to interrupt.
No.
I disagree with you. Like, he just picks playmaking supports and engage specifically. Rakan is that.
And Ezra Rakan is like giga safe. Like, it's such a safe bot lane. Like, you're hard shilling for the entire bot lane.
You are shilling, yes.
All right, Foxy. Our final compositions are locked in. We have the Mouse Sports and Blue side kick from the Ultra Liga on red. Talk to me about expecting, or what we're going to expect from these teams in game.
I really like both drafts for starters, as far as like playing to the team's strength. So the bot side of the map, nothing much is going to happen there. It's really all going to come out of that, and then you're going to have like the roams around from like the Galio from mid and stuff like that. And that's like the bot side isn't where the action's going to happen, but I expect it to leave bot lane and then move towards the side lanes. I think you've got pretty strong 2v2s. Honestly, all over the map. I think Shen Hecarim, Shen Echo, Nidalee Renekton, Nidalee Galio, I think they're all pretty strong 2v2s depending on the execution. And I think it's going to be quite an explosive game. And what I really want to touch on here is this jungle matchup, because I was saying I think Hecarim is a decent response into Nidalee with an asterisk, because I would, in the early game, Hecarim does get a little bit low clear in the jungle. He's a little bit vulnerable. His strengths doesn't lie in that early game, like fighting 1v1 especially. And Nidalee is a champion that loves to abuse early game weaknesses. And so Nidalee can 100% prey on Hecarim. But when Hecarim gets out of the lane phase, and once it gets to that level 6 point, really is quite a good matchup for Hecarim, because it becomes quite unkillable for Nidalee. Nidalee's not going to be able to do anything to him, and because Nidalee will stay squishy throughout the entire game, Hecarim can actually have crazy 1v1 potential on her there.
Look at the group up from Mouse on the bottom side of the map. They were expecting a
late invade this
time. They were like expecting a late red buff invade. Not going to happen this time round. Tolkien has to walk a long way back to lane here. He might end up losing 1 or 2 CS for this.
He will.
No, he won't.
Yeah, no, he's not going to actually. He's going to get there in time. He will lose a little bit of that, pressure in that lane. He'll lose some of the gold. Not going to be able to pick that one up, but still gets the XP. That's the important thing. But honestly, if this was a pure 1v1, he'd probably have been playing it same anyway, just like chilling back, because Renekton does have a bit of that strength going on, building up that Fury bar and culling.
Expecting Ibo to be in the commanding position in this lane.
Look at Nidalee bot.
Yeah, he's going straight.
A blue buff Nidalee level 2 is going for it. Here we go.
That's the engage from Mystique, straight over Promiscu, now the target. Stunned up, taken low, first blood, Mystique's kicker not playing around, and they get that first kill.
That is a crazy play for me from Kick. I don't think in any realm, multiverse, universe, you expect a level 2 bot side Nidalee gank.
And they've got vision of Obsess as well. They knew exactly where he was.
I think that's just a really good kind of like, a smart play there. I think you're kind of preying on expectations a little bit there, and the lack of expectations for something like that to happen. And, you know, bot lane getting ahead there. The kill does go over to Mystique, which isn't ideal, but still it's something, you know, a bit of an XP thing going on there as well.
Matislaw happy to trade with Leader 1-for-1 here. Again, trying to play more of a nullifying pick in the form of this Galio. Happy to just clear waves, try not to get involved in too many huge skirmishes.
Come on, Obsessed, mate. Invade the jungle. Yes, do it. All right, don't do it. But this is the thing, though. This is the strength of having this Renekton and why it's been banned twice in this series so far. It's like Obsessed had an opportunity to punish Nidalee because Nidalee went bot side, fell behind in XP, fell behind in gold. So Obsessed would be able to catch Nidalee as she was walking towards the top side of the map with that double buff and everything like that, and Nidalee would really be put on the back foot there. But unfortunately, for Mouse, you don't have lane pro on this top side because Renekton is such a strong early game pick. So that kind of bails out Zlatan a little bit there, and is one of the reasons why Ibo rarely gets this champion.
Tolkien's got a small level advantage from that roam, though, and he knows that if Ibo steps up and gets taunted, he might get forced into a situation where a tower dive is on the menu. So he's just going to let that crash and clear the wave out at his turret. But again, like you said, Ibo has made up for some of this sort of level 2 gank in the bot lane. Mystique, is he? Oh, there's no, he's not going to try. There's no way. He's just trying to throw a couple of basic attacks towards Obsess's way. But yeah, apart from that bot lane gank, relatively uneventful early game thus far.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see a huge amount of stuff happen necessarily in the early game unless Zlatan wants to play really play around top side. But I don't necessarily think that's a good thing to do early on because you tend to lose like the early dragons. And I think nowadays that we're seeing, especially in EU Masters, is the strength of early dragons and what it means for the rest of the game and how it dictates the rest of the game. Teams like to pick them up, and they don't really like to handshake dragons or something. So I don't expect necessarily Zlatan to go to the top side, in which case we'll probably just be waiting for like ultis and stuff.
Oh, Mystique's jumping in again, making it so difficult for Promiscu to actually land his stun. And, you know, Rakan, very sneaky, quick support, and Tarek a bit more, he prays a bit more on the static, you know, he kind of jumps in with that vector on his stun, and Zlatan already down there. I kind of want to reiterate, like, the outcome of this series. I know we've talked about it a lot, but it's always worth really hammering home what this means for not only these two teams, but these regions as a whole. You know, Mao's, the Dark League region, the Prime League, had a really poor European Masters in the spring season. They really did not perform, but Ultra Liga had a banger. They had two teams in the top 4. They had an all-Polish semi-final, guaranteeing a Polish seed, making it to the finals. If they were to win this game, they would have a rematch with Ego Rogue in the semi-finals, an exact copy of the semi-finals from the European Masters spring, and for all you Polish fans out there, a guaranteed shot at the title, the one that you lost out to LDLC. And obviously LDLC could still make it back, and you could have that showdown once more. The other side of the bracket, LDLC is there. You know, we could be staring down a complete rematch of the European Masters Spring Finals should things go Kick's way over the next couple of series.
And this is the thing, like, if you're out of the Ultra League, you're the only kind of major region that we have, like one of the strongest regions we have in the EU Masters that hasn't won it all at some point. But they've been in the finals more times than any other region. They've been in it last spring, like you say. They were in it 2018 spring, but the very first one when they it was
Origin.
Luminar Gaming versus Origin with Froggen and Insec and just Expect was on that team as well. Like,
do we count that roster?
Well, you know, but it's still, you know, Poland have not been able to bring home a dub unlike the other major regions here. And it's just, it's about time. Poland is too good to not have a title.
It's about time. I like it because I think it really is for Poland. But they have to get over this hurdle of Mouse Sports, and Mouse Sports have already shown, you know, in the right situation, they can win games just as easily as Kit can. And Mouse, I think a lot of people, when you have two previous champions on your roster, Leader and Obsess, you know, you're not expecting them to be an easy target. This is a very close series. I want to stress that we are 1-1 for a reason. It could go either way.
Okay.
Oh no, that was a little bit off the mark, but the ult will save him there as well. They go aggressive in the blue side jungle. Oh, but Mystiques goes in. There is the knock-up. Leader taken pretty low, but I don't think either team really wants to commit to this right now, although Pukistyle does get forced to Arcane Shift across the wall. Mouse are looking for it, but Kick do not take the bait.
They were thinking about it just a little bit there. I wonder whether this being a game 3 and like the deciding game plays into these kind of plays here, because no team really wanted to dedicate towards that one. There was a bit of hesitation there. All in all, not too much happens. A bit of trade to summoners. Matchsword did lose his flash and his ultimate, so I would say all in all, like for Mouse, it makes this game a bit easier for the next few minutes, because if Tolkien does get a play, let's say Obsessed goes for something like this, or they try and go for a dive, whatever it is, and Tolkien wants to ult in, they're not going to have the answer on the side of Kick with the Galio ulti. So it might make a bit of a cross-map play a bit easier to execute, but aside from that, quite an even play on the cross side.
He's used a lot of abilities here, has Ivo, and he's going to jump straight back in. Tolkien doesn't have that Spirit's Refuge. He's going to be forced to flash. The Spear comes in, but this is that dive buddy potential that we're seeing. Ultimate comes through to buy some time. Schlatten will pick up the kill. And it just feels like there's nothing you can do versus the Nidalee Renekton. When they force a tower dive, they go for it. But we're not done. Straight onto the bottom side of the map now. Promiscu forced to flash once more. One basic attack should finish him off. But he will escape. Kick firing on all cylinders.
Well, we have action all over the place right now. I was not expecting to see this bot lane be so hungry for each other. I think, you know, having this two matchup right here is deceptive for us. You think, oh, you got Edge, you got Senna, not necessarily too much going on, not too much aggressive plays, but these two teams, I guess they just don't like each other. I suppose Mals were knocked out in the quarterfinals last year by the in spring, by the #1 Polish squad. And Kick are accepting nothing by getting into that finals again.
Well, they are currently in the driving seat in terms of gold lead. Now, Obsessed looking to potentially even the keels with the keels. When I say keels, it just sounds like a really weird way of saying kills. But he's going to take the Rift Herald. He's just going to take the Rift Herald.
Oh, yeah.
They get the keels.
Yeah, well, it's still. Just the even kills, not the kills. Because we are not even in kills.
No.
There's 2 kill advantage over to Kick. Although the gold advantage is reflecting that, but nothing too out of control so far. Kick, on the other hand, are collapsing on this mid lane.
Oh, forces the flash out of Leader.
Yeah, that's a lot. You can, like, Rakan just hops in from miles away. You always have to respect the engage potential from that champion. And Schlatan really, he loves having this impact at this stage of the game. Nidalee is a great pick for doing this. Sure, it's not the Graves, but honestly, in the right hands, Nidalee might even be a little bit scarier than the Graves. And I would say that Schlatan is one of those players who can make it happen. And so far, definitely exerting his pressure on this champion.
Ivo's got a pretty significant CS advantage. Not that we would expect any less in this matchup versus the Shen. He's gonna have that edge for quite some time. Next dragon is gonna be spawning. It will be Infernal, which means our soul will either be Mountain or it will be Cloud. So arguably 2 of the least or the lower impact souls of the bunch. But you won't say no to a soul.
Yeah, soul is still good. Still has a significant chance on significant impact on chances of winning a game. Because they're all strong, just some are stronger than others. And we'll see if Kick decide to really invest into these dragons, because it actually looks like Mal's gonna start this one. And I'm not sure if Kick want to give this one up.
Leader does not have flash, remember, so any kind of wild plays that he might choose to go for as he does put pressure onto Schlatan. Obsessed trying to focus this down. There comes the taunt, then he wants to launch shadows into Smite, and it is secured for the Mal's roster. Here comes the rest of Kick, though. Ivo in the middle of the team just gets slaughtered by Mouse. And a double kill for Obsessed. Suddenly this went all so wrong for Kick, and Mouse are hungry for blood. Pukistyle 1 versus 5. I know he is an internet phenomenon, but I don't think he's going to be able to defend against this. Suddenly Mouse bite back, and they even the gold lead.
And that was a perfect execution there from Mouse. I was thinking, I think Kick thought as well they were going to be able to contest this one, maybe it'd be quite even. You've got that Galio ulti as well. I think maybe that would have been good to engage with the ulti. But you're seeing as well just the difference in jungle picks here. With the Hecarim, it's much better in these team fight scenarios, whereas Nidalee wants to do more kind of like 1v1 invading, that kind of thing. And so when you get into these skirmishes, you get into these team fights, Obsessed had a massive impact. You also had Promiscu's ultimate, which is just really, really, just you lay that down, no one takes any damage to start the fight. And that's a very convincing win there from Mouse. Completely swayed that goal total, and
all of the kills went over to Obsess, which might not sound like a good thing because he's the jungler, but any Triforce jungler that can get accelerated into getting that Triforce is going to be so happy. He's gonna have a very happy shopping spree right here.
Yeah, he's gonna be close to Triforce at least picking up like the Phage. And he is, as you said, working towards that, 2/3 of the way there now. One more item to pick up. You know, we did talk about it. You know, we gave a lot of a build-up, you know, a lot of build-up to Kick and a lot of build-up to the Ultra League. But for the Prime League, this means just as much. You know, they had a really poor spring. If they were to secure 2 seeds in the top 4, like we would be looking to a return to form from 2019. Big with a team the only team from the Prime League that is, or Dark Region, that has currently won. And you know, Miles and Obsess and Leader are already champions. They've already done this before. They've tread this path. Engage comes through from Mystics. Good damage onto Jeskla. Schlatten will pick up the kill. Promiscu may be buying time for Obsess to make his way down. Obsess is a very, very scary pony. Onslaught of Shadows onto Pookie style. No way that he can escape this. They'll trade 1 for 1 over.
He just took it to him. That's just that. You can't outplay a Hecarim. It's so difficult if a Hecarim gets ahead. Like, he jumps into the middle of your team, and because of his W, he heals up so much against champions that the Kick don't even bother trying to fight that one. They know they're not going to be able to fight that one. He's just that style of champion. And Obsess is really doing the most, making the most of this lead that he's got right here. A good answer, as it looks like Mouse might be looking for a bit more. Yeah,
there is a teleport available rather for Matislaw if he wants to try and defend against this dive from Leader. Schlatten being the target, now Mystique's also forced to back out. Matislaw is there. I think they are just going to let this turret go, or at least try to as the taunt comes through onto Leader. Will they be able to execute on it? They won't, as Leader still has the ultimate and will dash out.
That spear was quite close to connecting. If it had hit, I reckon Schlatten would have jumped in on that one, but still nothing going there. Instead, Mouse are just going to collect spoils of war and then run away, and there it is! 14-minute Triforce here for Obsess. That is a huge power spike for Hecarim.
And it's really the biggest power spike that's come online out of any of the items that have been picked up. I mean, there's a Black Cleaver now for Renekton, but Triforce at 14, nothing like a Triforce at 14 minutes.
Yeah, Triforce is just absolutely insane. On any champion that can apply Sheen hits effectively, which is any champion that has like a spammable ability, like the Hecarim Q, Triforce tends to be a really, really strong pickup. And he's still staying around the bot side of this map here. It seems like Mel's just aren't happy with what they've got so far on the bot side. They are looking to get even more, and that is going to be the tower falling down here. Obsess doesn't have his ultimate here, so he's really just playing like a protective role. Just wants to make sure nothing happens Schlatten or the rest of Kick.
It's looking good for the Prime League team. 600 gold lead, the next Rift Herald spawning. As you said, Tolkien kind of weathered the storm on the top side of the map. That CS difference hasn't opened up much more than it was previously as well. And Mouse, you know, with the Hecarim, they've got some scaling. You know, they've got some ability to get into later game team fights. They've got the potential to 1-3-1 with the Shen in the side lane and the Echo in the other. It's definitely a team that can function as this game progresses.
And the thing with Obsess as well is like this Hecarim pick. I will talk about this a bit later on. Say it's going to be a gank here. Flash out from Matislaw, going to respect that. That charging pony, there's definitely not something that you want to run into. So before he gets to your lane, you're just going to hop out. And to continue what I was saying, like as this game goes on with Hecarim, he's in a really good spot in this team to really enable the strengths of Mouse's draft. So, for example, Shen ulti. You stick that on Hecarim, Hecarim dives in, boom, you've delivered Shen into the backline and you've protected Hecarim. You can even partner with Hecarim as Taric and get that Virgin Stingery down. And that, bam, suddenly it's like Obsess can now play with the upside of Hecarim without the downside of him. That being, you jump into the middle of a team and get blown up. It's not going to happen.
Straight on. Well, you know what? I couldn't even finish my sentence. He's just dead. Now Obsess. Happy to charge in. Onslaught of Shadows straight onto Mystique to break up this team fight. Can Mystique's escape? I don't think he can. Promiscu should be able to finish that one off. And now Ibo, escaping Leader, trying to get under his tower, will walk straight into the... Oh, he just gets out of it. Can Ibo buy time here? The dive is coming through. He's got the sustain. He's getting Obsessed low. The shutdown, Ibo! You absolute beast! And now comes through Matislaw. Leader can't find the kill.
Schlatten's here too.
He's still going. Got to get a reset now as Leader's continuing to put the pressure down. Here comes Schlatten. Convergence comes down, looking for that invulnerability as the Shen will join the fight. This is going on as now Matterslaw the target. The taunt comes through onto Schlatten. They're trying to find refuge through the redemption under the turret. And that wave being cleared out by Ibo. Leader gets taken low. Is the flash available? It is so low, but the heal comes through from Jessica. The sustain is there. And we're not done yet, Foxy. We're not done.
There's gonna be some more here. Leader finally going down at the end of the 100 Years War, and I think Maus are just gonna lick their wounds on this one and say, you know what? We've had enough. We've run out of energy.
Is a god. I'm just gonna say it. Ibo is an absolute monster.
He played that one really well, to be fair. Like, you have to give him credit on that. There's a reason why this Renekton was banned, and he can do some phenomenal things, and he did some absolute phenomenal things right here. It all starts with Tolkien getting caught out of position in this scenario here. He just goes down. There's not really too much to say about it, but Obsess with this Omega Fed Hecarim, popping the Ghost, jumping in, thinks he can turn it around, and with the rest of Maus collapsing, it seems like a pretty good idea. And this really should just be a clean, Ibo goes down, you've got 2 for 1, boom, easy peasy lemon squeeze, and you go to the Herald, sorted. But Ibo just refuses to die. Absolutely flat out refuses to die with some good individual play. The triumph there as well, keeping him up, being able to turn this whole thing on his head.
The Matterslaw shield from the ultimate came in massively clutch as well. True. Beautiful play, and again, just playing around that turret so nicely. Maus maybe bit off more than they could chew in this scenario, as well as the shutdown on Obsess. A lot of gold going into the back pocket of Ibo.
Yeah, and Ibo was already really hard for Tolkien to deal with. You can see there's a 50 CS deficit. It's been a deficit for the entire game. That's 2.3k gold difference now in these top laners. And the thing is what I was saying as well is, like, with Leader having picked Echo, it's not like there's going to be a more favorable 1-3-1 scenario or a more favorable matchup for Maus into Renekton. You can't put an Echo into Renekton. That's even worse than putting a Shen into the Renekton. And so I just think at this point, like, if he really gathers steam and gets going, that is extremely tough for Maus with this draft to really cope with.
It's been one way, then the other in this game. I felt like Kick were in control, then Maus came back off the back of that excellent Dragon team fight, and then Kick, they find that opportunity in the top side of the map. They play around the strengths, the strong side of their team. Like, we've always talked about Schlatten, Ibo being an incredibly strong top jungle, but, you know, the entire top side of the map is the playmaking side. Like, Pukistyle and Mystiques, yeah, Mystiques has been big on this Rakan, don't get me wrong. But they've always been the just we do our job style of the lane. The flashy side of Kick comes from the top side of the map.
Yeah, and Kick have definitely put that on huge display this game. And I think that the way that this game's going, it's pretty fitting for a Game 3 between these two squads. You know, Game 1 was all the Maus show. It was a perfect example of how Maus like to play League of Legends. Game 2 was the Kick show, a pretty perfect example of how Kick like to play League of Legends. And now in Game 3, I was wondering, are we just going to get another relatively one-sided game? Or are we going to get a more back and forth, a more brawly style game? I was obviously hoping for the latter. And thank goodness these two teams delivered, because this so far is an absolute mess of a game in the most beautiful way possible.
Right, talk to me. Just taking into account the item spikes that we're hitting, the next Dragon team fight coming up, who do you think has the edge here? What am I looking like? What am I going to look at in this next fight and think, okay, who is expected to win? Who's going to expected to take the lead?
It's not even a team edge, it's just an Ibo edge.
An Ibo edge,
Ibo
I like it, I like it.
Legit, I mean, Ibo, Renekton as a champion is still very good at this stage of the game. Like, sure, you've got some decent team fight mechanics on the side of Maus, but especially because Ibo picked up that shutdown from Obsess, like, he's huge right now. They're going for the engage.
Obsess says go straight onto Matterslaw, who uses the stopwatch to buy time, but Mystiques is already down, flashes out. Ibo, is he the edge that they need? He gets stunned up. Galio supports him. And Pukistyle will trade 1-for-1 overall, but there's a lot of healthy HP bars. And Obsess charges in, gets the shutdown onto Ibo. The stun will miss. Leader backs out. It looks like Maus are going to take this fight. Schlatten tries to bite back, but Obsess is just too tanky. Maus win the fight.
That was a perfect engage right there from Maus. I mentioned earlier in the game, like the Hecarim, you can play the upsides of Hecarim without the downsides. The upside being you can charge into the enemy team and do crazy things. The downside being you get blown up if you do that, but not when you have Taric, not when you have Shen, and I completely underestimated the strength of that engage. I do keep an eye on two things here. Firstly, this Obsess engage, Taric ultimate, Shen ulti, bam, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. But look at Ivo. He's popped the Dominus, he's looking for things to do, but what is he doing? He can't do anything. Like, this is not a fight that has enabled the strength of Kick, or the strength of Kick, Renekton, you know? Like, it just isn't able to do anything in this fight. And I think if Kick had maybe, if this was more around the Dragon area, more of like a close area where Ivo is able to like turn in and really get things going, I think, you know, Kick would have a bit of an advantage in that fight. But real credits to Mouse for being able to go for that engage, and specifically Obsess, who jumped in, picked someone out of position, and from that point, Mouse was able to roll.
He isolated Matislaw, whose impact in these fights is immeasurable with the well-timed ultimates, the taunts, and he made Matislaw going defensive, right? He made Matislaw go into a defensive play. Attempted knock at Mystiques. Have you bitten off more than you can chew here? Obsess certainly thinks so, as he dives in, immediately gets taken down, shut down for Pookie style. Obsess thinking he's a little stronger than he is. And is this a Baron for Kick?
Yeah, they kind of just buttered his butt and called him a biscuit on that play. A teeny weeny bit. I'm not really sure.
I'm English and I don't even know what that phrase means.
Well, you just saw it, mate. I literally said like 30 seconds ago, you play the upside. Oh, here we go. Another engage.
Jesper goes down. Schlatten picks up that kill. Leaders coming to join as the redemption comes through. This is still not a one fight for Kick. Pookie style, that's what he does every game. You don't hear from him, and then in some mid-game team fight, he just starts killing people. That is classic Pookie style.
Deafening silence on the side of the ADC on Kick. Yeah, you've got to be respectful. You have to be respectful of the fact that, yeah, you're Hecarim, you jump in, you go crazy when you have the Taric ulti, when you have the Shen ulti. None of those things are up right now. So Obsess sees the opportunity to go in, sees like, oh, we just took a team fight. I jumped in, it was all great. Where's your Taric ult? Where's your Shen ult? It's not there. So what happens? Bam. You just snuffed out immediately. And at that point, your team's pretty much done. You're all done so, because you are basically, there's one kill on Mouse that isn't on Obsess and is on the support. Like, you are your team at that point. If you go down like that, you're done so.
Leader also with the Medjai Soul Stealer at 2 stacks. So hoping that he'll be able to convert at some point in this game, but thus far not proven unsuccessful. And also, like, as we said, quietly building up item spikes almost at a death's dance is Pookie style. He's got the gauntlet.
Yeah.
For kiting away from Obsess, he's almost at that death dance. You know, we are looking at it as a pretty scary Ezreal.
Yeah, and I think Pookie style, as you said, kind of quietly does his job here in the back, but even these item power spikes means that I think at this point it's a little bit more than quiet right now. It's a bit of a cacophony of damage coming through from him.
Can you stop the Baron if you're Mouse? Like, where's your consistent wave clear to stop the Baron?
I think this is one of the weaknesses that Mouse tend to draft in general. You saw it actually in the last game as well. They don't tend to have too much wave clear, and I liked it when they drafted Ziggs, because in game 1 it was a way to kind of make up for the fact that you don't tend to get a lot of access to wave clear on Mouse when you tend to run these more like fighters in the solo lanes. But yeah, as you're pointing out, there is none of that right now in this game, and so Mao's definitely just going to try and hold on right here. On the plus side, you know, they have access to all the dragons as we're going to get engaged on Ivo.
Ivo's trying his best to get out here. We'll pop the Dominus, but it's just 2 members that have shown themselves.
Look at the top side, though.
Exactly, no flash even burnt for Ivo, and they lose a turret for that engage.
They're trying to make something happen there. I suppose if you can take one player down, then it kind of breaks the siege, because once you've killed him, you regroup, you then attack the rest.
Obsess looking for it. There's the Shen ultimate, tries to get onto Pookie style. The Onslaught of Shadows comes through, and Mystiques dives out. Here comes Galio. The engage was not successful for Mouse, and Kick get away with it.
Kind of the right idea, trying to attack when they're trying to attack Kick when they're not grouped up. This time Obsess did have his offensive mechanisms open in that Shen ulti, but when you catch out Rakan, who can then just like hop, skip and jump away, really catch him out of position. And nothing too much happening there for Mouse. Although I will say, kind of on the plus side, they are able to buy time on the Baron.
Look at this in the inventories of both Ibo and Pookie style. Execution is calling. They know who the big deal is. They know who they want to shut down.
It's very efficient. You got Senna, you got Taric, Echo ulti, Hecarim, as I was mentioning before, deceptive amount of healing. from that W, plus it's going Death Stun Snakes as well.
All right, Foxy, I asked you before. I'm going to ask you again. Are you confident in Kick this time round?
I honestly still put it in Kick's favor, but I was really wrong when I said that last time, so let's see how this one plays out.
Will the Ivo difference come through? He has got that dominance available again. His leader's trying to buy some time.
There's no Shen ulti for this one.
Exactly. They don't have that. They do have the Taric ultimate, though, so that engage can come through. Tolkien is taken pretty low. Nice little stun, and now Ivo takes leader down and gets back into the pit here. Dominus still ready to go. Obsessed looking for it. He wants to go for the steal. He's in the pit right now, focusing it down with the Taric ultimate. He will get the soul, and the engage comes through. Already they pick off one. Schlatten forced to flash out, and Kick running with their tail between their legs. Obsess is on the hunt. The taunt comes back through here from Matislaw. Pookie Style doing what he can. The knockup is there. Can they make it count, though? They're trying their darndest. Promise Q will get the kill. Mouse absolutely dominant around the dragon once more. This is impossible to get right for Kick. They've lost the soul.
Kick, again, underestimating the power of Mouse. Zlatan looking for a cheeky pick on the side. So he is gonna find it. On the plus side for Pick, there's nothing else. Plus side for Kick, sorry, there's nothing else to lose, like the Baron or something like that. But we're gonna watch this one go down again. I really just think it's the ulti from Taric right there, and Ibo gets instantly deleted. So that's 2 fights in a row around this dragon area where I don't think Ibo's able to do what Renekton wants to do. And I think this is a fairly good attempt at trying to salvage the team fight from Kick, but you're just lacking a bit of damage. There's too much healing. Your only damage dealer there is the Ezreal, who's only really good at hitting one target at a time outside of his ulti. He's not quite able to pick that one up. But a bit unlucky here, really, from Tolkien, because Saturn's just reading. He's just chilling there, and Tolkien happens to run across him.
Goodness me, we couldn't have asked for a more tense and a closer final game between Mouse from the Prime League and Kick from the Ultra League. And remember, the winner secures the majority in terms of representation for their region in the top 4. The winner will get 2 teams guaranteed, because we already have Gamer Legion qualified, and we already have Ago Rogue from both the Prime League and the Ultra League respectively. And that gives you the best odds, statistically, with the number of teams that you have, the best odds at claiming the title. And this is a big, big deal for both of these regions.
Both of these regions and both of these teams. Kick came so very close in spring, falling in the finals. And for Mouse, they've only made it out of the quarterfinals once. And the time that they did, they got 3-0'd in the semis. And Mouse has always been a very talented lineup, and they definitely set their sights higher than falling in the quarters and in the semis. So a lot riding on this game, as is the team of Mouse riding
Mystiques.
Yeah, you're a little bit out of position there.
Yeah, I think Mystiques might just be dead here, like way too overexerting. He's going to be able to dive away though. Obsess ready to go with the onslaught of shadows. They still have that tower. Very low, but they still have it on the top side of the map. But Mouse do burn a teleport for that engage.
Yeah, they're going to turn straight onto this Baron right here, and Kick have been forced out of this area. If this turns into like a 1v1 smite fight, I really just don't think I don't think the 50-50 is worth it for any team. So much is riding with this game. I'm getting anxiety just watching this.
Leader goes in straight onto Mystiques, who's down, and now Ivo the target. Combo is up with Matislaw, but he will get taken low. Beautiful engage from the Maestro in the mid lane. But Maus are not done yet. Ivo trying his best to escape. He'll get charged down by Obsess. Whoa, Obsess gets taken low. Stopwatch comes through. Schlatten will die here. Maus technically win the fight. It is a 2-for-1 overall.
You are able to put Obsess in the dirt though, and that is the jungler. So won't be able to turn onto the Baron from Maus. Maybe that's a bit of a consolation prize from Kick, but it's not really much of a prize when you're playing versus Maus right here. Are definitely looking in the driving seat now. Every single team fight that we've seen in this game has come up Maus. Here's going to be another example of that. An amazing engage here from Leader with that parallel convergence, and then the follow-up with the Taric ulti is just too much. Don't have the damage to put back here, and you've already got Kick on the back foot before the Taric ulti even expires, which is just a recipe for disaster if you are the Polish squad right now. Sure, you can pick up a kill on the backside, but it's not going to mean anything in the long run. And
I feel like the teamfight damage is now just starting to drop off the face of the earth for Kick. I really feel like in a teamfight situation, unless Pookie style can just start shredding, like I'm struggling to see with the Taric ultimate how you effectively win fights.
I wonder whether the window for Kick is kind of closed where Ivo can group. I think when he had that advantage, when Miles messed up that dive in the top side and Ivo got a shutdown and he got some kills under his belt, I think that was when Renekton was a real force in these team fights, and he could have, you know, like 3v1'd, and so it doesn't leave much for the rest of his team to have to do. And they weren't able to exploit that. And I think at this point, Ivo really isn't that strong, like relatively speaking. Sure, he's got 3 items. He like on paper, he might look strong, but just as a champion pick, this is not where Renekton shines. And I wonder whether they want to put him in a solo lane or something and try and resort to more of like a split push game. It's just really tough when you have the forced engage from Miles, and they do it so well with his Hecarim charging in and all of his team to support him.
Kick are trying to sneak this Baron, but, you know, I'm certain that Miles know what's going on here. They're going to take it slow to push the division. I don't think they're going to do this quickly enough to really...
I don't think Miles know, because they've hopped over the back of the Baron pit and there's Scuttle Crab.
But they're going straight for Ivo. I mean, Ivo's just not going to survive here, surely. Like, I don't even think he buys enough time.
That actually does really suck. Well, for obvious reasons, but also because that really puts a spanner in this Baron play. How low is Baron?
Is Mystique just buying time? Are they going to get this? Like, they have to just go for this right now. They do, they get it. They're across the wall, but how much have they lost for it? Leader now diving over. Onslaught of Shadows, and they will pick up Pookie style. Mouse, they may have cracked it open. The teleport comes through. Can he get it? No, he can't. He gets stunned up. Matislaw down. Schlatten trying to desperately clear out the mid-wave. He got the Baron, but he sacrificed his team.
That was such a smart play by Kick, sneaking that Baron away by jumping over the back of the Baron pit. Because Miles had the Scuttlecrab vision in front of it, they thought that they had the information around the Baron and would therefore know if Kick was going for it.
You've lost Elder.
But there it is. You know, like, you get caught out in the mid lane. It ruins your whole plan as Kick. Fortunately, they're able to pick up the Baron, but at what cost? You've only got 1 Baron alive. You're going to lose Elder. This is a 4 Dragon Mouths as well, which means the benefits from Elder are even stronger. And I don't know. I think this was a good play in general here. Like, because of that Scuttlecrab vision, like I say, Mouse think that's safe. They think they have the info there. But as soon as you get caught out in this position by Ivo, I think you really kind of just mess this play up. Because you really should just get Baron and get out of there.
I think Obsess draws a lot of critique from this roster, but this game, he's been a monster. Like, this game, he really has stepped up to the plate. On a champion that really benefits you having a good game as well. They do get the Baron, but like you said, at what cost? You just lost Elder, and that's a huge team fight win condition for a team that is just quite clearly, from what we've seen in this game, able to force team fights at whip.
And already able to absolutely dominate these team fights as well. Obsess is going to be an absolute 1v9 machine at this point. He's going for the Guardian Angel next as well, so even if he does die early, say if he gets blown up with the Shen ulti on him, Shen will still come through.
So, do you remember a few minutes ago I said 2 stacks on Medjai's for leader?
Yeah.
It's now 22.
Have faith, man. You've got to have faith in Medjai's.
That's classic leader.
This game kind of has turned a little bit on that. It's been so back and forth. You couldn't have asked for a better game in a Game 3 between these 2 teams. 2 of the best regions that we have here in E-Masters. 2 of the best teams, I would say, as well. This game could easily be a finals-worthy quality as far as, like, this matchup. The #1 Polish team versus the #1 Dub team. But we're going to get a bopping engage here from Obsess.
Obsess goes straight in. The Taric ultimate there. Ivo taken low. That 1-2 combo between the Renekton and Galio desperately trying to save the fight. Zhonya's will come through, Matislaw will escape. The engage will be stopped, but Mouse will get the inhibitor turret. They have that Elder to work with as well. They are a scary looking team in the team fight.
Terrifying team in the team fight, and they've got so many tools to benefit them as well. With the Mountain Dragon, the Mountain Soul, and the Elder Dragon working for them as well. It's looking like Mouse might just be a force that is too hard to stop at this point.
And I think, you know, we talk about Senna in the scaling sense. There's a discussion about Senna when it comes to scaling, but obviously Souls give her really, like, infinite level scaling. But as a mechanics of an AD carry, she can be a bit clunky in those late game team fights, which often makes her not the best choice for late game team fight scenarios. But when you're the team that creates the space and no one can threaten Jeskla, she's perfect. Because that range and that AD, it's impossible to deal with. So these scenarios is kind of what allows a Senna to become very powerful in the late game. Usually when you're going into true late game teamfights, because of that wind-up animation, because she's a little bit slow in terms of how she deals that damage, it's very different. But Jeskler has got the perfect scenario, and he is really ramping up in damage right now as well.
And also, Jeskler contributes a lot outside of damage. You know, the speed boosts, the massive shields for that engage as well.
Utility of the ultimate.
Exactly. It's really coming up beautiful stuff here for Mouse, and I have to say, for a game that looked quite scrappy, at times it looked like they were out of it. This has been a really good kind of turnaround game, and I also, for me, this makes Mouse look even scarier because there were some criticisms of Mouse that they were only good when they were stomping, and they were only good when they're playing through Leader. I don't think Leader's been the star of the show this game, and Mouse definitely did not stop this game.
Oh, absolutely not. This has been a complete slugfest.
Yet they're still finding a way to win.
Exactly, exactly. Expectations for Mouse change the more that you see them play. It shows you a roster that has that maturity, and it's not just about, like, we skill check you, we win. This has been a very excellently thought out game for Mouse, and they're going for an Obsess again, leading the charge of the Tarek ultimate, looking for the final blow to the Polish roster as the ultimate comes through, and again, Matislaw looking to buy time. The damage just doesn't feel like it's there. The sustain is infinite for the Mouse roster as they push down, taking down everybody one by one right now. Nobody's health bar's dropping. It's heartbreak for Poland as Mouse run through.
Mouse, they have sown the wind and they shall reap the whirlwind. Perfectly played here in this Game 3 for these team fights.
Redemption for Mouse, the Prime League returning to form, and they will find themselves with 2 seeds in the semi-final. Congratulations, Mouse Sports. Unbelievable performance and showed such maturity as well. It's not just win lane, win game for Mouse. They have much more, many more strings to their fiddle, although to their bow. It was very, very well played.
Yeah, and I think if Mouse can win without having to do typical Mouse things, for me, they're the favorites of the whole tournament.
Oh, absolutely. If they have both dominance in lane and win game and games like that, it looks like they've got it all. And with that win, Mouse secure the last semi-final spot. We'll be right back to break it down, and we'll have an interview with Tolkien. Stay tuned. And with that, Mouse secure their semi-final spot against Ego Rogan. If you might be able to tell, we've got an extra guest with us here in the studio, a man I'm very fond of over here, Tolkien. Hey, how you doing?
Quarterfinal.
Yeah, I mean, you guys had an excellent game. I want to start off by saying, like, classically, I think a lot of people used to see you as a bit of a role-playing top. Like, you would just kind of, like, do your job and sometimes be a bit on tank duty. But I genuinely feel in this series, like, I'm getting a new perspective on Tolkien as the top laner. Do you genuinely feel like Mouse is like a triple threat team? Like, it's not just the leader show. You've got the power to run it through top or run it through bot.
Oh, I think definitely so. I mean, I think usually when we play through mid lane, it works out great for us. But also we've had games where our bot lane just completely carries the game and can just run away with it, especially when like Jeppe is on Kai'Sa or something. And then especially in the German, in the Prime League and the playoffs, like I was the main carry for those games. And now, ever since we played like Shen and Hecarim, basically Obsess is also taking carry role. So definitely beyond, like, we can carry with 4 threats, even if you might say so, like the jungle role as well. So I think it's quite strong in that regard.
I want to ask you a bit about your semi-final matchup going up against Ego Rogue. You might remember you've already played these guys once, and it didn't quite go your way. Does this matchup mean a little bit more to you now, having already been knocked out by them in spring?
I'm definitely. I mean, Rogue is a really strong team. They knocked us out last time at the quarterfinals, and now we beat the first seed, right, of Poland.
Yep.
So we're quite happy with that, and now we face the second one. Rogue is definitely a strong team. I mean, Gamer Legion, they already knocked out both the Spanish teams, so it would be really nice if we knocked out both the Polish teams. And yeah, I mean, definitely they're a really, really strong team. They have a good top laner, really respects Shinda as well, good player. And yeah, it's going to be fun to play against them as well, and hopefully get our revenge.
Yeah, I kind of want to walk through some of those moments from the game as well. Like you had this 10-minute dragon fight, which is where you essentially cleaned up and kind of got back into the game. Was this a big game-turning moment for you guys? Did it give you a lot of confidence to sort of start executing on team fights?
Definitely confidence was a major part of it, right? Because I think before this we just lost the fight where we wasted the ultimates and our Hecarim got shut down. So definitely like getting those fights off where you just run at them, like you can see how much Obsess is doing right here, right?
Yeah,
he can just basically win, he has Mario ult, he has Taric ult, he can do whatever he wants. And he's doing a damn good job. And now it's just, we can chase them down, right? Like Echo can just chase everybody who flashes in, same for Hecarim. And you spoke about confidence. I was a bit worried when Kick just did Nash, which happens later, right?
Yeah.
But both my support, Promiscue and Obsess, I mean, they're both really experienced players, right? And they were just like, doesn't really matter, as long as we have ults, we can just basically run at them, chase them, and take it out. And you really nice smite for Obsess as well.
Yeah, watching these highlights back,
go ahead, sorry.
I honestly thought, casting the game and watching, when Ibo got that shutdown on the Renekton, I was thinking, if you have this fight, that you're going to have this massive crocodile, it's going to be really hard for you guys to fight, but you never really, you didn't lose a single fight in this entire game. Is it something that you just really believed in the combo of Hecarim plus all those ultis, or what was your thoughts going into these engages?
I mean, I think you see that question being answered right now on your screen, right? Like we just kept diving people. So like we definitely believed in the comp, right? We could just do whatever we wanted. We had Mountain Sword as well. I didn't use my locket once this game, I think, because it was just not necessary. Nobody got like chunked out. But definitely, like to answer your first part of the question, right? Like when Renekton got that shutdown, 700 gold, double buff, and he could also TP to the Nash pit behind us. I was a bit scared that he might, like flash on us and do like some play. But he TP'd with like half HP, and it was not too difficult to deal with in that instance. And then later on, like we had so many spells to deal with both Renekton and Galio diving in our backline, and as long as Senna doesn't die, like they can't kill anybody, right? So
yeah, and I felt like I'd love your opinion just to close out that game in particular. I really felt like there was a timer where at some point you just won, because like when it came to pure teamfight capabilities, like I genuinely didn't see how Kick win a teamfight versus you. If it gets to that point in the game that you were at, like it just felt that you could put every foot wrong, and just through the pure sustain and capabilities of a team fight, you were just never going to lose. Like it really didn't feel like you were ever going to lose. Did it feel like that playing towards the end as well?
Yeah, definitely. After we won the fight after Nash, I think, like when they took Nash and we just chased them down and then walked into Elder Drake, basically from then on onwards, like Promiscue just said, honestly, like when we have volts, we can just straight up dive them. And then we dove them twice, and we didn't really wait for them to defend the turrets. We went too deep too soon, but it didn't really matter. Like we were just chilling, and our ults were too strong. But I also want to say like a big compliment to the Polish community and also Kick in general. Like especially in the second game, they definitely know how to play around the win condition, and they do well with it. And if you like I didn't play too well that game, didn't play weak side too well. And they were really good, especially with the globals TF and Galio. Those champions were annoying to deal with.
Yeah, and look, they made it a real series. They made it a very, very close series.
I mean, they're a good team, right?
Yeah, exactly. They're a great team. And you're now going to face up against Ego Rogue in that semi-final. Tolkien, it's always a pleasure to talk to you, mate. Best of luck for the remainder of the tournament. And the Prime League looking very strong in this European Masters. A bit of a redemption from spring, it feels like, as well for you guys.
That's all.
And so I'm very much looking forward to you. And I'll have to say goodbye because speaking of the semi-finals, they are coming up this weekend, Saturday at 6 p.m. CEST. First game will be Gamer Legion versus LDLC. It's going to be a banger, LFL versus Prime League. And the second will be Tolkien and his boys taking on Ego Rogue in that second one. We've got 2 Prime League seeds in the top 4. I am excited. Foxy's excited.
I'm hella
Tolkien
excited.
looks hella excited. We will see you on Saturday. See you soon.
Thanks for the interview, guys.
I'm feeling loose. True saying when I'm in the mood. I be sipping on gin and juice. I'm so calm when I'm ducking this goose. I'm feeling loose. True saying when I'm in the mood. I be sipping on gin and juice. I'm so calm when I'm ducking this goose. Yeah, I'm feeling loose. True saying when I'm in the mood. I be sipping on gin and juice. I'm so calm when I'm ducking this goose. Yeah, I'm feeling loose. True saying when I'm in the mood. I be sipping on gin and juice. I'm so calm when I'm ducking this goose. Yeah. Ooh la la, said I'm tryna get richy. Ooh mama, I know you tryna get iffy. On my line, now she tryna get with me. No time because I'm tryna make a milli, but today, one is cookie and the other man is. I know she know me, but she asking for my name. Bring my ooze out, man, we tryna celebrate. My boy, who are, and he ain't afraid to aim. Shorty wanna catch me in the heating of the moment. Telling me she got a crazy plan, I'm all for it. Said she got a man, but you know I might ignore it. Put the chat, man, I'm tryna get boring. Snoring, sleeping on you, so boring. And we ain't gonna stop until the morning. So what you thinking you can come and just join in? I'm feeling loose. True saying when I'm in the mood. I be sipping on gin and juice. I'm so calm when I'm ducking this goose. Yeah, I'm feeling loose. True saying when I'm in the mood. I be sipping on gin and juice. I'm so calm when I'm ducking this goose. Yeah. I don't know how I ended out here, but I'm tryna get lit, yeah. I feel rich, so I'm getting more drinks, but I'm tryna get licked, oh no.
So loose, not a shoelace. Grey goose, I do with the ace. Let the people know from the sparklers. Yeah, my team is balling like we tacklers. Man like crazy, need a whole movie. Man is hazy, drinking that Louis. Cognac ting. If they wanna burn it, then burn that thing. Long list if they wanted to be me. Long wrist for the rollers and PPs. Long. I don't wanna talk too much, but I'm a winner and a better man to be.
I'm feeling loose. True saying when I'm in the mood. I be sipping on gin and juice. I'm so calm when I'm ducking this goose. Yeah, I'm feeling loose.